Patriarch Lu Yuan had seen many beautiful women, but the most shocking impression this woman gave him was that she was similar to a Grand Empyrean. This woman's appearance was not inferior to a Grand Empyrean's, and she gave off an arrogance close to a Grand Empyrean. It was as if nothing in the world was in her eyes. This woman was extremely strong. Bang! Xianxi's sword slashed down on the general appointment platform. Lu Yuan pushed the platform aside and pushed Xianxi away. He turned to leave. Xianxi was already very difficult to deal with, but this woman gave him the feeling that she was even more difficult to deal with than Xianxi. The woman raised her hand with her palm facing down. A green water droplet slowly appeared and faced Lu Yuan. The water droplet instantly lit up the entire starry sky. Whether it was Lu Yuan or Xianxi, they both felt their scalps go numb. Xianxi was fearful. Invincible green water sword. The woman casually threw out the water droplet. The water droplet turned into a green sword light that slashed toward Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan turned around. He couldn't retreat. If he retreated, he would be giving up on resisting. He couldn't avoid it, so he had to take this sword. Just as the green sword light was about to descend, the general appointment platform appeared before him. He pushed the platform horizontally and the power of his palms descended. The general appointment platform shook. The green sword light collided with the general appointment platform. Bang! Under Lu Yuan's shocked gaze, the sword light directly pierced through the general appointment platform and hit his shoulder. The sword light went through his shoulder, and blood splattered across the starry sky. After roaming the universe for countless years, Lu Yuan had used the general appointment platform to build the reputation of the Lu family. He had never thought that one day the general appointment platform would be pierced through. This woman's sword light was terrifying and unparalleled. In the distance, the woman also exclaimed, "To be able to survive the invincible green water sword, you are qualified to fight with me. My name is Yao, the master of the Green Water Palace and Sky Beyond Heaven, the most powerful person under Shangtian." With that, another water droplet appeared and turned into a green sword light that slashed toward Lu Yuan. Suddenly her expression changed. Behind her, an invisible attack was descending. She had no choice but to divert her green sword light and slashed at the attack. This attack was the Needle of Earth Treasury. Lu Yuan had concealed it with the golden light of the God Investiture catalog. He had been hiding in the void, waiting for this moment. The moment the woman slashed the Needle of Earth Treasury, Lu Yuan struck out with his palm from afar. A powerful force crossed the starry sky and slammed into the woman's back. The woman was shaken by the palm and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yuan hurriedly fled. Behind him, a round-faced elder had appeared. He was dressed like a merchant and held a golden pen in his hand. He looked at Lu Yuan with a smile. "Are you the patriarch of the Lu family in the Tianyuan universe's origin space, Lu Yuan? One of the 6 paths of the 3 realms." People appeared around Lu Yuan. At this moment, the stone door slowly opened. An aura that did not belong to this universe spread out, making Lu Yuan feel unfamiliar. He looked at the stone door. Behind the stone door was a huge thing that looked like a battleship. It was filled with people, and they were all cultivators from the spiritualized universe. With just a glance, he knew that there were no less than 100 progenitors here. The invasion of the spiritualized universe had finally arrived. "Leave him to me," Palace Master Yao said coldly. Lu Yuan's strength was so great that few in the entire universe could match him. She did not feel good after taking a palm from Lu Yuan. Xianxi frowned. "This is a war between 2 universes. Palace Master Yao, the big picture is more important. Haha, this universe has the 3 realms and 6 paths. This person is one of them. I want to use his blood to pave the way for my spiritualized universe. The sooner, the better," the round-faced elder said in a relaxed tone. Lu Yuan looked around and looked at the round-faced elder. "Who are you?" The round-faced elder smiled faintly. "No need to ask. Let's dye the stone door with blood." As he said that, he took a step forward and waved his golden pen. An unshakable aura crushed over. Lu Yuan's expression changed. This elder was stronger than him, much stronger. He was definitely not at the primordial realm. He was at the bitter adversity realm. Behind him, a green sword light appeared. Xianxi also approached from another direction. With experts from 3 sides surrounding him, it was impossible for Lu Yuan to escape. Behind the stone door, 2 figures stood at the top of the battleship. One was wrapped in a black robe, and the other was a muscular man with short red hair. The 2 of them looked at the battle in the distance. "It's finally here. We've waited for so long. Ah. It's time for the Tianyuan universe to end." This universe should be easier to take down than the consciousness universe. Find the Eternals. Our spiritualized universe will embark on the path to the top of the universe. No one can stop us. Kill, kill, kill. Countless voices reverberated on the battleship. They came from the spiritualized universe's cultivators. The progenitor's aura was overwhelming. The other cultivators' eyes were red and filled with killing intent, including some young geniuses. To be able to enter the Xuanhuan universe at this time, they had unimaginable power behind them. This was because the spiritualized universe knew that killing in the Xuanhuan universe was a harvest, a plunder, and an increase in strength. The Xuanhuan universe was the spiritualized universe's treasure trove. They had waited for this day for far too long. Outside the stone door, Lu Yuan faced the round-faced elder's attack and retreated step by step. The powerful force was neutralized by the golden pen. The green sword light descended, bringing Lu Yuan a chill. At this moment, ripples appeared in the starry sky. An invisible force swept through the starry sky and changed the world. There were no stars at the boundary of the universe, but at this moment the stars began to revolve. The black soil turned into spears and stabbed at the green sword light. The sword light was powerful and constantly cut through the soil spears, but it was stopped by the many soil spears in the end. A figure walked out in front of Lu Yuan. "Forefather, are you all right?" Seeing the person, Lu Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. The above heaven sect had arrived. Many powerful auras appeared and descended at the boundary. Chu Yi Hongyan Mavis and the others from the 3 realms and 6 paths, as well as Heavenly Lord Victor, Void Master, and the others from the 3 suns and 6 paths. Behind them, the experts from the 8 paths had arrived. The boundary of the universe was already connected to the origin space. The moment the spiritualized universe arrived, the above heaven sect could guarantee that they would fight in the shortest time possible. There was no need for words. What they brought was killing. This was an irreconcilable war between the 2 universes. One side was bound to lose. Outside the stone door, the spiritualized universe's cultivators rushed out. With arrogance and killing intent, they rushed into the Xuanhuan universe. Many experts from the Xuanhuan universe walked out from the stone door. Most of them were from the above heaven sect. Among them, the mechas were particularly eye-catching. Before the 2 sides came into contact, attacks from both sides had already destroyed the stone door. The round-faced elder's smile disappeared. The Xuanhuan universe was already prepared. Well, it was within his expectations. Now let's see how long this universe could resist them. A battle comparable to the final battle in Immemorial City erupted. In an instant, the entire universe was filled with sequence particles. Lu Yin had originally released the starry sky in his heart in an attempt to suppress the spiritualized universe, but he was shocked by the round-faced elder's aura. This old man had incomparably terrifying strength and could easily attack the starry sky in his heart. Furthermore, there were many experts from the spiritualized universe, and the range was too large. Lu Yin could not withstand them. Your Xuanhuan universe has many experts. I can make the decision to let you all join my spiritualized universe beyond heaven. You can become an independent power like the Jade Water Palace. This is your Xuanhuan universe's only chance, the round-faced elder said as he looked at Lu Yin. He recognized Lu Yin. Xianxia had already told the spiritualized universe about the Xuanhuan universe. Lu Yin was the spiritual core of the Xuanhuan universe. As long as he surrendered or was killed, the Xuanhuan universe's strength would be greatly reduced. Lu Yin looked at the round-faced elder. "Are you saying Tian or you saying Tian?" Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 33-34. The round-faced elder's expression changed. "It seems like you have a deep understanding of our spiritualized universe." "I am saying Tian." "A saying Tian like Primordial Fiend?" Lu Yin was apprehensive. Primordial Fiend could fight against Mr. Mu, and if not for the bell's destruction, Lu Yin would not have been able to win. This old man had just suppressed Patriarch Lu Yuan, so he should be a powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity. The round-faced elder looked deeply at Lu Yin. "We tried to contact Primordial Fiend and Eternity as soon as we arrived in the Xuanhuan universe, but we couldn't contact a single one of them." "Where are they?" "I killed Primordial Fiend," Lu Yin said bluntly. The round-faced elder's lips curled up as he chuckled. "How interesting. The great Sang Tian died at the hands of a junior like you? I don't believe it. If you have the ability, try killing me." He then raised his golden pen and aimed it at Lu Yin. Lu Yuan reminded, "Be careful." Lu Yin sent Lu Yuan out of the void of his heart and towards the round-faced elder's golden pen, attacking the stars one by one. The stars closest to the pen instantly turned golden and broke free from Lu Yin's control. There were no sequence particles, or else they would have been rejected by the void of his heart. The golden star blocked the round-faced elder's path and collided with the other stars, causing a rumbling sound. The round-faced elder walked through the void and tapped the pen lightly, causing the stars to turn golden for his own use. Lu Yin was shocked. That golden pen should be a spiritualized weapon. It was a power unique to spiritualized universes, a symbol of powerhouses. Lu Yin helplessly retracted the void around his heart, but the golden stars remained where they were and completely broke free from Lu Yin's heart. The round-faced elder controlled them to attack Lu Yin. Junior, spiritualization isn't something your Xuanhuan universe can resist. Lu Yin clenched his fist. Is that so? He punched out, shattering the golden stars as he charged towards the round-faced elder. The round-faced elder did not care at first, but when the power of the punch approached, his expression changed. The limit of power? The void trembled and the round-faced elder didn't dare to take Lu Yin's punch head-on. He could only retreat. The golden brush pointed at Lu Yin, and Lu Yin's scalp went numb. He quickly reversed his steps and used parallel time. The round-faced elder snorted, and the tip of the brush moved horizontally. Time was also parallel time, but it didn't mean much to him. Lu Yin punched out once more, and his extremely powerful strength forced the round-faced elder to retreat. That's the limit of a living being. Junior, it's not that unbelievable that you could kill Xianxia. Allow me to send you on your way. He then put away the golden pen and took out a square sign, pointing it at Lu Yin. At that moment, Lu Yin felt his mind blur. Terrifying strands of strands immediately swept through the surroundings. Even Chu Yi and the palace master, who were very close, were unable to avoid them. They were both at the primordial realm, but laws could not close in on them, so they were unable to repel the tremendous strands of strands. Chu Yi was shocked. The sequence foundation. For this war he had also followed the one true god over. Only Ancestor Qin, Ancestor Ku and Mu Zhu were following the one true god. Palace Master Yao was surprised. Your understanding of our spiritualized universe is quite deep. That Junior is dead for sure. That's the sealed realm. Chu Yi barked. Zhuzi, that's the sealed realm. The sealed realm was one of the 10 sequence foundations of the spiritualized universe. It was ranked 5th and had been condensed by the 359 cultivators of the impression sequence. The impression sequence was ranked 79th out of the 88 sequence foundations of the spiritualized universe. Because it did not have much battle prowess, it was very easy to cultivate. In the spiritualized universe, the heavens beyond heaven controlled the universe and assigned the cultivators to cultivate the impression sequence method. Since ancient times, there were a total of 359 cultivators of the impression sequence method who had spent their entire lives to finally condense the sealed world. Although the impression sequence foundation was not very useful, the sealed realm was extremely powerful. It could reverse heaven and earth, allowing one's impression to replace one's body. If the impression was injured, the body would be injured. If the impression died, the body would die. This was the law, a law that was forcefully formulated to allow one's impression to replace the body. Chu Yi's warning came too late. The moment the round-faced elder faced Lu Yin with the sealed realm and Lu Yin saw it, the sealed realm had already been activated. A figure appeared beside the square sign of the sealed realm, and it was the round-faced elder's impression of Lu Yin. The moment the impression appeared, the round-faced elder struck out with his palm, aiming for Lu Yin's forehead. If he struck, the impression would die and Lu Yin would die as well. Suddenly the impression disappeared and everything was reversed. The round-faced elder's expression changed again. Time reversal? The small boat of light swept through the void and returned to Lu Yin's side. Lu Yin struck out with his palm, and although this strike did not contain any power, it caused the surrounding sequence particles to boil and become his own. This was the chain palm. The battle techniques created by progenitor Qin could always be used at critical moments. Since the starry sky in his heart could not repel so many sequence particles, then he would not repel them. He would borrow their strength to attack them. The round-faced elder took out a golden pen and pointed it at Lu Yin. Wherever the pen went, even the sequence particles were dyed gold. Lu Yin hurriedly retracted his palm to avoid it, but the golden light streaked across the sky and into the distance. Along the way it caused the 12th ring mecha to turn golden as well. Behind the 12th ring mecha was Nong Yi. Nong Yi had also been dyed gold, and he looked like a golden person floating in the sky, lifelike. The next moment the golden light shattered, and both the 12th ring mecha and Nong Yi shattered. Luin was sorrowful. Nong Yi was the first person to enter his god-sealing catalog, and they had worked together to deal with the 4 Libras. But now he had died on the battlefield. There was no time to grieve, and the round-faced elder pointed his golden pen at Luin again. He even held the sealed realm in his hand, ready to activate it at any time. Luin took out Death God Golien, which was now complete. The starry sky in his heart had been released, and the round-faced elder's golden pen continued to cause the stars to turn golden. In the distance, Lu Yin's Golien slashed down with a deathly aura. The deathly aura slashed towards the round-faced elder, who was shocked by the strength of the deathly aura. He used his golden pen to deflect it and split it in two, but there was another layer of power in the starry sky at his heart, the Sky Palace. Within the Sky Palace, Lu Yin had not used up any of his power. After the deathly aura was cut apart, it gathered again and turned into a slash that slashed towards the round-faced elder. The round-faced elder was shocked. A technique that doesn't consume energy? Good technique. He deflected the deathly aura slashes again and again, but the attacks were endless. At the same time, the power of the starry sky in his heart whizzed out and pressed down on the round-faced elder. The round-faced elder had no choice but to retreat from the starry sky at his heart. This was the first time he had been forced to retreat. Lu Yin expanded the starry sky at his heart and enveloped the rest of the battlefield. His power of the starry sky easily crushed a spiritualized sequence expert to death. The round-faced elder had killed the mecha and Nong Yi, and Lu Yin had killed the spiritualized sequence expert. Although he was not the round-faced elder's match, he had many tricks up his sleeve that allowed him to fight. Even the round-faced elder found it difficult to deal with Lu Yin. Both basic and spiritualized weapons could do nothing to Lu Yin. No wonder Qianxia called you the greatest obstacle to defeating the Tianyuan universe. Junior, you are worthy of my full strength. The moment he finished speaking, the sequence particles behind the round-faced elder began to boil. He had used a sequence technique and used the particles to form a humanoid creature. It was incomparably huge and wore a pointy white mask. It looked like a ghost. Even though the starry sky at Lu Yin's heart was enveloped, the sequence particles that formed the humanoid creature did not completely disperse. As the round-faced elder activated the sealed realm, the majestic and terrifying sequence particles actually resisted the repulsion of the starry sky at Lu Yin's heart, allowing the round-faced elder's sequence particles to remain. I am the president of the Spiritualized Universe Commerce Chamber of Commerce, one of the 7 great mulberry skies. I cultivate a sequence technique called God of Death. Behind the elder, the humanoid formed by the sequence particles charged towards Lu Yin, raising a pitch-black arm to grab him. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. God of Death? You can't bear that name. The divine seal catalog appeared above his head, its golden light illuminating the starry sky. One figure after another walked out and charged towards the round-faced elder's sequence technique, God of Death. Far away, Abandoned Path's dagger was stained with blood as a figure collapsed in front of him. This was the second spiritualized expert that he had killed. The first had been a progenitor and had been easily killed, but this one had cultivated a sequence technique. Although Abandoned Path had killed his opponent, he had also been injured. There were too many battlefields in outer space. Not far away, Wooden Carving was fighting against a spiritualized expert who also used sequence laws. There were too many sequence laws powerhouses from the spiritualized universe, and there were also many progenitors. Fortunately, there were also many progenitors on their side, and each of those giant mechas had the power of a progenitor. However, more and more were being destroyed. In outer space, many blood-stained mecha fragments floated about. Abandoned Path looked into the distance and saw that there were many people on the battleship outside the stone door. A considerable number of them were the spiritualized universe's younger generation's elite cultivators. A few mechas had charged over to destroy the battleship, but they had been killed instead. There were experts protecting the battleship. His eyes flashed with ferocity. Master Lu had said that he had created a large number of ordinary progenitor experts to deal with the spiritualized universe's younger generation and to create a gap in the spiritualized universe. Since those mechas could not do it, he would do it. With that in mind, he took a step forward and stepped onto the battleship. When he stepped out again, he was greeted by 2 beautiful young women who stared in shock at the abandoned person who had suddenly appeared. Abandoned Path did not hesitate to slash with his dagger. The 2 women fell and their blood dyed the ground red. Third sister. In the distance, the man was furious and charged toward Abandoned Path with overflowing killing intent. He was only an emissary, but the moment he attacked, his figure was unpredictable. It was not a footwork battle technique, but an application similar to the sequence laws, so close, yet worlds apart. Abandoned Path's eyes were filled with killing intent. What a young genius, what a spiritualized universe. He actually had a way to let an emissary come into contact with the sequence laws to cultivate. Once this person broke through to the progenitor realm and mastered the sequence laws, so close, yet worlds apart would be easy. This was the spiritualized universe's cultivation method. No matter how one looked at it, it far surpassed the Xuanhuan universe. In particular, this person had a strange weapon in his hand, a spiritualized weapon. He dared to attack a sequence law powerhouse like him, and his will was also firm. This person was definitely one of the geniuses of the spiritualized universe's younger generation. Abandoned Path immediately attacked. His dagger slashed out easily and the man's head fell off. No matter how talented he was, it was impossible for him to make up for the gap between him and Abandoned Path. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 33-35. The abandoned person stepped onto the battleship and wanted to kill the younger generation of the spiritualized universe. Suddenly, a sharp light appeared in front of him. He quickly retreated and felt a sharp pain. He lowered his head and saw a sharp thorn penetrating his body. Blood flowed along the thorn. Two figures appeared in front of and behind him. They were two women. "You have been here for a long time," the abandoned person said in a hoarse voice. He slashed with his dagger and the two women retreated. He coughed up blood. The two women were experts of the sequence and must have been here for a long time. Otherwise, they would not have been able to get close to him so easily. They had allowed him to kill those young people so that they could sneak attack him. This made the abandoned person's heart sink. It was not because he was injured but because they did not care about that young genius. In his opinion, that man was definitely a top genius. He had reached the level of an emissary at such a young age, cultivated the sequence techniques, and had a spiritualized weapon. He was the best among his peers in the Xuanhuan universe. However, the two women did not care at all. This meant that in the spiritualized universe, that man was nothing. Was the gap that big? The two women did not say a word. They attacked at the same time with broken thorns in their hands and stabbed at the abandoned person. The abandoned person fought with his dagger. The three of them were all close combat experts. They kept fighting in this small space. Blood spilled from time to time. The abandoned person had the upper hand overall. He was one step faster than the others. As long as he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to kill the two women. However, with the addition of a third person, the battle situation changed. It was a man who also held a broken thorn. His attacks were much fiercer than the two women. Up until now, the three of them had not used the sequence techniques. It was impossible that they did not cultivate the sequence techniques. The abandoned person used the sequence techniques to distance himself from the three of them. He planned to leave, but he realized that the three of them had appeared around him at the same time. The three of them followed him wherever he went. What was going on? The sequence techniques must be the sequence techniques. The abandoned person kept retreating and finally retreated to the deck of the battleship. Behind him was a huge stone door. Around him, a man and two women kept attacking him. Even with the sequence techniques, he could not escape. Further away, wood carving, Suwuwei, Moon Immortal, Disaster, and other experts saw this. They wanted to rush to the battleship, but they all had their own opponents. There were too many sequence techniques in the spiritualized universe. The broken thorns kept stabbing into the abandoned person's body. The abandoned person's battleship with the sequence techniques, but he was still surrounded by the three of them. A small path suddenly appeared at the foot of the abandoned passerby. It came from Elder Chan. Elder Chan's ancestral world was a quiet and secluded path that could extend and shorten infinitely. It was best at saving people. The secluded path continued to shrink. The person who abandoned the path gasped for breath. He couldn't even hold onto the short knife in his hand and it fell to the ground. In the distance, the three people who had besieged him earlier did not chase after him. The man looked at the abandoned person. He didn't seem to be annoyed that the abandoned person had been saved. Instead, he had a smile on his face and a mocking look in his eyes. The passerby looked at the man's gaze and knew that something was wrong. He hurriedly stepped out of the small path. In the distance, Boss Chan was shocked. "Abandoned person, what are you doing?" The forsaken person looked back at Elder Zen. Just as he was about to speak, his body suddenly exploded. Not even his bones remained. The starry sky distorted, revealing a world of nothingness that devoured everything around it. In just an instant, the abandoned person disappeared from the universe as if he had never appeared. Elder Zen's face turned red, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at the three people in front of the spiritualized universe battleship. Among the three, the man was a woman. He sneered and made a throat-slitting gesture at Elder Chan. Unfortunately, he had wanted to wait for the abandoned person to be rescued before exploding his body. If the abandoned person had discovered him in advance, he would not have been the only one to die. In the distance, on the other side of the stone door, a strange scene appeared in the starry sky. Colorful lights shot into the sky and then fell without any sound. The world of nothingness was torn open and 9 mechas were swallowed, including Su Wuwei, Dan Zheng and Wang Jian. The person who had attacked was the man with short red hair. Just one move, he had killed 3 progenitors and 9 mechas. As there was no sound, not many people saw this scene. Only Void Master, who was closest to it, saw it clearly. His pupils shrank. Su Wuwei's death shocked him. He rushed toward the man with short red hair angrily. The man with short red hair was called Bao Qi. He was one of the 7 great Sang heavens of the spiritualized universe. He was a top-notch master. Void Master guided the virtual god spacetime. Majestic virtual god power surged and blasted toward Bao Qi. Bao Qi was cold and arrogant. He allowed the virtual god power to come at him. He opened his mouth but no sound came out. However, colorful lights appeared and blasted toward the virtual god power. Around him, the world of nothingness exploded. The virtual god was pushed back by the force of the collision and could not help but vomit blood. Bao Qi opened his mouth and the colorful lights swept across the starry sky, crashing toward him. He took out the armored turtle. It had blocked many masters, but it turned into dust under Bao Qi's attack. The light shattered half of Void Master's body, causing him to be severely injured. Void Master coughed out blood and looked over in shock. How could he be so strong? After all, he had participated in the battle against the 3 masters in Lu Hao. He had lived for so long and had seen many masters. However, he had never been injured so easily. Bao Qi grinned and licked his lips cruelly. His mouth was torn and looked extremely bloodthirsty. Even his eyes were red. Not bad. You can block one of my attacks. In this universe, you should be considered a top-notch master. However, it's not enough. It's still not enough. After he finished speaking, he opened his mouth. His tongue could not be seen. Only colorful lights could be seen gathering. Around him, the void was turbulent and extended into the distance. It was as if the entire universe was about to be torn apart. Void Master's pupils shrank. An extreme danger was approaching. A figure swept past Void Master and rushed toward Bao Qi. He held a golden staff and smashed it down. Bao Qi's eyes followed the figure. Finally, colorful lights spurted out and the golden staff smashed down. Boom. The stars trembled as the aftershocks swept out in all directions. Above the heavens, 2 mechas and a progenitor from a parallel spacetime were destroyed by the aftershocks. Several progenitors from the spiritualized universe died as well. The aftershocks swept through the stone door and almost overturned the spiritualized universe's battleship. Inside the battleship, many pairs of eyes looked at the battlefield. They were no longer arrogant, and their arrogance and confidence were slowly retracted. They represented the elites of the spiritualized universe's younger generation. When they had set off for the Tianyuan universe, countless voices had told them that the Tianyuan universe was very weak and could be bullied and slaughtered at will. There were no spiritual molts, no spiritualization, and no sequence foundations. These were the most important forces in the spiritualized universe, but the Tianyuan universe had none. This situation excited the spiritualized universe's younger generation, and they looked down on the Tianyuan universe from the bottom of their hearts. With nothing, what could they use to resist the spiritualized universe? The stone door opened, and they saw Lu Yuan being surrounded. Their disdain for the Tianyuan universe deepened. Lu Yuan had clearly known that they were about to attack, but he had only left one person behind. It seemed like this person was the strongest powerhouse in the Tianyuan universe. It was laughable to think that he could resist the spiritualized universe by himself. However, with Lu Yin's arrival, the war was heading in an unpredictable direction. Lu Yin was so young, but he dared to fight against Sang Tian. Many experts appeared in the Tianyuan universe, including the 2 Sang Tians, Palace Mistress Yao Tianxi and so on. These experts were all unreachable to the spiritualized universe, but they were all blocked by the Tianyuan universe's cultivators. Both sides suffered casualties. At that moment, they no longer looked down on the Tianyuan universe. Only when they saw it with their own eyes did they realize that the Tianyuan universe was not as weak as they had thought. This battle was not a one-sided slaughter or plunder, but a life and death struggle. The abandoned ones charged into the battleship, and even though they were killed, there were also casualties within the battleship. The stench of blood caused the spiritualized universe's elites to fall silent. This battle was more difficult than they had imagined. At the very least, they had yet to see an absolute advantage even now. The Xuanhuan universe is not as weak as we thought. Everyone be careful, someone said. I never thought that the two Sangtians would be blocked. There's also Palace Mistress Yao, who is the strongest person below Sangtian. There's also Lord Tianxi, who was once a top genius of an era. He's now second only to Palace Mistress Yao, but they were all blocked. Don't underestimate the Xuanhuan universe. No matter how weak a universe is, it shouldn't be defeated immediately. However, I believe that this universe will not last for long. Reinforcements from our spiritualized universe will arrive soon. I heard that even Lord Yu Sangtian might come. That's impossible. Isn't Lord Yu Sangtian in the consciousness universe? How could he come here? Instead, someone from Royal God Mountain might come. Idiot, this is already the strongest force in the Xuanhuan universe. In the face of our spiritualized universe's invasion, as long as the Xuanhuan universe's people aren't stupid, they will use their strongest defense. This wave of power has already reached its peak, and there are no more reinforcements. Whether Lord Yu Sangtian comes or not, the Xuanhuan universe is finished. Don't forget that Lord Primordial Origin is here. Yes, and Lord Jianghu. It's said that the Xuanhuan universe also has people who have defected to our spiritualized universe, including those from the consciousness universe. They are all in this universe. The Xuanhuan universe won't last for long. The battleship swayed, and a young man sat in the corner with his right leg on the windowsill. He crossed his arms and looked at the starry sky. Hey, you and me, aren't you going to say something? Your ancestor is Lord Sangtian Origin. You will be able to see your ancestor soon. A purple-haired girl skipped over to the young man. She blinked her starry eyes, and there was a crafty look in the depths of her eyes. The young man called you and me ignored her. The girl pouted. What? You're so cold. To think that I specially came to find you. Hey, Kitty is here too. Damn girl, I am not a cat. I will say it 10,000 times. Not a cat, not a cat, not a cat. The girl covered her ears. All right. If you are not a cat, then you are not a cat. Why are you making so much noise? The cat snorted and raised his head arrogantly. You spiritualized humans are too weak. When I fully mature, I can easily sweep through the Xuanhuan universe. I don't even need Sangtian to appear. Bullsh *T. The purple-haired girl made a face and quickly ran away. The cat was furious. Stop, damn girl. Watch how I teach you a lesson. Boom. The battleship swayed again, causing a series of exclamations. You and me retracted his gaze. It was great to be able to see this war with his own eyes. Was the Xuanhuan universe weak? Stupid. If it was really weak, the ancestor would have returned by now. However, it didn't matter. The more people died, the more chances he would have. He would definitely become Sangtian. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 33-36. The Yuan family had 2 mulberry skies, which was enough to make them a legend. With this thought in mind, Primordial Annihilation looked at another corner. There was a blanket there, and an unknown creature was trembling under the blanket. Primordial Annihilation's gaze turned solemn. No one dared to go to that corner. He believed that with the Yuan family's resources, he was one of the best among his peers in the spiritualized universe. There were very few who could compete with him, and almost all of them were geniuses with the same amount of resources. Only this person, an itinerant cultivator, had come this far. It had to be known that being the first batch to invade the Xuanhuan universe with the battleship was a great honor. Apart from the progenitors on the battleship, the rest of them were here to broaden their horizons or gain some glory. When they returned, they could think of themselves as the first batch of cultivators to invade the Xuanhuan universe. There would be a huge gap between them and the rest. The people here all had important figures or powerful family backgrounds behind them. Only this person had nothing, yet he had followed them. The battleship shook again. This time it was more intense. The golden light pierced through, nearly blinding a few people. Primordial Annihilation could not help but look into the cosmos. The Xuanhuan universe was actually so powerful. Outside the stone door, the golden rod kept smashing down. It came from Heavenly Lord Victor. He went past Voidmaster and smashed down on Bao Qi. Bao Qi had the strength to heavily injure Voidmaster in one strike. No matter how strong Heavenly Lord Victor was, he was on the same level as Voidmaster. He was one of the 8 inner paths recognized by the Above Heaven sect. He was not a match for Bao Qi, but his greatest advantage was that he was immortal. When things reach an extreme, they move in the opposite direction. He had allowed Desolate Ancestor to attack the Calamity Zone, and Heavenly Lord Victor had once used this move to resist the Arrow God of the Eternals. Now, this cultivation technique shone with a unique brilliance against the spiritualized universe. Mulberry skies were ranked third in the spiritualized universe, second only to Paramount and Imperial Mulberry skies. They were one of the 7 Mulberry skies, and most people in the spiritualized universe knew about them. Bao Qi was one of the Mulberry skies, which was why he could easily injure Void Master. Now, he had been smashed dozens of times by Heavenly Lord Victor's rod. This made his fighting spirit soar. He opened his mouth and colorful beams of light shot out at Heavenly Lord Victor. Heavenly Lord Victor's body shriveled up as he clenched his golden rod. He constantly resisted Bao Qi's sound attacks. It was clearly a sound attack, but there was no sound coming from the surroundings. This was a silent but magnificent battle. Bao Qi cultivated the 10-sequence technique, sound. Together with his spiritualization talent, he was always successful. He was able to suppress Lord Victor's celestial, causing him to cough up blood continuously. The surface of his body recovered and shriveled up again. Golden blood flowed and dyed his entire body gold. With the support of Lord Victor Celestial and the extreme things will reverse, Bao Qi's combat power became stronger and stronger. He had an aura that made it seem like he was going to get stronger even if he had to die. His eyes shone with golden light. Bao Qi howled with laughter, his voice shattering the golden staff. His body was dyed with multicolored light as he grabbed at Heavenly Venerate Victor. Heavenly Lord Victorious Star raised his hand at the same time and faced Bao Qi head-on. Void Master's face was ghastly pale. He could not continue fighting. Heavenly Lord Victorious Star was burning his own life force. Having personally experienced Bao Qi's strength, he knew very well that he was not someone they could fight against. They were all at the level of the sequence laws, but Bao Qi was at the primordial realm. Even the 6 paths of the 3 worlds who had not reached the primordial realm were not his opponent. How could Heavenly Lord Victorious Star fight against him alone? If he continued fighting, he would die. However, Heavenly Lord Victorious Star could not retreat. He did not take a single step back. Back then, he had risked his life to kill the one true God to save the great Heavenly Venerate. He could do the same now. His skin cracked and golden blood burned the starry sky. Void Master attacked. Void. His godly power constantly shrank, trying to form Life's thermometer. Life's thermometer was his natal virtual god. Bao Qi was also a human. Once he entered Life's thermometer, he would be no different from an ordinary person. As long as the temperature increased by 40 degrees, 41 degrees, 42 degrees, he would definitely die. The only problem was that in order to form Life's thermometer, he had to cooperate with the sequence order. His sequence order was the sequence order. Only by combining the sequence order could he form a complete Life's thermometer. However, a powerhouse like Bao Qi had long avoided getting close to him. Victorious Star, use your sequence order to attract his attention. Void Master's voice entered Heavenly Lord Victorious Star's ears. At this moment, Heavenly Lord Victorious Star could not hear anything. His entire being was covered in golden light. Other than Bao Qi, he did not care about anything else. Fight, fight, fight. He had to fight even if he had to die. In the dark starry sky, colorful lights competed with the golden light. There was no sound. It was strange, magnificent, and destructive. Bao Qi laughed maniacally. It's been a long time since I've had such a good fight. You're obviously one level lower than me, but you're fighting me with a strange technique. You're not bad. Hand over this technique and I'll spare your life. I'll let you join Grandmasters beyond. Heavenly Lord Victorious Star held Bao Qi's hands tightly. When he heard Bao Qi's words, his eyes widened. White bone tore his body apart and pierced Bao Qi's body through his arm. The tragic scene moved everyone who saw it. This was a mutual destruction. Bao Qi was injured. For many years, he had not been injured, not even when he was conquering the consciousness universe. Now, Heavenly Lord Victorious Star's white bone had pierced his body, tearing apart his flesh and bringing him pain. However, this pain only made Bao Qi laugh maniacally. The more painful it was, the more valuable it was to live. It reminded him of the past when he competed with those mad dogs for the position of Sangtian. That was truly tragic. Colorful lights shone and tore apart Heavenly Lord Victorious Star's right hand. Bao Qi kicked Heavenly Lord Victorious Star away. He turned around and attacked with a beam of light. Heavenly Lord Victorious Star's body was no longer in the state where things move in the opposite direction. His blood was no longer flowing. He had reached his limit. Not to mention resisting Bao Qi, he could not even take this attack. At the critical moment, mirrors appeared. From the mirrors, a plain silver spear appeared. It was Jialan Jilua. The plain silver spear kept piercing the colorful lights. Jialan Jilua brought Heavenly Lord Victorious Star away from his original position. Bao Qi's eyes widened. What a coward. He should die here. This is a sign of respect for him. He then opened his mouth and colorful lights blasted towards Jialan Jilua. At the same time, he swept through the heavens and pulled open a curtain. A terrifying attack covered everything, including Void Master and the spiritualized universe's stone door. The battleship hurriedly retreated, and the people inside were shocked. Retreat. Lord Bao Qi has gone crazy. Retreat. The battleship retreated rapidly. Colorful lights were like clouds that instantly covered the entire battlefield. Just as Bao Qi was about to attack the entire battlefield, black soil suddenly appeared and covered the sky. It also covered the colorful lights, causing the sky to return to its original black color. Bao Qi looked into the distance. Lu Yin also looked over and met Bao Qi's gaze. Bao Qi's eyes were filled with madness and madness. Lu Yin's gaze was calm. He had gradually grasped the round-faced elder's methods. He did not seek to defeat the elder, he only wanted to delay him. The soil had covered the sky because it had seen that Bao Qi was about to attack the entire battlefield. Attacking the battlefield? Even if that person was Sang Tian, it would not be enough. Bao Qi grinned fiendishly. Multicolored lights fell from the ground, bombarding the ground. In front of Lu Yin, the round-faced elder exclaimed, "You are fighting me on one side and interfering with the other Sang Tian's battle on the other side. Junior, you have surprised me." The soil and colorful lights clashed in the sky, but not a single light beam fell. Only Lu Yin and Bao Qi knew about this battle that covered the entire battlefield. Bao Qi's smile faded. He had been blocked. His area of effect attack had been completely blocked by that person. No wonder Lu Yin could fight against the old man from the Chamber of Commerce. He was the greatest threat in the Tianyuan universe. It would not be easy to deal with that person. Although Bao Qi was confident and arrogant, he recognized Lu Yin's strength. He would leave it to the old man from the Chamber of Commerce. Once he dealt with these small fries, he would take revenge for being blocked. Jialan Jilua's body was wrapped in bandages as he stabbed towards Bao Qi with his silver spear. Bao Qi admired preeminent Celestial's battle intent and disdained Jialan Jilua's method of attack. However, he did not underestimate him. As one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms, Jialan Jilua was extremely powerful. He had easily broken through Bao Qi's attack. Since that was the case, Bao Qi dodged the spear and waved his hand. A huge object appeared in front of him that gave off an ancient aura. Outside the stone door, the man and 2 women who had killed the abandoned person were shocked. Not good, it's a cauldron bell. Continue retreating. It was not just them. Behind the stone door, the spiritualized cultivators from the battlefield not too far away from Bao Qi's group had all retreated. They had originally been very far away and did not dare to approach Bao Qi's battlefield. Now they would rather take the risk of being ambushed by the Tianyuan universe's cultivators to retreat. The spiritualized cultivators retreated desperately, and the Tianyuan universe's cultivators panicked as well. They could only retreat. No one was stupid. They were both Sang Tian, but Bao Qi was different from the round-faced elder. The round-faced elder was an expert who had passed through bitter adversity and was only a step away from the eternal realm, even though this step was extremely difficult. Bao Qi, on the other hand, was in the primordial realm. He did not pass through bitter adversity not because he was afraid but because he did not want to. He enjoyed the carefree life of the world and cared about freedom the most. He revered the idea of being in control of himself. He did not want to be like the cultivators of bitter adversity. Every single person who passed through bitter adversity was a madman. Their actions and goals were all related to bitter adversity, and they were not completely controlled by themselves. This was something that Bao Qi did not want. However, it was not very likely for a primordial realm expert to become Sang Tian. Sang Tian was basically an existence who had passed through bitter adversity. The reason why Bao Qi could become Sang Tian was because of the Cauldron Bell. The Cauldron Bell was one of the foundations of the 10 great sequences of the spiritualized universe. It ranked 8th and it was condensed from 105 sound sequence cultivators. It was just too unique, specially prepared for people who practiced the sound sequence. Even if other people obtained it, they would not be able to use it to their full potential. It was one of the few foundations of the 10 that required a specific cultivation method. Although the Cauldron Bell ranked 8th, that was because it required a specific cultivation method to use it. It was just too restrictive. Once it was given to a suitable person, the power it could unleash would be unimaginable. The sound sequence ranked 10th out of the 88 cultivation methods, but it was the easiest to practice out of the top 30. It was exactly because of that 105 experts had managed to practice it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 33-37. Bao Qi was a special person. He was born for sound, and on the day of his birth, everything was silent except for him. His cries shook the heavens, which was a legend. He had been taken to the sky beyond when he was young, and he specialized in the sequence of sound. His talent for this sequence of sound was extraordinarily great, surpassing anyone who had cultivated it since the ancient times. In particular, his spiritualized talent was mimicry. Combined with the sequence of sound and his own talent, he was extremely terrifying. He basically faced no difficulties in reaching the primordial realm. Even without the cauldron bell, he was still a peak expert in the primordial realm. With the cauldron bell, he directly became Xianxia. Xianxia had once said that the cauldron bell was specially created for Bao Qi. Bao Qi was a powerful primordial realm expert. Once he used it, even the spiritualized universe would shake. The moment Bao Qi took out the cauldron bell, it meant that Xianxia was about to take action for real. The cauldron bell was not particularly large, just enough to cover a person. Bao Qi stood behind the cauldron bell and grinned. Colorful light flowed from his arm into the cauldron bell. All of a sudden, the cauldron bell shone so brightly that it looked like a sharp blade piercing in all directions. The entire battlefield was shrouded in that light. Weapons, combat techniques, the void, everything was shaking. Starting from the cauldron bell, the space collapsed. Endless, majestic sequence particles soared. Jialan Jilua's eyes narrowed. Behind him, Sir Victor and Void Lord were shocked. What kind of power was this? The sequence particles were like an ocean that seemed to cover the entire sky. Even the laws of the primordial realm could not expel them as long as they did not approach them. At most, they could only protect a very small area around them. Lu Yin remained vigilant against the round-faced old man's sealed world. He looked at Bao Qi again and his skin became rather numb. This was the power of a sequence foundation. If time had not been reversed by a second earlier, he would not have had such an easy time. The sealed world was so, and the cauldron bell was just as terrifying. This was the most powerful external object. Junior, do you have time to look elsewhere? The round-faced old man aimed the sealed world at Lu Yin. He waved the golden brush in his hand, constantly lighting up space. Lu Yin was already familiar with the old man's moves. He did not look at the sealed world to avoid the celestial reversal while avoiding the brush. Above their heads, the round-faced old man's divine projection was fighting against the god-sealing catalogs Wu Tian, Hongyan Mavis, and the others. No one dared to step into their battlefield. Haha, none of you can stop Bao Qi. How can the Tianyuan universe resist the true strength of Xianxia? Bao Qi is most proficient in attacking. If he makes a move, it will be enough to decide the outcome of the battle. The round-faced old man smiled. He had great confidence in Bao Qi. Bao Qi was different from him. He was good at control. If the enemy could see through his moves, it would be hard for him to fight. Bao Qi, on the other hand, specialized in killing and destroying. His AoE attacks were especially powerful. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. If the Tianyuan universe was so easily defeated, it would have been reactivated by you long ago. In the distance, Palace Master Yao frowned and looked at Bao Qi. This lunatic. If it wasn't for the cauldron bell, she and Bao Qi might not have been Xianxia. With the cauldron bell, Bao Qi's strength was terrifying. On the other side, Chui was also looking into the distance. The war was developing in an uncontrollable direction. When the spiritualized universe invaded, they knew that there would be a fierce battle, but they did not expect it to be so intense. In the Battle of Immemorial City, there had been more humans and Eternals, but there had not been so many peak experts. In that battle, the 3 powers and 6 Daos, including the 3 realms and 6 Daos, had been a level lower than Mr. Mu in primordial origin. It had been difficult for them to contend against experts of that level. Now, on this battlefield there were 2 enemies of that level. The woman in front of him was not weak either. If he had not broken through to the primordial realm, he would not have been able to stop her. The spiritualized universe had at least 20 sequence law realm experts and close to 100 progenitors. This was definitely not the full strength of the spiritualized universe. Chuyi's face sank. It would be very difficult for the Tianyuan universe to contend against them alone. Bao Qi's sequence particles shot out from the cauldron bell and suppressed the starry sky, causing everyone's breathing to stagnate. As he slammed his palm down, absolute darkness appeared in the void around the cauldron bell. This was the world of nothingness. It directly spread out, ripping apart the curtains of the universe and spreading out in all directions silently. Jianghu and the others retreated rapidly. No one was willing to touch it. They had no idea what kind of destructive power the cauldron bell and Bao Qi possessed, but the chill that came from the bottom of their hearts constantly warned them to retreat. The world of nothingness did not extend very far, and it only covered the area where Jianghu and the others had been previously. Bao Qi sneered and slammed his palm down on the cauldron bell once again. This time, the soundless power expanded, and the entire starry sky was like a collapsing abyss. Only Bao Qi's position had a point of support. Everything else was collapsing. Regardless of whether it was the spiritualized universe or the Xuanhuan universe, all the cultivators retreated and distanced themselves from the battlefield. Bao Qi laughed maniacally as his gaze swept past Jianghu and then back to Lu Yin. He slammed his palm down, and the soundless power continued to expand. Some people could not retreat in time and were directly torn apart by this soundless power, vanishing into the world of nothingness. People from both the Xuanhuan universe and the spiritualized universe died without being able to put up any resistance. Many people from the spiritualized universe secretly cursed Bao Qi for being a madman. Outside the stone door, the battleship kept retreating, afraid that it would be swallowed up. The people inside the battleship all had pale faces. They had not been forced back by the Xuanhuan universe, but they had been forced back by the madman Bao Qi. This madman. There was nothing in the world of nothingness. There was only endless darkness, and the starry sky had collapsed. When Bao Qi slammed his palm down on the cauldron bell for the fourth time, a rainbow shot out from his body that connected the heavens and the earth. Bao Qi was stunned and he looked up. What was that? He was not the only one. Many rainbows appeared on the battlefield, and they came from every single person. Regardless of whether they were cultivators from the Xuanhuan universe or the spiritualized universe, they all shot up into the sky. Within each rainbow there was a person walking. Crazy Director? Someone exclaimed. The person walking within the rainbow was Crazy Director Xiao Chen. These rainbows were memories, the memories of each person's mundane lives. Only Crazy Director Xiao Chen had used his mundane memories as a medium to step onto the path of cultivation. This was a path that only he could walk. He walked past one rainbow after another, unfettered by material restraints. Even the spreading world of nothingness and the collapsing universe's starry sky could not stop him. With a single step, he arrived within Bao Qi's rainbow of memories. Bao Qi's gaze was wild. You're courting death. The Crazy Director was only a progenitor. Although he had walked his own path, it did not mean that he could surpass realms to fight against an absolute powerhouse like Bao Qi. Even if he walked through the mundane world as a medium, Bao Qi could still easily kill him. The Crazy Director lowered his head and looked at Bao Qi. Your path is very smooth, but there's an additional mountain. You should move away from that mountain. After he finished speaking, he struck out with his palm. It was unknown what he did, but a blurry shadow appeared behind Bao Qi with a perplexed gaze. Bao Qi's eyes widened as he raised his hand to grab the Crazy Director. The Crazy Director could not dodge at all. So what if he walked through the mundane world? The absolute difference between them could not be made up for. The Crazy Director watched calmly. Death was also a kind of experience in the mundane world. He had seen through the world and achieved great enlightenment. He had crossed the existent realm into the incorporeal realm and used the incorporeal realm to break through the existent realm. The mundane world was him and he was the mundane world. Just as Bao Qi was about to grab the Crazy Director, a familiar power spread over, causing him to be shocked. He turned his head to look, but it was impossible. In the distance, a silent power was expanding and heading towards him. Bao Qi was stunned. Wasn't that his power? Jianghu had used the 8-star Jialan. As long as she was within a certain range, she could borrow the power that appeared. She was borrowing Bao Qi's power, using violence to curb violence, using silence to fight silence. The silent power continued to spread towards Bao Qi, causing the spiritualized cultivators to be stunned. How could such a thing happen? Even the round-faced elder, Palace Mistress Yao, and the rest were stunned. Lu Yin took the opportunity to strike out with his palm. You still have the leisure to look elsewhere? The round-faced elder retracted his gaze and looked at Lu Yin deeply. They had indeed underestimated the Xuanhuan universe. Although this universe did not have a unified cultivation model and developed on its own, it had developed many strange powers that could always turn the tide of a battle at a critical moment. Lu Yin relaxed as he had not expected the Crazy Director to make a move. Bao Qi's power brought about too much pressure, and absolute power could not be made up for by mere tricks. Lu Yin had no way of restraining Bao Qi, but fortunately he had the crazy director in Jialongzhilua. However, Jialongzhilua's innate gift could only be used once within a short period of time. What would he do after that? Also, what had the crazy director done to Bao Qi? Bao Qi slapped the cauldron bell, and a silent power spread out, coming into contact with the power that Jialongzhilua had drawn out. It was like two absolute darkness devouring and wearing each other down. The crazy director took the opportunity to flee. Although he had seen through the world of mortals, he was not seeking death. If not for the fact that he had no other choice, he would not have attacked Bao Qi. The difference between them was too great, and his opponents had always been progenitors who had not even reached the sequence laws. Bao Qi stared at Jialongzhilua crazily. "You actually have such an innate gift. Woman, you've piqued my interest. Come with me and I'll guarantee that you'll be able to join beyond heaven." Jialongzhilua did not say a word. She was also thinking about what to do after this 8-star sapphire battle. The dark power continued to spread, causing the battlefield to expand as well. Far away in the frozen universe, a woman stood atop a shattered mecha. This 12th ring mecha was completely frozen, and the person inside had long since died. Around it was another progenitor from the Xuanhuan universe who had died. It was Venerable Xianxia, who had once held the auction for the Mirage Stones. Progenitors from the Xuanhuan universe were constantly rushing to this battlefield, but the survival rate of these ordinary progenitors was not much better than the mechas. Of course, the mechas were the most miserable. They were too large, and although their attack and defense had reached the progenitor level, there were too many spiritualized universe experts. Now, less than half of the mechas on the battlefield were destroyed. The woman stepped on the mecha, and in front of her, ice blades slashed in all directions, tearing apart the world of nothingness. The world of nothingness, which was originally filled with danger and horror, was now a sign of an expert attacking. The woman's name was xuanhuan, and she was an elder of the Jade Water Palace in Beyond Heaven. The palace master was the #1 person under Sangtian Jade. For xuanhuan to be able to become an elder of the Jade Water Palace, her strength was ranked among the top in Beyond Heaven. Another mecha was shattered, and the ice spirit directly pierced through it. This mecha was only a 10th ring and could not withstand xuanhuan's attack. At this moment, the biting cold blade slashed down from above. Xuanhuan looked up. Above her head, an extremely cold air formed a dome. No matter how the blade slashed down, it was unharmed. The coldness spread along the blade. The person who attacked was Lung Qing. The moment the blade came into contact with the coldness, she subconsciously let go. Any later and it would have been frozen. This woman had an extremely powerful ice cultivation technique. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 33-38. Xuanhuan was disdainful of Lung Qing. A mere ancestor who had not even comprehended the sequence laws was not qualified to fight her. She could easily kill him. Cold air spread out in the void, freezing the surroundings and turning the corner white. Lung Qing used Sky Knife Realm. Countless blades extended from bottom to top, reaching Xuanhuan's feet. In Lung Qing's ancestral world, one had to walk past the blades. Xuanhuan frowned when she saw the endless long blades slashing toward her. He had some power. There were not many spiritualized universe ancestors who could bring her a chill, but that was all there was to it. Sequence particles appeared, causing Sky Knife Realm to crumble. Lung Qing raised his hand and a blade formed. He slashed at Xuanhuan as if he was going to die. Xuanhuan snorted and sequence particles flew toward Lung Qing. They condensed and formed a human figure. It was Palace Master Jade. Xuanhuan cultivated the same sequence technique as the round-faced elder. It was God Reflection, ranked 8th. God Reflection used imagination to attack. It could use sequence particles to form an imaginary being. If there were enough sequence particles, it could even unleash the power of that being. Imagination was like deceiving the universe, making the universe believe that the being imagined was real. The Grim Reaper imagined by the round-faced elder did not exist, but he could use the power of imagination to attack. The person Xuanhuan imagined was Palace Master Jade. Palace Master Jade was real. Xuanhuan had followed Palace Master Jade for many years. The more she understood Palace Master Jade, the more power she could unleash in her imagination. God Reflection Palace Master Jade appeared. She opened her hand and a water droplet appeared. She waved her hand and a green sword light slashed at Lung Qing. Lung Qing slashed out and his body froze. The green sword light pierced through his forehead, and his body fell down slowly. This was war. This was a battlefield. No one knew who would live and who would die. Leng Qing's body fell and floated in the sky. Xuanhuan retracted her gaze and was about to leave when she turned around. There was still someone there. There were so many people in the Xuanhuan universe who were courting death. Elder Chan looked at Leng Qing's floating body with a complicated expression. They had known each other for many years. One of them was responsible for the above heaven sect's affairs, while the other helped the path master. They got along well. Who would have thought that Leng Qing would die in the blink of an eye? You want to fight me without even comprehending the sequence laws. Although you people from the Xuanhuan universe are weak, your spirits are not bad, Xuanhuan said coldly. Elder Chan looked at Xue. Thank you for the compliment. Your spirits can drag you to death. Xuanhuan was disdainful. You're even weaker than that person just now. Leng Qing was one of the leaders of the 12 heavenly gates of the above heaven sect. In the previous era of the above heaven sect, he was recognized as a peerless half-martial ancestor. After breaking through to the half-martial ancestor realm, he had a chance of comprehending the sequence laws, as long as he was given time. Elder Chan was an expert of the current era, and he had continued the Daosor sect's era. Most of his strength actually came from the 3 young ancestral qi. Now that he had broken through to the ancestral realm, the entire ancestral realm had been created for Lu Yin's sake. In terms of killing power, Elder Chan, who did not use the 3 young ancestral qi, could not compare to Leng Qing. This was especially true for Leng Qing's indomitable spirit. Behind the water painting, Palace Master Yao appeared with her palm facing down, and water droplets appeared. It was the Lu Tianyi who had pierced through the water painting with a finger. That was the real Lu Tianyi. For this, Elder Chan had used his life as bait to prevent Xuanhuan from detecting the sequence particle. He had been waiting for that moment. To close the huge gap was not something that could be done with brute force. Leng Qing had attacked forcefully and was killed before she could even get close to Xuanhuan. As for Elder Chan, he had used the Lu Tianyi projection to pierce through Xuanhuan's neck. Xuanhuan clutched her neck. Lu Tianyi had disappeared and Elder Chan had collapsed. Her sequence particle was also dissipating. How could this be? He was just an ant. Blood dyed her body red. Xuanhuan knelt on one knee and stared at Elder Chan's corpse. An ant, an ant. Yet he had caused her a fatal injury. She could not accept this. How could this be? She would not die. This injury was not enough to kill her. She immediately got up and walked towards the stone door. She wanted to return to the battleship. Suddenly, the surface of her body shattered. She did not know when the sequence particle had descended and shattered her body. In the distance, Lu Tianyi retracted his gaze. The woman was dead, but Elder Chan and Leng Qing could not be revived. This war was crueler than the Battle of Disaster Region and the Battle of Immemorial City. It had not been long since the war began, but people he knew were dying one after another. If he had not sensed his own power, he would not have seen Elder Chan's battlefield. Looking at the entire battlefield, there were too many people who had died silently. Would he die on this battlefield? Looking around, he was surrounded by 2 spiritualized universe sequence rule powerhouses. Lu Tianyi's strength was so strong that even these spiritualized universe sequence rule powerhouses were wary. Lu Tianyi sensed his own power and made a move. On the other side, Palace Master Yao also sensed that Xuanhuan had used her green water harmless sword. However, she was too far away. Even if she saw Lu Tianyi attacking Xuanhuan, she could not do anything. Behind them, a few colossal beings were fighting. Some were from the spiritualized universe, while others were from the Xuanhuan universe. Spiritualized universe sequence rule powerhouses could choose to take any form during their spiritual molting as long as they were willing. Although most of them chose to take on the form of humans, some chose to take on the form of giant astral beasts. Among the spiritualized universe sequence rule powerhouses who were on the expedition to the Xuanhuan universe, there were a few sequence rule powerhouses who appeared in the form of giant astral beasts. The ones dealing with these giant astral beasts were naturally Su Wang, Li Shou, and the others. Even Xin Ying and Zhu Meng had appeared. The battle between a bunch of colossal beings was shocking. Looking at the battlefield, everyone was most concerned about the battle between Bao Qi and Jialan Jilua. The battle between the 2 dark forces gradually disappeared. Bao Qi laughed malevolently. He slammed his palm on the cauldron bell. A silent power spread out again. On the opposite side, Jialan Jilua gritted his teeth. 8-star Jialan could only be used after some time. This was troublesome. Just as they were about to fight to the death with Bao Qi suddenly froze in place. His gaze was perplexed as if he had been stunned. On the opposite side, Jialan Jilua and the others exchanged glances. They did not know what had happened. Only the crazy headmaster heaved a sigh of relief. He had succeeded. It was worth it to fight to the death. He hoped that this was a blessing and not a disaster. The headmaster's palm strike against Bao Qi was a mortal heart refinement. His goal was not to harm Bao Qi, but to help him enter the bitter adversity realm. The so-called bitter adversity was something that outsiders could not describe. It was neither an external enemy nor an inner demon. Rather, it was a kind of self-preservation and breakthrough. The Grand Empyrean's bitter adversity was to defeat the only true God. For this, he would not hesitate to pay a huge price. The Star Toad's bitter adversity was a reward that he had collected. It was a business. For this, he was willing to be threatened by Lu Yin to deal with Tianfa. Everyone's bitter adversity was different. Bitter adversity could be seen as the most stubborn side of a person's heart, but it could also be seen as the craziest side. Only by passing through bitter adversity could one reach the eternal realm. Even if one wanted to restart the universe, they had to be in the bitter adversity realm. Everyone who passed through bitter adversity was a madman. However, Bao Qi did not pass through bitter adversity. He had his own plans. Once he passed through bitter adversity, his thoughts and actions would change. Even he did not know what he would become. Looking at the entire battlefield, there was no one who could defeat Bao Qi, including Lu Yin. At most they could fight Bao Qi, but they could not defeat him. The crazy headmaster had seen through this and used the mortal heart refinement to push Bao Qi onto the path of bitter adversity. At this moment, Bao Qi had officially stepped into bitter adversity. No one knew what Bao Qi would do to pass through bitter adversity. Perhaps it would be the same as before, or perhaps it would be different. Perhaps he would be like everyone else, needing to restart the universe in order to reach the eternal realm. Or perhaps he could really pass through bitter adversity. This was the crazy headmaster's worry, but it was also the only solution at the moment. Cutting off other people's thoughts would allow one to achieve one's own desires. It was a helpless action. In the distance, the battle between Chu Yi and Palace Mistress Yao was filled with treachery. One used the Tao of Tianyi to avoid danger, while the other specialized in killing. Although the area of effect was small, even a powerhouse like Tianxi did not want to get close. Tianxi himself could not escape either. Su Wangtian and Hongyan Mavis joined forces to attack him. She's always wanted to surpass me and become the first person to overcome the suffering, but she hasn't even found her own suffering yet. Master, I still don't understand. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. De Chang, Master really wants to explain it to you. Master misses you. With that, the universe shattered. The ancestral ancestor raised his head and looked in a certain direction. Thank you for letting me see De Chang again. Your ability to enter dreams is really powerful. Sang Tian, you must be one of them. Outside Primeval City, a black-robed figure was surprised. You actually broke through my nightmare? You're even more powerful than I imagined. Underground, the ancestral ancestor shook his head. Olmu, send him off. The sound of a flute rang out, and the black-robed figure directly vanished. Mr. Mu walked out. He left after a single strike without any hesitation. He's more like a killer. It looks like the spiritualized universe doesn't have much of an advantage on the border battlefield. Go ahead. I can deal with this, said the ancestral ancestor. Mr. Mu glanced at him and nodded before vanishing into thin air. The people on the battleship outside the stone gate did not look at anything else. They only stared at Bao Qi. They were afraid that Bao Qi would go crazy. They couldn't imagine how terrifying a crazy Sang Tian was. The battleship had already retreated time and time again. It could not retreat any further. On the deck, the man and two women who had killed the abandoned person also stared at Bao Qi cautiously. Suddenly, the three of them looked to the left. Sequence particles covered the battleship and swept past it. A fear that came from the depths of their hearts spread. No one was an exception. This was a sequence rule that came from Second Life's Second Bone. 3 styles of leaving bone. White Bone leaped onto the battleship and charged toward the man and 2 women. The man and 2 women looked at each other and attacked at the same time. They had joined forces to kill the abandoned person. There were still people from the Tianyuan universe who dared to board the battleship. The 3 of them were known as the 3 assassins in the spiritualized universe. They attacked as one. Second Bone and the others were known as Second Life. The 5 of them worked together and traversed parallel spacetime. The 3 assassins against the Second Life. No matter how one looked at it, they began a massacre on the battleship's deck. Broken Stinger Combo, Big Dipper Strange Crow, Spiritualized Weapon, Assimilation of the Body, Sequence Arts, 3 Styles of Leaving Bone, and Community of Fate. Blood flowed on the deck. Second Gang fell to the ground, his body almost shattered. Second Meng had lost half of her body. On the other side, one of the three assassins was permanently down, while the other was clearly heavily injured. Her hair was dyed red. There was no nonsense. There was only slaughter. Neither side was good at talking. The massacre on the deck attracted the attention of all the elite geniuses on the battleship. They all looked nervous. They had thought that the invasion would be easy to resolve. When they set out, everyone thought that they would reap great rewards and record it in the history of the spiritualized universe. They never thought that things would turn out like this. From the looks of it, the three assassins were finished. They couldn't stop the enemy. In the end, the last of the three assassins fell. It was the man. The man was bathed in blood and collapsed on the deck. Before he died, he took Second Bone with him. Second Life was extremely strong. He had paid the price of 2 lives to kill the 3 assassins. However, they hadn't truly died. Following Second Purple's community of fate, Second Gang and Second Bone were revived. This scene made the hearts of the people on the battleship sink to the bottom. There was such a thing? They could be revived even after death? This scene refreshed their worldview. The path of the spiritualized universe was too smooth and clear. From the moment a person was born, what was suitable for them to cultivate, what they would achieve in the end, and what kind of strength they would have. Other than the change at the moment of spiritualization, there were no other changes, even though it brought about a strong and prosperous life to the entire spiritualized universe. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The power system had also erased their creativity. Now they had seen the various wonders of Second Life, the giant mecha from the Xuanhuan universe, and Lu Yin's various powers. They had personally witnessed the birth of a new world. But now they had to face Second Life. Lu Yin had purposely allowed Second Life to attack the battleship at the most opportune moment. His goal was to wipe out the spiritualized universe's younger generation and make these people hesitate. He hadn't expected Abandoned Path to attack first and die in the end. Abandoned Path had not died in vain, as Second Life had seen the 3 assassins' abilities. Second Life had chosen to attack when the battleship had retreated the furthest because of Bao Qi, which was indeed the most opportune moment. With the 3 assassins dead, Second Life did not hesitate to attack the battleship. He had thought that he would be able to easily enter the cabin like Abandoned Path had, but he had not expected to be blocked by an umbrella. Inside the cabin, the spiritualized universe's elites sighed in relief. It's the 10th-ranked Sky Devourer Parasol. I didn't expect it to be here. No wonder Sang Tian only sent 3 assassins to guard this place. It's because of the Sky Devourer Parasol. These people definitely won't be able to break in. How did that person manage to break in? There must be an opportunity for the Sky Devourer Parasol to appear. From the looks of it, that opportunity is the death of the 3 assassins. The 3 assassins were the first line of defense for the battleship. When they died, the second line of defense would be activated, which was the Sky Devourer Parasol. Against the Sky Devourer Parasol, Second Life attacked with all his might, but he discovered that all his power had flowed into the sea and disappeared. In the distance, Lu Yin frowned when he saw this scene. Across from him, the round-faced elders sneered. If you can think of it, then how can my spiritualized universe not think of it? When faced with an absolute difference in strength, the only way to reverse the situation is to make us not dare to attack. Junior, I admit that I underestimated your Tianyuan universe, but you underestimated us as well. Lu Yin looked at the round-faced elder. Even though you believe that there is an absolute difference in strength, you still use the sequence as a base to protect yourself. It's no wonder that your spiritualized universe has been able to develop until now. How about it? I'll give you one more chance. Join my spiritualized universe and enter beyond heaven. I guarantee that you will be the next Sang Tian. My spiritualized universe has recruited more than one powerhouse from another universe. We don't need you. Lu Yin mocked. Has Black-White Godless entered beyond heaven? Naturally. But they were thrown out of the spiritualized universe by you. Since they joined my spiritualized universe, they naturally had to contribute. We killed our way here as well, let alone them. You had no other choice, but they were abandoned by you. It looks like you are determined to become enemies with my spiritualized universe. Do you know that we are only the first batch? The round-faced elder's gaze turned cold. Lu Yin was not surprised. If the spiritualized universe only had this much strength, then where did they get the confidence to deal with the consciousness universe, the Tianyuan universe, the 7 great Sang Tians, and above them were you Sang Tian, Wushang Tian, and Beyond Heaven? Beyond Heaven had gathered the entire spiritualized universe's powerhouses, as well as some of the sequence bases that had yet to succeed. If your Xuanhuan universe can't stop us, then you will still be defeated. If you can, then when the second batch of powerhouses arrives, you will also be defeated. The round-faced elder's golden brush forced Lu Yin back, and he retreated towards the stone door. Along the way, Bao Qi remained standing calmly, staring at the cauldron bell in a daze. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3340. Lu Yin immediately ordered Second Life to leave the battleship. He had miscalculated, as the battleship's defenses had exceeded his expectations. Even so, he could not let Second Life die for nothing. They definitely would not be able to withstand a single attack from the round-faced elder. Given the elder's speed, Second Life would not be able to escape even if they wanted to. Lu Yin was facing the sealed world, and if he forcefully attacked, he would fall into the elder's trap and be turned upside down. The round-faced elder smirked. It all depended on Lu Yin's choice. If Lu Yin did not attack, he would kill Second Life, but if he did, he would be in trouble. Lu Yin attacked, and the round-faced elder's lips curled up. Junior, you're still too inexperienced to fight me. The sealed world was not limited to just this. He only needed one chance to heavily injure Lu Yin and eliminate the greatest threat to the Xuanhuan universe. Lu Yin attacked, but not the round-faced elder. Instead, he attacked Bao Qi. Bao Qi was still immersed in his bitter adversity. Passing bitter adversity was not a transformation of one's realm, but rather a change in one's self-awareness and one's future. At this moment, he was immersed in bitter adversity, which meant that the spiritualized universe had lost a powerhouse. Of course, Jianghu and the others did not dare attack Bao Qi. Passing bitter adversity did not mean that one's strength would decrease. On the contrary, it might even increase one's strength. Lu Yin had no other choice. Only by attacking Bao Qi would he be able to resolve the crisis brought about by the round-faced elder. The round-faced elder had dug a hole for Lu Yin and was waiting for him to jump in. Lu Yin would then push Bao Qi into the hole, and it would depend on whether the Xuanhuan universe or the spiritualized universe could afford to lose Bao Qi. Lu Yin struck out a palm at Bao Qi. He had the strength of a peak life form, and if Bao Qi could not resist this attack, he would definitely be heavily injured. The round-faced elder had not expected Lu Yin to attack Bao Qi, and he did not hesitate to block the attack. Although there was competition between Sang Tian and Sang Tian, he could not allow Bao Qi to be killed by Lu Yin. Otherwise, he would not be able to answer to Sang Tian. He could not guarantee that Lu Yin would be able to kill Bao Qi. Lu Yin's strength was too terrifying. Wherever the golden brush pointed, a golden ray of light streaked across the sky and blocked Bao Qi's path. Lu Yin's palm struck the golden ray of light, causing the void not far from Bao Qi and causing the bell to vibrate. Second Life and the others took this opportunity to distance themselves from the battleship. When the cauldron bell vibrated, Bao Qi's eyes moved. He looked up at Lu Yin, who had struck him with a palm, and then turned to leave. Lu Yin's. The round-faced old man was also taken aback. Including Jianghu and the others, they all looked at Bao Qi. What happened to the crazy man? In the face of Lu Yin's attack, even a progenitor would fight back, let alone Sang Tian. Lu Yin was clearly using Sang Tian's life to attract the round-faced old man's attention. Bao Qi endured it and walked towards the stone door. It was strange and quiet, causing the surrounding battlefield to become silent. No one had expected that Bao Qi, who had suddenly crossed bitter adversity, would be like this. Quite a few people looked at the crazy dean. He was clearly just a progenitor, yet he had made a miraculous contribution. Regardless of what happened to Bao Qi, at least for now, the spiritualized universe had lost an absolute expert. The round-faced old man shouted, "Bao Qi, attack!" Bao Qi ignored him and turned around to enter the battleship. The round-faced old man had a strange expression on his face. What exactly was this fellow's bitter adversity? Everyone's bitter adversity was different. It depended on one's own experiences, thoughts, cultivation path, and so on. It might be strange or tragic, but the round-faced old man's bitter adversity was an ambition that he had set since he was young. This ambition had accompanied him for his entire life, and when he had become Sang Tian, he had already achieved this ambition. However, because of this ambition, it had become his bitter adversity that he could not speak of. Then what about Bao Qi? What was his bitter adversity? No one would tell others what their bitter adversity was, and the round-faced old man only knew that he could not rely on Bao Qi in this battle. He could only head towards the battleship, as it would be futile to continue fighting. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Bao Qi had fallen into bitter adversity. If Bao Qi did not intend to act, then the spiritualized universe would lose an absolute powerhouse. Lu Yin would not hold back and he would gain the upper hand in this battle no matter what. When he thought of this, a small boat of flowing light appeared around Lu Yin. He waved his hand and the river of time appeared. The river of time surged forward and everyone in the spiritualized universe who saw this scene was stunned. Is that the river of time? Impossible, how could the river of time appear? Even Sang Tian could not draw it out. The appearance of the river of time completely shocked all the cultivators in the spiritualized universe. The round-faced old man's pupils shrank. The river of time. The mirage domain was indeed in the Xuanhuan universe. How hateful. The mirage domain had actually been fixed in the Xuanhuan universe. Why had the origin not appeared yet? Why hadn't they told them that this person could draw out the river of time? This was no ordinary power, as it touched upon the spiritualized universe's cultivation blind spot. If they had not lost their mirage domain, how could they not have been able to draw out the river of time? How could they not have the sequence technique of the time domain? Although he could see through time and cause Lu Yin's parallel time to fail, that was because he had relied on his cultivation to forcefully break through the time domain. Without the river of time, the spiritualized universe had very little cultivation in the time domain. They did not have anything like crossing the river of time or fishing in it. This included the fact that they did not have a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. This was something that the spiritualized universe lacked. The primogenitor, Mr. Mu, and the others had fixed their mirage domain, which had attracted murderous intent and made the Xuanhuan universe the target of everyone. It was extremely risky, but this action alone had greatly reduced the gap between the Xuanhuan universe and the spiritualized universe. If the Xuanhuan universe did not have a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time, how could Lu Yin have reached his current cultivation? If the Xuanhuan universe did not have a mirage domain like the spiritualized universe and was lacking in the time domain, then the gap between the two would be extremely exaggerated. Just as the spiritualized universe had guessed, once they invaded, there would be a massacre. The Xuanhuan universe would not be able to withstand the spiritualized universe. The mirage domain did not have the concept of time and could be used for cultivation. It also contained the river of time, which could cause a different flow of time to appear in the universe. It also contained an indescribable forbidden land of karma, as well as mysteries that even eternal life realms could not see through. However, the mirage domain's appearance also brought with it great danger. Aside from attracting murderous intent from the spiritualized universe, the primogenitor had suffered, the above heaven sect had been destroyed, and Maiden had also been drawn out. In the end, no one knew what the mirage domain would bring to the Xuanhuan universe. At least for now, Lu Yin had drawn out the river of time, which had stunned everyone from the spiritualized universe. They could only stare at the river in confusion. The small boat entered the river of time, and Lu Yin stepped onto the boat. Images from the past flashed past him. After crossing the river of time, he saw the spiritualized universe's battleship. He took a step forward, and his body shuttled through the void until he appeared on the deck of the battleship. In front of him were the images of the three assassins killing abandoned path. Lu Yin could not change the past, so he could only appear here. The images around him constantly shuttled back and forth. Bao Qi had gone berserk, and the battleship had retreated. Second Anima had attacked, and the three assassins had fallen. The Heaven Devourer parasol appeared and Bao Qi returned. When the images stopped, Lu Yin was already standing on the deck of the battleship. Behind him was the giant Heaven Devourer parasol, and in front of him was the stone door that towered into the sky. There was also a round-faced elder standing outside the door. The round-faced elder turned around and stared at the battleship in shock. Was this traversing time? In the distance, Palace Mistress Yao Tianxi and the other spiritualized universe's experts were all shocked. Traversing time? This person could actually change his past. What kind of power was this? This was the power that the mirage domain had given him. Bao Qi, the round-faced elder roared. At this moment, Lu Yin was on the battleship. Only Bao Qi was here and only he could stop Lu Yin. Lu Yin struck the Heaven Devourer parasol with a palm, causing the battleship to sway. Inside the battleship, Bao Qi's eyes were closed and he did not move at all. The cauldron bell shook in front of him, but it did not cause any ripples from him. The spiritualized universe's geniuses were all shocked, as they could feel Lu Yin's terrifying power up close. Everyone was overturned by this power and Yuanmi crashed into the wall. He looked up, his face pale. What a monster. The purple-haired woman, the cat, and the trembling person hiding under the blanket were all overturned, and the entire battleship was almost flipped over. A jade sword flashed through the void and slashed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin pointed out a finger, and a blackish-purple glow appeared on his fingertip as it collided with the jade sword. The jade sword froze in the void and then dissipated. Palace Mistress Yao's expression changed slightly. What terrifying strength. It was no wonder that this person could fight against the president. This person was definitely an expert on the same level as Sang Tian. The round-faced elder quickly rushed towards the battleship, and the sealed world sequence particles surged as they continuously enveloped the void. Lu Yin did not have the time to waste, as the distance between them wasn't great to begin with. The round-faced elder could arrive in an instant, but he had been unable to shatter the parasol and battleship. He could tell that this parasol was also a sequence foundation. The spiritualized universe had actually brought 4 sequence foundations to invade the Xuanhuan universe. Since they were sequence foundations, Lu Yin pressed both hands against the Heaven Devourer parasol and released the starry sky from his heart. The Sky Palace's power circulated, and with a loud roar the entire battleship shook once more. The enormous Heaven Devourer parasol was forcibly pulled out by Lu Yin before the eyes of the spiritualized cultivators. Stop! The round-faced elder was furious, and he hurled his golden brush at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stubbornly resisted the Heaven Devourer parasol, and the stars in his heart revolved as sequence particles spread out. This was so close, yet worlds apart, and he instantly vanished. The landscape map's sequence particles were mobilized by Lu Yin, and the starry sky at his heart also contained sequence laws. The moment Lu Yin vanished, the round-faced elder rushed over and looked at the empty battleship. The Heaven Devourer parasol was gone, and Lu Yin had snatched it away just like that. The round-faced elder immediately chased after Lu Yin, but he suddenly stopped. Black robes had appeared, and it was the spiritualized expert who had ambushed Immemorial City. They were prepared and they failed. A voice came from within black robes. The round-faced elder clenched his fists and looked at Lu Yin indignantly. He then said something to Black Robes, who was astonished. That troublesome? All right. With that, Black Robes vanished. Lu Yin carried the Heaven Devourer parasol and ran away, and none of the spiritualized cultivators dared to stop him along the way. After all, he was an absolute powerhouse who had battled with Sang Tian, and even Palace Mistress Yao's invincible jade blade had been unable to do anything to him. The next moment, Mr. Mu walked out from outer space and immediately saw Lu Yin carrying the Heaven Devourer parasol. He was astonished, but he did not ask any questions as he looked at the stone door. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3341. The moment Mr. Mu appeared, all of the spiritualized universe's cultivators retreated. The round-faced elder stood outside the stone door and glared at Lu Yin, his eyes filled with indignation and anger. The universe finally calmed down. The battle had not lasted for long. From the moment Lu Yuan was surrounded to the moment the celestial sect arrived, it had been an encounter. However, the intensity of this encounter was no less than the final battle between Immemorial City and the Eternals. Just one encounter had resulted in heavy casualties on both sides. The spiritualized universe did not want to fight anymore, and the Xuanhuan universe's people were tired as well. They slowly retreated, and the two sides looked at each other across the universe. No one had expected such a situation. The spiritualized universe had thought that they could easily end the Xuanhuan universe, so there had been no discussion at all from the start of the battle. The Xuanhuan universe's side had not expected the spiritualized universe to suddenly stop. Lu Yin had predicted that this encounter would result in a life-and-death battle. He did not know how many people from the Xuanhuan universe would die, but he wanted to kill as many people from the spiritualized universe as possible. Unfortunately, his strength did not allow him to do so. The spiritualized universe's strength had been fully displayed. If Bao Qi had not suddenly fallen into bitter calamity, Lu Yin would not have been able to snatch the Sky Devourer parasol, and he might not have survived his second life. This was a battle between universes. It was the most intense and highest-level battlefield for all living creatures. Master, how's Immemorial City? Lu Yin asked. Mr. Mu replied, as we expected, someone from the spiritualized universe ambushed Tai Chu. It's a dreamwalker, but it's not on the other side. Lu Yin was surprised. It's not? He looked in the direction of the stone door and saw that the spiritualized universe's experts had all gathered on the battleship. They had lost nearly half of their forces, and there was no unfamiliar expert that Mr. Mu was concerned about. Where was that expert? Outside the stone door, the round-faced elder walked out from the battleship. Lu Yin and the others looked over and saw the elder appear between the battleship and the Xuanhuan universe's side. You're the current master of the Xuanhuan universe, right? The celestial sex path master Lu Yin. Lu Yin walked out and instantly appeared in front of the round-faced elder. The two were less than 100 meters apart, and there was practically no distance between them. This was a conversation between the highest-level people on both sides. You're the president of the Spiritualized Universe Chamber of Commerce, right? Lu Yin asked. The round-faced elder clasped his hands behind his back, sizing up Lu Yin with a sigh of admiration. Before the battle, I didn't have the time to talk to you, but after this battle, your Xuanhuan universe has gained my recognition. I admit that I underestimated you. But that's all you can do. Our spiritualized universe has a supreme pinnacle. The Imperial Mulberry Sky, the 7 Great Mulberry Skies, and countless experts from the Grandmasters. Cut the crap, old man, Lu Yin interrupted. The round-faced old man had a gloomy expression. How many years had it been since anyone dared to interrupt him? Even Lord Yusheng was extremely polite to him. This junior, whose seniority was even lower than his disciples, actually dared to speak to him like this. Lu Yin did not care about the round-faced elder's thoughts at all. We know what you want to do. The Xuanhuan universe cannot be handed over to you. Don't even think about convincing us to join you. That's all nonsense. I'll give you 2 choices. Fight to the death. Either we die or you die. Go back and never set foot in the Xuanhuan cosmos again. The round-faced elder was amused. Junior, do you know what you're saying? I'll give you 2 choices too. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. You can either join our spiritualized universe and become a mulberry sky. This glory is something that not many people in the spiritualized universe have obtained in countless years. Or you can be tortured and imprisoned by our spiritualized universe and eventually die. You have no other choice. As for the people behind you, if they're willing, they can join us and enjoy the fortune of rebooting the Xuanhuan universe. If they're not willing, then they'll die. Our spiritualized universe's strength is far greater than yours. You can't even recognize the difference in strength. You think that you can negotiate with our spiritualized universe just because you blocked our first attack? What a joke. Lu Yin was disdainful. You're the one who's negotiating with us. I'm not interested in talking nonsense with you. Since that's the case, let's fight. We'll definitely destroy your group. No matter how many people from the spiritualized universe come, we'll kill them all. Lu Yin started as an ordinary person. On the battleship, many people's gazes landed on Xianxia with curiosity. Lu Yin looked young, but he could actually fight with Sang Tian and become the master of the Xuanhuan universe. They did not know how he had done it. How long had he cultivated? 10,000 years? 100,000 years? Or even longer? Xianxia raised his head and said in a low voice, 100 years. Everyone was stunned, thinking that they had misheard. Sir Xianxia, did you just say 1,000,000 years? It's 1,000,000 years. Why does it sound like 100 years? Use your brain. How can it be 100 years? 100 years to cultivate to become a master of the universe? Are you kidding? Palace Master Yao's tone was cold. 100 years? Xianxia nodded. He looked at Lu Yin, who was confronting the president in the starry sky. There was deep fear in his eyes. 100 years. This person is a descendant of the Lu family. However, his cultivation has been destroyed. It's only been 100 years since he started cultivating again from an ordinary person. However, even if we count his status as a descendant of the Lu family, it's only a few decades longer. Everyone was shocked. They looked at Lu Yin in the distance, unable to believe it. It was really 100 years. What could he do in 100 years? The life of an ordinary person? No. On some planets, ordinary people could live for 1,000 years or even longer. This was merely 100 years. Just 100 years. The elite geniuses on the battleship had all cultivated for decades or even 100 years. What was their strength? How on earth had this person cultivated? Lu Yin, have faced more threats than you can imagine. Old man, your tricks are useless. Threats and temptations. What else can you do besides that? If even the temptation of an eternal life is useless to me, what other temptations can you find? Lu Yin's voice resounded through the universe. At that moment, his words sounded completely different to the people in the spiritualized universe. A young expert who had cultivated to the level of facing off against Sang Tian in a mere 100 years. No matter what he said, it was enough to change history. Even a sneeze would be remembered by history. Countless people in the Xuanhuan universe were shocked by Lu Yin, and this was happening in the spiritualized universe. However, some people in the spiritualized universe were already aware that Tianfeng had been killed in the Battle of Yi region. Many people in the spiritualized universe had seen that scene, but they had not expected Lu Yin to transform so quickly. At that time, Lu Yin could only fight against a primordial realm expert at most. Sang Tian was not someone he could fight against. They had been in a hurry to come to the Xuanhuan universe, but unfortunately they were still a step too late. Now even Sang Tian could not get rid of Lu Yin. The round-faced elder was disappointed. Although our universes are different, our comprehension of the realms is the same. Bitter adversity and eternal life are the ultimate pursuits of every cultivator. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. If even these things cannot tempt you, then there really is nothing that can tempt you. However, this old man is very curious. He looked at Lu Yin. You became the master of a universe at such a young age, and you have the strength to fight against me in the bitter adversity realm. You are at the peak of the universe and there are very few who can surpass you. With such accomplishments, you should be able to look down on everything and not let any living being suppress you. You should be pursuing the ultimate eternal life, so why is it that even eternal life cannot tempt you? This old man and the others have lived for too long. Eternal life does not matter, but we want to experience the feeling of being invincible in the universe. To you, eternal life should be the greatest temptation. Lu Yin's gaze swept past the round-faced elder, and then he looked at the people in the spiritualized universe. Have you ever thought that the progenitor realm is the peak? The round-faced elder could not help but laugh. The progenitor realm is just the beginning of cultivation. Only by stepping into the progenitor realm can you have the qualifications to look up to eternal life. If you cannot even step into the progenitor realm, then you are just an ordinary cultivator. How can the progenitor be the peak? Lu Yin nodded. That's right. The progenitor realm is not the peak in your understanding, but in my understanding, the progenitor realm has been the peak for quite some time. I worked hard to cultivate and I climbed up step by step until I finally reached the progenitor realm. However, I discovered that there were still the laws, the primordial realm, bitter adversity, and eternal life above the progenitor realm. I don't know if there will be an even higher realm if I truly reach eternal life one day. If a path is endless, will you still look forward to the end of the path? The round-faced elder did not hesitate. Of course. We have already walked so far, so why not look at the end? Lu Yin said, I want to enjoy the scenery along the way. The round-faced elder could not help but laugh. This is a difference in cultivation culture. Lu Yin looked at him. This difference can never be made up for, which is why our Xuanhuan universe cannot join your spiritualized universe. None of us are stupid, and if we join your spiritualized universe, we will never be able to blend in due to the difference in cultivation culture. You will never give us the chance to step into eternal life. Old man, it is foolish to pretend to be a fox in front of a group of foxes. Ha ha, Junior, you are very interesting. What you said is an objective factor, but from a subjective point of view, our spiritualized universe sincerely wishes to accept you. As for the reason, I will not tell you as it is meaningless. Let's talk about something more practical. The round-faced elder's expression turned cold. You just took away the Sky Devourer parasol, which is ranked 10th in our spiritualized universe's sequence. I hope that you will return it. Lu Yin looked at the round-faced elder as if he was looking at an idiot. Do you think that I will return it? The round-faced elder was calm. You will. Since you care about the scenery along the way, if it is gone, will you still be able to appreciate it? What do you mean? Lu Yin frowned as he suddenly had a bad premonition. The round-faced elder calmly said, during this expedition to the Xuanhuan universe, our spiritualized universe sent 3 sanctions. Aside from Bao Qi and me, there is another one called Meng Sang who went to Immemorial City. Your master knows about it, but where is it now? Lu Yin stared at the round-faced elder, his unease growing stronger. Return the Sky Devourer parasol. Otherwise, it will destroy a part of spacetime every few minutes, as spacetime with people. The round-faced elder's words caused Lu Yin's scalp to tingle. Destroy a parallel spacetime with people? Lu Yin had never thought that such a thing would happen. Throughout the war with the Eternals had never destroyed a parallel spacetime with people. They had captured people to the Eternal Kingdom and broken the sequence's string. What they were doing was completely different from what the round-faced elder was saying. What? You don't believe me? End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3342. The round-faced elder clasped his hands behind his back, and his eyes were extremely cold. Meng Sang, it's a creature from my spiritualized universe, and it doesn't care about your Xuanhuan universe. My spiritualized universe was originally here to destroy your Xuanhuan universe, and it isn't human, so it won't care. If you don't believe me, you can wait. Less than half an hour has passed since we stopped fighting. Wait another half an hour and see if any parallel spacetime is destroyed. Right, it will definitely destroy the parallel spacetime that you're familiar with. Tianxi has been here for so long, so there are plenty of ways to find him. Lu Yin stared at the round-faced elder without speaking, as if trying to see through him. The round-faced elder's expression was calm, and he even had a smile on his face. No one could hear their conversation, but they could tell from their expressions. When the people from the Xuanhuan universe saw the round-faced elder's smile, their expressions turned ugly. They did not know what was going on. Mr. Mu retracted his gaze from outside the stone door. He had vaguely guessed that this had something to do with Sang Tian, who had ambushed Immemorial City. The spiritualized universe was a different universe. Although they were at a disadvantage in their expedition to the Xuanhuan universe, as they could not replenish their powerhouses in time, they also had an advantage, which was that they did not care about the life and death of this universe. At this moment, this was the only advantage that the spiritualized universe had. Did Lu Yin dare to gamble? Of course not. It was not because he was brave, but because he would definitely lose. The spiritualized universe did not care about the deaths of the Xuanhuan universe's creatures. Killing was difficult for ordinary people, and it was not easy for cultivators either. However, that only applied to a small number of people. If the number reached a certain level, the psychological burden would lessen. This was why some cultivators could easily destroy an entire planet and cause countless deaths, but they could not slaughter everyone with a single slash. The psychological pressure was different. Lu Yin believed that Meng Sang could definitely destroy a parallel spacetime, as they had come here to destroy the entire Xuanhuan universe. For the sake of a single sequence foundation, this matter was too easy for them. Lu Yin raised a hand, and the suppressed Sky Devourer parasol on the Xuanhuan universe's side trembled. It then flew towards Lu Yin under everyone's puzzled gazes. The round-faced elder's smile deepened. He knew that Lu Yin would compromise, and he had no choice but to do so. This person was still too young. The scenery along the way? What a joke. The scenery would change every time he walked, but the person himself would always be the same. This person's talent was extraordinary, reaching this level in just 100 years. This was something that no one else could do, but his weakness was equally obvious. He did not have the willpower and experience to match his current level. If it were him, he wouldn't care about those parallel universes at all. After all, there were too many of them. The value of a single sequence foundation was far beyond what those parallel universes could compare to. I'll return the sequence foundation to you. Before the outcome of our battle is decided, you are not to attack the innocent people of the Xuanhuan universe, Lu Yin said coldly. The round-faced old man agreed. Lu Yin grabbed the umbrella and flung it at the round-faced old man. They call you Lord Lu, so you are worthy of my respect. Lord Lu, consider it carefully. I agreed not to attack the innocent people of your Xuanhuan universe not because of the sky-devouring parasol, but because of you. I sincerely hope that you can join my spiritualized universe. For this, I can give you face. You should know that agreeing to your conditions is actually the most advantageous condition for my spiritualized universe in this war. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, as he had also thought of the possibility that if the spiritualized universe were to completely disperse and massacre the people of the Xuanhuan universe, then no matter how many experts he had, they would not be able to stop the spiritualized universe. Before the battle, Lu Yin had thought about many things, but he had never thought that the spiritualized universe would cross this bottom line. He planned to attack the younger generation of the spiritualized universe, as they were still cultivators and the future of the spiritualized universe. He had never thought of attacking the ordinary people of the spiritualized universe, as this was not within his considerations. However, the spiritualized universe had considered this, and this was their greatest advantage. Both sides stopped talking, and Lu Yin returned to the Xuanhuan universe's side while the round-faced old man returned to the battleship. He used the sealed realm to block the stone door and prevent the Xuanhuan universe from attacking. Lu Yin scattered the Xuanhuan universe's experts and surrounded the area. This was to prevent the spiritualized universe's people from splitting up and also to prevent them from meeting up with the one true God. He then returned to the Above Heaven sect and sought out the ancestor of the past. The Xuanhuan universe had sent out more than half of their experts to attack the spiritualized universe, but the result had been like this. Ever since they had learned of the spiritualized universe's name, the spiritualized universe had become more and more powerful in Lu Yin's eyes. They had not thought that they would have much of an advantage in a battle with the spiritualized universe, but after the battle, the spiritualized universe had voluntarily stopped fighting, and Lu Yin had even snatched the sky-devouring parasol away. No matter how powerful the spiritualized universe was, as long as it was not at the level where it could easily destroy the Xuanhuan universe, they could still fight. The most depressing thing was that they had clearly gained the upper hand, but they had been defeated by the spiritualized universe's disregard for life. That's right, from Lu Yin's point of view, this was a defeat. He had personally returned the sky-devouring parasol to the spiritualized universe and had even exposed his ability to traverse the river of time. Master Lu. When the ancestor of the past arrived, she did not participate in the battle. Lu Yin's back faced her as he looked at the lake. I snatched the sky-devouring parasol, but I was threatened by Sangtian's president. The ancestor of the past was calm. What do you want, Master Lu? Aren't you surprised? It's within my expectations. There are too many ways for a person without a bottom line to threaten someone with a bottom line. Master Lu, you have considered too many things and had too many misgivings. Lu Yin mocked himself. I don't know when I became like this, but I don't regret it. The ancestor of the past looked at Lu Yin's back. This is human. Lu Yin turned to look at the ancestor of the past. How can we salvage the situation? With your understanding of the spiritualized universe? The ancestor of the past was helpless. It's useless no matter how much I understand. Our strength is obvious. The war between our consciousness universe and the spiritualized universe has lasted for too many years, even longer than the war between your universe and the Eternals. This is a war between universes, and the time span is not something an ordinary person can imagine. After such a long time, even though we know a lot about the spiritualized universe, we are still unable to defeat them. Just a boulder's foundation is enough to make us helpless. Master Lu, you should know about the upper extremity and lower extremity heavens beyond, and the 10 extremities are supreme laws. Since the war between the spiritualized universe and the heavens origin universe, the greatest influence on you guys is not the upper extremity and lower extremity, as it is impossible for the supreme extremity to make a move. Yu Sangtian is in the consciousness universe and only a few of the 7 great Sangtians came, but they were all blocked by you guys. Instead, it is heavens beyond that has the greatest influence on you guys because there are too many progenitors and sequence law realm experts. Over the past 10 years, you have been gathering resources to create progenitors, and the number of such experts in the spiritualized universe will exceed your expectations. Lu Yin was indifferent. I didn't ask you to come here to say bad things. I want a solution or a way to find a solution. Very simple, go to the spiritualized universe, ancestor, she said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he looked at her. Go to the spiritualized universe? Ancestor, she said seriously, on the battlefield, unless you are invincible and can suppress the spiritualized universe with your own strength, you will be able to reach the heavens beyond extremity. Otherwise, you will not be able to gain any advantage on the battlefield. No matter what method you use, there will be an endless stream of experts from the spiritualized universe rushing over. The only way is to go to the spiritualized universe. With Master Lu's destructive power and turbid treasures, even the supreme extremity might not be able to do anything to you. You have done this more than once. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Won't I be recognized? Ancestor, she shook her head. This is different from what you have done before, and you will definitely be recognized. You will not be able to disguise yourself because you do not belong to the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe experts will be able to see through you as your aura is too obvious, just like how the 4 protectors can see through life forms that do not belong to this universe. What I mean is to destroy to your heart's content. With your ability, you will be able to avoid the upper limit and lower limit. You will be able to break through the bottom line as a human, just like how the spiritualized universe threatens you. I know that you might not be able to do anything to ordinary people, so you will have to deal with the cultivators. Since you have stepped onto the path of cultivation, you will have to fight to the death. This is the only way for the Xuanhuan universe to resist the spiritualized universe. You are not us, and our consciousness universe is different from the spiritualized universe in terms of life forms. That is why we have been able to last for so long. You are the same type of life form as them, and as long as there is a difference in strength, you will be destroyed sooner or later. Furthermore, the spiritualized universe has been plotting against you for far too long. Lu Yin sat down and stared at the lake in a daze. Ancestor, she continued, Master Lu, other than you, I can't think of anyone else in the Xuanhuan universe who can avoid the upper limit and lower limit in the spiritualized universe. Don't underestimate turbid treasures, especially yours. Even the Eternal is wary of it. The Eternal strength is comparable to Yu Sangtian's. Lu Yin was astonished. The only true God is comparable to you, Xianxia? Ancestor, she replied solemnly, I don't know the details, but it should be so. I can see Genesis's attitude towards the Eternal, and the Eternal is the only one who has come into contact with that grass grandmaster. I don't know what kind of existence the upper limit of the spiritualized universe is, as I have never come into contact with it. However, Yu Xianxia is definitely not an Eternal, and the Eternal should be the person who stands at the peak below the Eternal realm. If even the Eternal is wary of your turbid treasures, then we can at least be sure that Yu Xianxia cannot do anything to you in the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin tapped his finger on the table. Then what about the upper limit? I can't give you an absolutely safe plan. If I could, we would have used it long ago. This is the only way you can defeat the spiritualized universe and force them to retreat. If they lose their younger generation and can't do anything to you, the spiritualized universe will have no choice but to retreat. This path will be very difficult and you will be constantly facing death. There is also the psychological pressure from killing. Master Lu, can you handle it? Ancestor, she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not answer and instead asked, how long does it take to go from the Xuanhuan universe to the spiritualized universe? How do I get there? Ancestor, she pondered for a moment. It is an unexplainable path. The spiritualized universe calls it the distance of inches, which means that it can be reached in an instant. However, the distance between inches can never be reached. This distance can be very short for living things or it can be very short for the universe, but it can be very long for living things. The last time I secretly followed Tianxi and the rest to the Xuanhuan universe, it took me more than 10,000 years. There were many unforeseen events along the way, and I only managed to get here after much difficulty. This time, the spiritualized universe might have arrived 10,000 years earlier, or they might have a way to shorten the time. For example, that grass grandmaster. Thank you, brothers, for your support. New Year's Day is coming. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3343. Lu Yin frowned. He did not consider going to the spiritualized universe for the time being. Even if he could go, it would be too dangerous if he could not disguise himself. When he had first learned about the Eternal's bone ships, he had dared to go to the Calamity Zone because he could disguise himself and avoid detection from the 7 sky gods. Now he could not even disguise himself. If he went, it would be an endless battle and he could not guarantee that he would return alive. He was not someone who would seek death. The ancestor of the past had said that there was no other way. She hoped that Lu Yin would go to the spiritualized universe and wreak havoc. This would not only benefit the Xuanhuan universe, but also the consciousness universe. It would cause the spiritualized universe to retreat from both universes. Lu Yin had asked the ancestor of the past for her plan because he wanted to understand the spiritualized universe and not because he was really asking for her opinion. There would be a day when the Xuanhuan universe and the spiritualized universe would have a showdown. Who would be the next enemy? Xuanhuan was right. Perhaps it would be the consciousness universe. This was also what the ancestor of the past had considered. They were all potential enemies. You have been in our universe for so long. How can you be sure that the consciousness universe does not exist? Perhaps your consciousness universe has already been defeated, Lu Yin suddenly said. The ancestor of the past replied, I have never considered the issue of victory or defeat. If things remain the same as in the past and we are suppressed by the spiritualized universe, then I will think of a way to use you to deal with the spiritualized universe. If we are defeated, then I will take revenge. I am alone, and I have no way to investigate the situation of the consciousness universe. I can only do what I can. Are there no more creatures from your universe in our universe? Other than the black and white godless? Lu Yin asked. The ancestor of the past replied, absolutely not. I'm very sure. If there are, then they have always been in hiding and have never interfered in the battle between the humans and the Eternals. I cannot guarantee this. Lu Yin waved and dismissed the ancestor of the past. Not long after, he arrived at the cosmic sea and under the 5th pagoda. He raised his hand and wrote, Nong Yi died in battle at the border of the Xuanhuan universe. Today I will engrave his name so that the descendants will never forget. Forsaken, Su Wuwei, Dan Jing, Wang Jian. Leng Qing died in battle at the border of the Xuanhuan universe. Today I will engrave her name so that the descendants will never forget. After writing Leng Qing's name, Lu Yin's gaze turned complicated. Leng Qing was once the leader of one of the 12 heavenly gates. Ever since she had awakened, she had been loyal to him because he wielded the ancestral sword. No matter where she went, wherever the sword pointed, there was no fear of death. Lu Yin would never forget how Ling Qing had taken his place and blocked his path time and time again. She had entered the unknown universe alone in order to increase the above heavens sect's strength. She had been the first of the 12 Elysium sect's sect masters to attempt a breakthrough, and she had even gained enlightenment from watching Lu Yin's breakthrough. Ling Qing had deep feelings for him in the above heavens sect. Lu Yin also had feelings for him. They had been comrades, friends, and now this old friend was dead. Lu Yin stood at the foot of the 5th tower in a daze. He closed his eyes and let out a deep breath. He raised his hand and continued writing. Elder Chan died in battle at the border of the Xuanhuan universe. Today I will engrave his name so that I will never forget it. Yi Fuqian clenched his fists. Old Chan was also dead. The old man who had once trusted Yi Fuqian so much, who had paved the way for Yi Fuqian, who had blocked powerful enemies for Yi Fuqian, was dead. This old man who was willing to risk his life to go through the tribulation and establish the ancestral world just to help him take care of the above heaven sect was dead. This selfless old man who had dedicated his entire life to the 5th mainland was dead. Lu Yin slowly sat down at the foot of the 5th tower. He looked up and saw the names written there. They were not cold names. They were heroes who had died in battle for the Xuanhuan universe. Their smiles were still there. On that battlefield they had fought to the death without retreating. Without them, how could the spiritualized universe look up to the Xuanhuan universe? Willpower and spiritual strength could surpass everything. Choose again? Lu Yin muttered to himself as he looked at the 5th tower. Can I really choose again? If he could, he also wanted to choose again. But what would the result be if he chose again? If he had to experience pain all over again, then what was the point of choosing again? Lu Yin also hoped that he could start over again. For this reason he had deliberately left the Mirage domain open. He was afraid that the Mirage domain would not be included in the opportunity to start over again. But even if he wanted to start over again, he would have to see the possibility of victory. How long would that last? He did not know. Was it really possible to start over again? He did not know either. That was just a possibility and he would not place all his hopes on it. The dead did not regret, and the living fought to the death without retreating. In this war there was no victory or defeat. There was only life and death. Lu Yin stood up and bowed slowly. He lowered his head but his gaze was resolute. There will be a day when this junior will come to find you. Farewell, seniors. Farewell. At the border of the Xuanhuan universe, outside the stone door on a battleship, the round-faced old man stood outside the door angrily. Bao-Chi, what's wrong with you? This is a war to invade the Xuanhuan universe, and it concerns our breakthroughs to the eternal realm. You actually stopped at such a crucial moment. If there's another war you must participate. Otherwise, don't blame me for lecturing you in front of Lord Yu Sang Tian. A black-robed figure stood not far away. It was Meng Sang. Palace Mistress Yao and the other spiritualized universe experts also looked at Bao-Chi curiously. Bao-Chi had officially entered bitter adversity. Everyone wanted to know what his bitter adversity was and why he had stopped at such a crucial moment, allowing the enemy to steal the Heaven Devourer parasol. That was a sequence foundation, a supreme treasure of the spiritualized universe. The door opened and the round-faced old man walked in. Bao-Chi was staring at the cauldron bell in a daze. When he saw the cauldron bell, the round-faced old man's eyes flashed with fanaticism. Everyone in the spiritualized universe liked the sequence foundation. Unfortunately, this sequence foundation was not suitable for him. The sealed world did not belong to the round-faced old man. It was only lent to him for this battle. Just like the landscape map, it did not belong to the origin and was only borrowed. Only the cauldron bell belonged to Bao-Chi. Only Bao-Chi could unleash the true power of the cauldron bell. Bao-Chi, what is your bitter adversity? The round-faced old man asked as he stared at Bao-Chi. Bao-Chi retracted his gaze and looked at the round-faced old man. His previous arrogance and irritation were replaced by a gentle and refined aura. He had short red hair and a rough body. No matter how one looked at him, he looked like a battle maniac. However, his temperament had changed instantly. The round-faced old man was shocked and his heart sank. President, do you know how many people I've killed on my path of cultivation? I've heard of it. This is your bitter adversity? I thought it was related to the cauldron bell. I also thought it was related to the cauldron bell. In order to continue using the cauldron bell, I didn't step into the bitter adversity. I didn't expect it to be related to killing. I regret it. I shouldn't have chosen to become a human but a beast. That way, I wouldn't have any psychological burden no matter how many people I killed. You have a psychological burden? I thought I didn't, but I've been accumulating it. Then what is your bitter adversity? Bao Qi looked at the round-faced old man. No killing. The round-faced old man was puzzled. He sized Bao Qi up. You. No killing? Bao Qi mocked himself. Yes, it's very strange. However, this is my bitter adversity. It can't be changed and it can't be retracted. Everyone who goes through the bitter adversity is a madman. Go ask those people outside. From now on I, Bao Qi, won't kill. Their first reaction is that I'm crazy. Bitter adversity is a reflection of the deepest part of a person's heart. I didn't expect it to be like this. The round-faced old man was helpless. I didn't expect it either. However, are you going to tell me this? Bitter adversity was everyone's secret. Not everyone was willing to tell others about it. Bao Qi didn't care. Why do you think I can't tell others about this bitter adversity? The round-faced old man frowned. Your bitter adversity is a good thing for our spiritualized universe. However, this is the Xuanhuan universe. It's the most tragic battlefield. Your bitter adversity can't be spread. I know. That's why I don't plan on going out, Bao Qi said. The round-faced old man was depressed. He had lost an expert. If you don't kill, just guard the battleship. Tell others that you're in seclusion to comprehend the bitter adversity. It's very likely that you'll be the first among us to pass through the bitter adversity. Bao Qi didn't refuse. He still looked at the cauldron bell in a daze. From now on, it wouldn't have much room to display its power. The round-faced old man was very regretful. He regretted that he hadn't been able to stop that person from the Xuanhuan universe from attacking Bao Qi in time. Who would have thought that such a weak person would be able to bring Bao Qi to the bitter adversity level? The Xuanhuan universe was full of strange things. The spiritualized universe had decided to wait for reinforcements and would no longer attack the Xuanhuan universe. This result wasn't good for the Xuanhuan universe, as it meant that the spiritualized universe's reinforcements were already on their way. No matter how long it took to travel from the spiritualized universe to the Xuanhuan universe, the next wave of reinforcements wouldn't be too far away. Either the spiritualized universe had a way to quickly reach the Xuanhuan universe, or the next wave of reinforcements would arrive shortly after the president's group. The Xuanhuan universe would rather have the latter. The biggest problem now was that the spiritualized universe had obtained information from Xianxia and the Eternals. They knew a lot about the Xuanhuan universe, but the Xuanhuan universe only had a rough understanding of the spiritualized universe. They didn't know how many powerhouses the spiritualized universe had, how many reinforcements they had, or how they were related to each other. Lu Yin met with xuanhuan in the back mountains of the Above Heaven sect. Don't be too sad. We might follow in their footsteps at any time. Chess Path Master, perhaps one day I'll have to trouble you to write my name on the 5th tower, but I won't be your senior anymore. Hee. Xuanhuan smiled. Lu Yin laughed. You're the military advisor of the Above Heaven sect. Xuanhuan shook his head. That's too old-fashioned. I think it sounds better. Lu Yin was speechless. Wasn't a think tank even more old-fashioned? Chess Taoist Master, it's going to be interesting next. We're entering a new battlefield. It's different from any war in the past. The key to victory in this war might not be absolute strength, but the cultural attributes of cultivation. This is a war of civilizations. Xuanhuan said something that seemed to be true but was actually false. Others might not have understood what he meant, but Lu Yin did. He kept thinking back to his conversation with the round-faced elder. The spiritualized universe had an advantage over the Xuanhuan universe in terms of combat power, but they were also at a disadvantage. The fact that Bao Qi Sang Tian had been hit by the crazy headmaster was proof of this. This was like an ant tripping over an elephant, and the elephant simply didn't know what method the ant was using. 2022 is here. I hope that everyone will be able to make a lot of money in the new year. I sincerely wish you all the best. Be healthy and I wish you all the best. I'll update at 2 p.m. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3344. The spiritualized universe's cultivation model lacked creativity. This was determined by their cultivation culture and could not be considered wrong. At the very least, they were now very strong while the Xuanhuan universe was extremely creative. This was an opportunity. Lu Yin voiced his thoughts. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up. There's such a thing? That's even more interesting. Lu Yin was astonished. That's not what you meant? Xuanhuan shook his head. This is a cultivation culture and I don't understand it. The crazy headmaster slapped Sang Tian, but that didn't give me much inspiration. However, the spiritualized universe's mindset allowed me to see a completely different battle. Let me ask you a question. Does a herd of elephants need to use schemes to slaughter ants? Just trample over them. That's right, they don't know how to use schemes. This is the spiritualized universe's consciousness, and our Xuanhuan universe's consciousness is filled with schemes. The Eternals schemed against the above heaven sect and defeated the strong as they destroyed many continents. Chess Path Master, you also used many schemes to overthrow the Eternals. From the moment you unified the outer verse, the word, scheming, has been with you for life. Lu Yin interrupted. Not scheming doesn't mean that the spiritualized universe won't use schemes. How can a universe not have a few smart people? I wouldn't be surprised if the spiritualized universe had someone as smart as the wise ancestor. But such a person will be drowned in the spiritualized universe's consciousness. Xuanhuan was certain. Lu Yin looked at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan said confidently, the greatest creation of intelligent creatures is a lie, and their greatest weakness is their habits. Because the spiritualized universe's cultivation model is the same, it causes them to be domineering when it comes to external battles. They believe that they can defeat everything, and that is indeed the case. The consciousness universe is no match for them, and when they arrived in the Tianyuan universe, they immediately went to war without even asking how strong the Tianyuan universe is. This is their habit and their consciousness. Such a civilization consciousness is destined to not be overly scheming. This is also determined by their cultivation culture. It can't be changed by humans unless they suffer a huge loss. Chess Taoist Lord, we have a chance to defeat them in the domain of civilization. War, humans, fate, and luck are all indispensable. In terms of absolute strength, the first wave of enemies might not be our match, and we already have a 30% chance of victory. Their consciousness has been seen through by us, and in this aspect our scheme has a chance of success. I call it a strategic attack, and we also have a 30% chance of victory. Fate is our disadvantage. Chess Path Master, you returned the sequence foundation because of this disadvantage. We have a 60% chance of victory. We are destined to defeat the spiritualized universe's first wave of enemies. This is a war that has never been experienced before. Victory and defeat are not only determined by strength, but also by cultivation and cultural attributes. This is a battle between the cultural attributes of the two universes and the consciousness of their civilizations. The spiritualized universe has yet to see this clearly. They only think that this is a war and that they are destined to lose. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled. What do you want to do? Xuanhuan smiled. What do you think the spiritualized universe wants the most right now? Currently, the spiritualized universe is hiding behind the stone door. Before their reinforcements arrive, they don't plan on making a move. What they want the most is my life, Lu Yin said. Xuanhuan shook his head. I watched that battle. From the beginning to the end, the only time the old man's expression changed was when you crossed the river of time. Mirage domain? Lu Yin was astonished. Xuanhuan smiled. I heard that the primogenitor and the others have fixed the mirage domain in our universe. That's too much, and it's too unfair to the spiritualized universe. From the spiritualized universe's point of view, do you think that they will try to snatch the mirage domain away? Since the Tianyuan universe can be fixed, they can also be fixed. Chess Path Master, your crossing of the river of time gave them quite a shock. By the way, the spiritualized universe must be very interested in understanding you, Chess Path Master. You have to give them a chance. Chess Path Master, you can ask Wei Rong. Perhaps he has already done something. That guy is best at scheming against others. Xuanhuan left and Lu Yin met with Wei Rong. No one knew what they talked about, but after Wei Rong left, Lu Yin's expression changed to one of anticipation. A few months had passed since the battle at the universe's boundary. During this time, the spiritualized universe's people had remained behind the stone door and used the sealed realm as a defense. The Tianyuan universe was wary of the sealed realm and did not dare to casually start a war. Both sides had been at peace for a while. Lu Yin took advantage of this time to roll his die and obtain 6 pips, which he then merged into Qingxian's body. The moment he merged with Qingxian's body, the complicated thoughts in his mind completely calmed down. It was as if he had returned from a turbulent sea to a calm river. Qingxian's thoughts were very simple. She simply wanted to live. That was all. This was Qingxian's way of thinking. In order to survive, she tried her best to be respectful in front of Lu Yin and obey his commands. However, under this respect, she also hid some things such as her innate talent. Qingxian could cultivate Lu Yin's power even faster, but she had deliberately slowed down her cultivation speed so that Lu Yin would not be apprehensive. Even so, she had still been surprised when she sensed Lu Yin, which made her secretly decide to lower her threat in the future. As for her loyalty, that did not exist. Xianxian's only goal was to survive. She had to survive first before anything else. This was not just her thoughts, but also a voice that had been branded in the depths of her soul. There was a voice that constantly told her to live, and she had to listen to this voice's commands. This voice came from the Immortal Master. Lu Yin had finally sensed the Immortal Master's existence after merging with Xianxian's body. He was the one who had created the insect nest and defeated the Lost Tribe. He was an omnipotent existence that had dominated the human civilization of this universe. In Xianxian's memory, she had never seen the Immortal Master. She was born in this universe, but she instinctively obeyed the orders of the Immortal Master. However, because they were separated by this universe, there was a gap between her and the Immortal Master. This gap might be very far or very close, but Xianxian did not know. Lu Yin kept checking Xianxian's memories. Before she was born, her body had instinctively evolved in the direction most suitable for her cultivation through countless insects. In the Xishan Dynasty universe, the totem worshipped by the entire universe was the current appearance of Xianxian. Now, Xianxian regretted it because this form was not suitable for cultivation in the origin space. She wanted to live while becoming as strong as possible. Lu Yin's orders were the most important to her at the moment. She had to obey orders to survive, and the Immortal Master's orders could not be disobeyed. However, other than letting her live, there were no other orders. This voice gave Lu Yin the feeling that it was the order given before the insect nest was thrown into the Tianyuan universe. Ever since the insect nest landed in the Tianyuan universe, the Immortal Master had not given any orders to them. The other Xianxian was not in the origin space. Furball Xianxian was very sure that Lu Yin did not feel the existence of the other Xianxian through its memories. However, he also saw Furball Xianxian's plan. Even if there was another Xianxian, it would not tell Lu Yin because it was very clear. Once the existence of the other Xianxian was exposed, it would die. It wanted to live and there was no loyalty. It would listen to whoever controlled its life and death. Furball Xianxian only had so many memories. Lu Yin read all of them, and it was similar to his understanding of Furball Xianxian. It was extremely talented, cunning, and scrupulous, and obeyed the orders of the Immortal Master. This was Xianxian, but he felt that he had not really seen through Xianxian. Xianxian was a living creature, and the instincts of living creatures would appear as they grew. At this moment, Furball Xianxian was at most in the form of a newborn Xianxian. Lu Yin guessed that it was very likely that it could transform. This was the ability of living creatures. Lu Yin withdrew from the fusion, and Furball Xianxian did not suspect anything. It did not know that Lu Yin had fused with it and had seen through all of its memories. For now, Furball Xianxian was not a threat. As long as it wanted to live, it had to listen to Lu Yin. As long as its life was not threatened, it would not have a bottom line. If it was not sure that revealing the other Xianxian would kill it, it would not hesitate to find and expose it. This was Xianxian's nature. Lu Yin could control Xianxian with life and death. Before the Immortal Master descended into the Tianyuan universe, Lu Yin was Furball Xianxian's master. Even if the Immortal Master descended, as long as Furball Xianxian was within 5 meters of Lu Yin, he could still temporarily control it and read its memories. As long as it could be fused with, it would not be a threat. Lu Yin looked at Furball Xianxian and Furball Xianxian looked back at him. "Master, what are your orders?" Lu Yin said, "Grand Elder Xianghu is urging me to kill you." Furball Xianxian was horrified and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Master, please don't. I'm loyal to you, Master. I'm definitely your best helper. You seem to be fighting an enemy? Let me take action. I'll definitely do something for Master. That old man is worthless, but I'm different. Master, I can help you find all of the hives. There must be many hives hidden in this universe. Master, you must trust me." Lu Yin's gaze swept past Furball Xianxian. Where was Tsang Xiaoshue's Xianxian? In the primordial space in the innerverse, the enormous Boundless was parked in outer space, and it attracted countless people every day. No one knew that Astral 10's battleship, Boundless, had played such a huge role in the battle at Immemorial City. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3345. Astral Academy was a place where Master Lu's feelings and was not an ordinary place. It was a place that all youths in the Tianyuan universe wanted to enter. In the Rain Observatory, the crazy director sat calmly as he left the border warfront. He had sent Bao Qi into bitter adversity with a single palm strike, which was a legend. With the crazy director's strength, he should not have stayed at the border, or else he would have been targeted by the spiritualized universe. The crazy director naturally knew this, but he did not resist and returned to Astral 10. Currently, Astral 10 was flourishing with talents and abundant resources. Elites were emerging one after another. During Lu Yin's generation, Big Pao and Little Pao had remained in Astral 10 as mentors. Over the past few decades they had all reached the enlightened realm. Although they could not compare to Lu Yin, they were still ordinary elite cultivators, so they were not slow. As for enlighters, they were qualified to become Astral 10's assistant teachers. Besides them, Zora, Coco, Hui Day Night, and the others also frequently returned to Astral 10. Rain dripped onto the limestone platform all year round. The Rainmaster walked over and bowed. "Director, the new students have arrived." The crazy director opened his eyes and disappeared. Not long after, a group of new students was led into the Rain Observatory by Big Pao. "Mentor Big Pao, is your name Big Pao? Why does it sound like a nickname? If there's Big Pao, don't tell me there's also a Little Pao. Don't spout nonsense. Mentor, please forgive my sister's rudeness." Big Pao was speechless. He had heard such words too many times. Ever since he had become Astral 10's assistant teacher, his task had been to guide the new students to familiarize themselves with Astral 10 and answer their questions. Ever since Master Lu's batch, those who were able to enter Astral 10 were more talented, but this batch was the most terrifying. There were a few that Lu Yin couldn't even sense their auras, but their auras were still lingering. It was obvious that they weren't ordinary. These students' talents reminded him of the 10 Arbiters. The current Astral 10 contained almost all of the Xuanhuan universe's top elites, and there were many students who were as talented as the 10 Arbiters. The few whose auras he could not sense definitely surpassed the former 10 Arbiters and had indescribable cultivation aptitudes. They all had progenitors behind them, and they had come to Astral 10 because of its uniqueness. To them, there was no point in cultivating in Astral 10. What they wanted was experience, and after a few decades, they could join the Above Heaven sect and be considered Master Lu's juniors. This was a very glorious status. "Alright students, this is the Rain Observatory." Big Pao began to talk about Astral 10's history, but what everyone was most interested in was Lu Yin. Soon, the young people began to write their names against the rain. In the distance, Xiaochen smiled as he looked at the spirited youths. They were the future of the Tianyuan universe. The war that was happening at the border was for them. He wanted to give them enough time to grow. For this, he was willing to pay any price. Alright, Master Lu didn't seem to be much older than them. A mere few decades would pass in the blink of an eye. He thought back to the time when Astral 10 had caught on fire, and all of the books on battle techniques and cultivation techniques had been incinerated. Internally, he had gone mad, and externally, there had been pressure from the various great powers. Fortunately, Master Lu's batch had appeared. "Dean, what do you think of these students?" the Rainmaster asked. The crazy Dean looked over. "That's right. What's that student's name?" "His name is Lu Yin." What about that?" "Oh, that one is called Xia Luo. The surname, Xia, makes people care." "Where's the smiling one?" "His name is Silver. I keep feeling that there's something strange about him, but I can't quite put my finger on it." "They're all good. Of the Day-Night clan and the Mavis clan, Astral 10 will definitely surpass the other 9 academies and become number 1. As long as the headmaster doesn't go crazy, everything will be fine." Haha. There was a light chuckle as the crazy Dean collapsed from the tree. In the Above Sky sect, Lu Yin received bad news that Astral 10 had been annihilated. Furious, Lu Yin hurried over to Astral 10. The place was deathly silent and there was no sign of life. The mentors and students were all lying on the ground as if they were asleep, but he knew that they were all dead. Meng Sang. Lu Yin immediately thought of Meng Sang. As he walked through Astral 10, he saw familiar faces fall one by one. The Trial Master, the Sand Master, Old Kai, Little Pao, Big Pao, the Rain Master, and many other students. Finally, Lu Yin saw the dead crazy Dean on the tree in front of the Rain Observatory. A stream of light appeared and circled around his body. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yin summoned the River of Time. He leapt onto a small boat made of light and crossed the river. There was nothing he could do to change the current situation, and crossing the River of Time could only change his past. Lu Yin couldn't save Astral 10, but he had to find Meng Sang and destroy her. Images flashed continuously, and Lu Yin saw the crazy Dean fall. He saw the youthful elites on the Rain Observatory fall. He saw Big Pao fall and he saw Astral 10 fall one by one. There was nothing he could do, he could only watch. He saw a pair of eyes that towered above Astral 10, Meng Sang. Lu Yin jumped down and arrived in front of the eyes. He stood still, and the images around him flashed rapidly as time passed. Meng Sang was standing on a stone in the corner of the Rain Observatory. No one knew how long she had been there, but Lu Yin had crossed the river of time and arrived in front of her. They stared at each other like that. He saw the smile in Meng Sang's eyes, and the images continued to flash. Meng Sang's body shattered bit by bit until it completely shattered like a mirror, turning into specks of light that dissipated. When the images stopped, Lu Yin waved his hand, but there was nothing in front of him. Meng Sang was long gone. Was that Meng Sang real or fake? Crossing the river of time couldn't change the past. Lu Yin couldn't change the deaths of Astral 10 or Meng Sang's departure. He didn't even know how Meng Sang had left. Otherwise, he could have chased after her, just like how he had chased after Bai Wuxian. Lu Yin turned to look at the tree. The only thing that had changed was his current position. In this position, Meng Sang had massacred Astral 10 and disappeared the moment before he arrived. He couldn't change anything. Lu Yin silently walked towards the tree and stood beside the crazy director's corpse. He just looked at it without saying a word. The round-faced elder had promised not to slaughter ordinary people, but there were no ordinary people in Astral 10. Everyone was a cultivator. On the Rain Observatory, Lu Bujing sighed. Almost all of the progenitors had gone to the war front, and Elder Chan had died. He had been the one to tell Lu Yin about Astral 10's demise. This wasn't just bad news for Lu Yin, but also for the entire Xuanhuan universe. Astral 10 had just recruited a new batch of elite geniuses from various parallel universes, but now they were all dead. Bastards. Pass down the order. All cultivators are not to sleep for the time being, Lu Yin said calmly. Lu Bujing hurriedly passed down the order. The calmer Lu Yin sounded, the angrier he was. These people had all died at Meng Sang's hands. Only a top expert from the spiritualized universe like Meng Sang could kill the crazy director without a sound. The spiritualized universe's president had promised Lu Yin not to slaughter the ordinary people of the Xuanhuan universe, but the people in the Astral Combat Academy were clearly not ordinary people. This was war, a war where one side had to be annihilated. There was no mercy, only slaughter. This was just the beginning. Every day that Meng Sang was not dealt with would be a nightmare for humanity. This was not a matter of entering a dream. If Meng Sang wanted to kill someone, even a progenitor would not be able to escape. However, Lu Yin was using the serious art to monitor the entire Genesis space. As long as no cultivator was asleep, Meng Sang would have to make that person fall asleep if she wanted to kill them. Of course, aside from sleeping, Meng Sang had no other methods that Lu Yin could use. All he could do was guard against her. That Meng Sang deserves to die. Why didn't he make a move earlier or later? He just had to make a move when Astral 10's new students arrived so that he could kill the geniuses who had entered Astral 10. He must have been hiding in Astral 10 all this time. Even if Meng Sang killed one or two progenitors, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, massacring Astral 10 would shake the entire Xuanhuan universe and cause panic. Master Meng Sang won't act rashly. Once he does, there will be repercussions, Xuanhuan said. Lu Yin knew this, but it would not be easy to deal with Meng Sang. He had discussed this with Mr. Mu, but the latter had not been able to do anything. The only thing they could do now was start a war. There will be a huge battle at the border soon, but the spiritualized universe will only defend. If we rush, we'll suffer heavy losses. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. The advantages and disadvantages of their geographical positions were constantly changing. Meng Sang alone could bring disaster to the Xuanhuan universe. The Xuanhuan universe did not have the ability to encircle Meng Sang. Even if they could find him, could they really kill him? The spiritualized universe would not allow Meng Sang to be surrounded and killed. Furthermore, the sole true God was watching from the shadows. Right now, the most important thing was to find Meng Sang. If he could not even find her, then there was nothing he could do. Dreamland, dreamland. Lu Yin took a step forward and headed towards the sixth mainland. He knew who to look for. The Xuanhuan universe had developed for many years. Although there was no unified cultivation model and it was impossible to mass-produce experts, the benefits of diversified development were that there was everything. Lu Yin arrived at Dreamland, which was originally the sixth mainland's immortal martial realm. After the sixth mainland had been invaded by the Eternals, Dreamland had been stationed in the fifth mainland's Sky Saint Weave in the Outerverse. Now that the Eternals had been defeated, the people of the sixth mainland had naturally returned. Lu Yin's arrival shook the entire Dreamland. Master Dream and everyone from Dreamland greets Master Lu. Greetings, Master Lu. Lu Yin replied, "You're welcome, Master Dream. You must have heard of the incident in Astral 10. Master Dream's expression turned ugly. I have. This incident has a huge impact. Is there anything that my dreamland can do for Master Lu? Lu Yin took a step forward until he was within 5 meters of Master Dream and instantly merged with him. He had once entered Dream Master's body, and he had experienced Dream Master's hatred towards the green and white sages for humiliating the women of Dream Manor. He had also seen the Dream Heart Sutra, but he hadn't wanted to waste time at the time, so he hadn't read it much. Now he wanted to cultivate it. Since Meng Sang could enter dreams, Lu Yin wanted to find it in his dreams. There were 2 inheritances of the Dreamland Sutra in the world. One was the current Dreamland and the other was the Sleeping Prince. He had once been ranked 100th on the top 100 rankings, not because he was not strong enough, but because he liked to stay in the top 100. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. You must be rich in the new year and you must be healthy. I'll send you my blessings. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3346. Very quickly, Lu Yin saw Dream Master's memories regarding the Dream Heart Sutra, and he also learned that Meng Zhuang had come to the 5th mainland to cause trouble for Sleeping Prince several decades ago. Sleeping Prince had quite a reputation in the 5th mainland, and he also cultivated the Dream Heart Sutra. Thus, it was only natural that Meng Zhuang would seek him out. Meng Zhuang had chased after Sleeping Prince, but he had been discovered not long after, and he no longer dared to take action. Sleeping Prince was still someone from the 5th mainland, and if Lu Yin found out that Meng Zhuang wanted to kill someone from the 5th mainland, then the consequences would be dire. In the end, this matter was left unsettled. However, the Sleeping Prince's Dream Heart Sutra originated from the Dream Manor. Once, the 6th mainland and the 5th mainland were at war, and the Dream Sutra had ended up in the 5th mainland. Since then, the Dream Village didn't attack the sleeping young master again, and it kept a low profile. Lu Yin's figure flashed past Dream Master, and he remained where he was, deep in thought. The Dream Heart Sutra was not a particularly powerful technique, but it was rather peculiar in that it could kill people in their dreams. However, he could rely on this technique to enter a dream, which was the only thing he needed. However, dreams could be real and illusory, and the deeper he went into a dream, the more likely he would be to find Meng Sang. Meng Sang's dream was definitely the deepest. Just relying on the Dream Sutra alone would not be enough. He had to deduce it. Off to the side, Teacher Dream was apprehensive, as he did not know why Lu Yin had come to Dream Manor. Could it be that Lu Yin had found out about his pursuit of Sleeping Prince? That couldn't be right. Even if he knew, Master Lu wouldn't have come all the way to Dreamland just for Sleeping Prince. There was still a war at the border and Astral 10 had been massacred. Which one of these matters wasn't important? They had no idea how Astral 10 had been massacred. The sect above heaven had long since sealed off any information about Meng Sang, or else it would have caused even more panic. Who wouldn't be afraid of an expert at the level of Dooku AI killing someone in their dreams, and the target was someone from the Xuanhuan universe? Lu Yin didn't say a word as his body disappeared. Master Meng was dumbfounded. Where was he? Lu Yin returned to the above the sky sect and raised his hand. His die appeared and he tapped it. He wanted to deduce and cultivate the Dream Heart Sutra while he was in the time-stop space. He had no choice but to wait for 10 days, but he still hadn't rolled enhance after 4 tries. He closed his eyes and began to deduce the Dream Sutra. A few days later, Lu Bujing received news that the people controlling the mechas at the border of the Tianyuan universe had all been killed in their dreams. This news shook the border but was quickly sealed off. The people controlling the mecha were all normal people. How could normal people not sleep for a few days? Meng Sang did not attack in reality. She was extremely cautious. She was different from the primordial realm Bao Qi and the main chairman. She only wanted to kill in her dreams. Cultivators could do without sleep, but ordinary people couldn't. Lu Bujing arrived at the back of the mountain and saw Lu Yin closing his eyes to deduce something. He did not dare to disturb him and sent someone to inform the Limitless Empire that no one was allowed to sleep or enter the mecha. Meng Sang was not to know who was controlling the mecha. This was the only way. If Meng Sang massacred the entire Limitless Empire, then there was nothing they could do. There was no reason for war. Promises were nothing more than gentlemen's agreements. There was nothing they could do if they didn't abide by them. Fortunately, Lu Yin's agreement with the president was still valid. A few days later, the Limitless Empire was unharmed, and Lu Bujing heaved a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was because there was no one left in the Limitless Empire to control powerful mechas. In the back mountain of the Sky One sect, Lu Yin opened his eyes and raised his hand. His die appeared and he tapped it. 4 pips. His gaze grew cold as he entered the time-stop space. A second later, Lu Yin appeared and looked up at the sky. Although only a second had passed in the real world, a year had passed since he had deduced the Dream Heart Sutra. Meng Sang entered the dream to fight. Lu Yin slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. This was a strange world. Everywhere was misty. This was a dreamland. Reality had its own reality, and dreams had their own dreamscape. Lu Yin saw the dreams of many ordinary people, but he didn't see any of the dreams of cultivators. He walked through the dreamscape, which was actually the active state of one's mind after a deep sleep. It appeared in another form in the universe and nothing could be hidden in this universe. If there really was something, then it just wasn't visible, but it didn't mean that it didn't exist. This was true for spiritual force and it was the same for dreams. The grotesque dreamscape was like a bubble. Lu Yin casually waved his hand and the bubbles parted. He stood in the dreamscape and waited quietly. Not long after, a figure dressed in black robes walked over and appeared in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at the newcomer. Meng Sang? We meet again, the other person said in a low voice. You were the one who slaughtered Astral, 10. That was the first time we met. They would have died sooner or later. Letting them die in their dreams is better than being destroyed by the universe one day. You're not surprised by my arrival. I've been waiting for you. You've waited. Astral, 10 is your home, and it will also be your final destination. I'll send you to meet them. The dreamscape turned upside down and Lu Yin's vision spun. He instantly appeared in the above heaven sect, but then he saw the dreamscape again. Was this reality or a dream? He couldn't tell. The Dream Heart Sutra only guaranteed that Lu Yin could enter a dream and see Meng Sang, but this technique was laughable in front of Meng Sang. It was so laughable that even though Lu Yin had cultivated the Dream Heart Sutra, he couldn't be sure whether he was in a dream or in reality. Fortunately, Lu Yin didn't expect to use the Dream Sutra against Meng Sang. The heavenly Tao's bestowal, swallowing and spitting rivers, the ancient land's harmony, imitating the high sages. The heavenly Tao's rejection, the Chi's induction. Leaping through the starry sky and lying down. Communicating with people. Swallowing and spitting rivers. Leaping through the vast expanse and lying down. The inverted dreamscape shook because of the primogenitor scripture's support for spiritual force. The dreamscape was the activation of spiritual force. Lu Yin grabbed Meng Sang's head and exerted force. Meng Sang's entire body turned cold, and it reached out with its claws. White streaks appeared in the void as it stabbed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's body suddenly withered as Meng Sang's claws pierced through his neck and chest. Lu Yin's hands slammed into Meng Sang's head, and the two separated at the same time. Meng Sang's vision turned blurry, and its head had almost been crushed by Lu Yin. Lu Yin's body quickly recovered, as he had underestimated Meng Sang. This beast's claws were sharper than anything else, but its attack had yet to reach its limit, so it recovered quickly. Lu Yin took another step forward and struck Meng Sang with a palm. Meng Sang blocked with its arms, and white streaks appeared in the void as it used a battle technique that it hadn't used in a long time. It tore through the void and blocked Lu Yin's palm as it rapidly retreated. Ever since it had broken through to the primordial realm, it had not used a battle technique. Now that it had become Sang Tian, it was actually using a battle technique. In the spiritualized universe, aside from Sang Tian, even Palace Mistress Yao Tianxi and the others were apprehensive and did not dare to enter the dream. However, Lu Yin had broken through it and forced it to fight with its physical body. Meng Sang had a beastly head and a human body, and it had chosen this form when it had spiritualized because it was most proficient in physical strength. If it had been the round-faced elder, he might not have been able to endure Lu Yin's attack. The limit of a living being's strength was enough to crush any expert who faced it head-on, unless the opponent was also proficient in physical strength. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3347. Lu Yin had not expected Meng Sang to be able to withstand his attack, and her physical strength had exceeded his expectations. But no matter what, she was no match for him in terms of strength. He looked at Meng Sang's broken arm and clenched his fist, punching out as the dreamscape distorted. Meng Sang's body suddenly changed and she grew taller and taller. Her face grew even more ferocious, and her claws gleamed with a cold light as she met Lu Yin's punch. Bang! There was a loud explosion and countless people were roused from their dreams. Meng Sang was sent flying by a single punch, and no matter how strong her body had become, she couldn't withstand Lu Yin's power. He instantly appeared beside her and thrust out spears of soil, but Meng Sang shattered them with a kick. More and more soil spears appeared, and Lu Yin grabbed one and stabbed it viciously, piercing through Meng Sang's body. Meng Sang raised her claws and stabbed at Lu Yin, but he was prepared this time. Even if he could ignore Meng Sang's attack, he would not take it head-on. Meng Sang was able to see through time, and her sharp claws tore through the void. She used the void to sever time and forced Lu Yin out. The moment he appeared, he slammed his palm into Meng Sang's chest and exerted some force. Boom! There was another loud bang as Meng Sang's body was sent flying. Lu Yin chased after her and appeared above her head. He looked down and stomped down. Meng Sang's pupils shrank. If the great Sang Tian was trampled under someone's foot, it would lose all face. Another explosion of particles occurred, but this time, it did not come from Meng Sang herself. Instead, it came from the 8 shadows that had suddenly appeared beside her. There were a total of 8 shadows that looked exactly like Meng Sang. Surging particles instantly filled the surroundings, and even Lu Yin's heart could not repel them. Sequence Foundation. The 8 shadows charged at Lu Yin from Meng Sang's side. They were not living creatures but rather formed from sequence particles. Meng Sang shouted, "The octet." Since ancient times, the spiritualized universe has 51 powerhouses who have cultivated the 8 hands of sealing gate. The octet has sealed the octet. Lu Yin, you forced Sang Tian to use his sequence foundation. You should be proud even in death. Lu Yin struck out 8 times in a row, all of them landing on the 8 shadows. However, he only hit the particles, and even if he scattered them with absolute strength, the particles would quickly reform. Even the rejection from his heart space could not be dispelled. This was the sequence foundation. 8 shadows appeared in 8 different directions around Lu Yin and attacked at the same time. He hurriedly tried to escape, but no matter how he moved, the 8 shadows followed him like shadows. Door seal of all directions. In an instant, Lu Yin's entire body seemed to be enveloped in a sealed space. He brazenly attacked, but he was unable to break through this space. This was a space formed from sequence particles, and the starry sky around his heart was constantly repelling them, but the rate at which they were doing so was very slow. The stream of light appeared and reversed for 1 second. Lu Yin thought that he had escaped the 8-directional sealing door, but he discovered that he still hadn't. Unless he reversed the entire time that the 8 had appeared, he wouldn't be able to avoid them. Lu Yin looked at Meng Sang through the octagonal sealing door. So what? Could it be that the great Sang Tian can only rely on his sequence foundation to protect himself? Meng Sang looked at Lu Yin. The echelon magic I cultivate is called the final chapter of life. It ranks 6th among the 88 echelon magics. Lu Yin, remember your life well. You will die. She then raised a hand and pressed it against the octagonal sealing door, causing another type of sequence particle to surge into it. In this absolutely sealed space, no matter how much Lu Yin tried to repel it, the particles would still be there. As the octagonal sealing door shrank, they continuously touched Lu Yin. Lu Yin didn't feel anything out of the ordinary, but this was the biggest anomaly. Of all the powerhouses with sequence laws he had encountered, the ones that posed the greatest threat to him were not the offensive ones. On the contrary, the more bizarre the sequence laws were, the more dangerous they were. Meng Sang's sequence foundation ranked 6th, and it was definitely powerful. Although it didn't seem to have any effect, Lu Yin hadn't sensed it yet. He took out Go Lian and slashed in all directions. The octagonal sealing door relied on the sequence foundation, and it was much tougher than he had imagined. It was completely formed from sequence particles, and even death energy could not cut through it. He slowly raised a hand, and the 8 sequence particles around him inexplicably surged into his palm. Meng Sang was stunned. What was this? As Lu Yin used the starry sky in his heart to repel the octatic sequence particles, he used the chain palm to borrow the octatic sequence particles. With the 2 weakening methods stacked together, the octagonal sealing door thinned at a speed visible to the naked eye. This completely refreshed Meng Sang's understanding. He was a progenitor who had not even reached the primordial realm. So be it if he could use the laws to avoid getting too close, but he could actually use the laws of others? There was such a thing. Regardless of what Meng Sang thought, Lu Yin had already done it. The consecutive palm was a top-notch battle technique that progenitor Chen had created, and it grew stronger when facing a stronger opponent. At certain times, it could even turn something rotten into something magical. Meng Sang gritted her teeth. She couldn't wait any longer. The sequence of Life's End chapter only had one use, and that was poison. The purpose of the sequence of Life's End chapter was to analyze everything about the enemy. Based on the laws of the universe, no creature could escape. In the end, it would turn into a poison that only targeted the enemy. It was the only poison in the universe. This poison could only be created at this moment. Even if a second had passed, the energy circulating in the enemy's body would change, and the poison created would be different. It could be said that the poison of the final chapter of life was the only poison in the universe. At this moment, Meng Sang had created a poison that was unique to Lu Yin. The poison of the final chapter could be tangible or intangible, but it was meaningless to Lu Yin. Whether he could see it or not, he could not avoid it. When the poison appeared, his thoughts suddenly stopped. The voice of the primogenitor's scripture disappeared. His spirit that was as steady as a rock began to waver. His powerful physical strength became weak and powerless. When things reach an extreme, they will revert back to their original state. His firm belief in victory and invincible spirit all disappeared at this moment. His blood flowed in reverse, and an invisible force appeared in the void of space around his heart, obstructing the rotation of the stars. Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Meng Sang in shock. What kind of power was this? Meng Sang growled, "The poison of the final chapter of life is only effective against you. It's useless against anyone else. You underestimate me too much. I'm Sang Tian, the Sang Tian of the spiritualized universe. You underestimate me and you underestimate the spiritualized universe. The 88 sequence laws are called supreme laws and none of them are useless. It all depends on how you use them, especially the top 10 sequence laws. All of this is a dream and you firmly believe that it's a dream. That's right, it's a dream, but you've never thought about who would be able to save you in this dream. If you weren't so resolute in your nightmare, you would have been able to attract others to save you, even if you would have been able to cause great damage to the outside world. But now you can't do anything." Lu Yin was shocked. The final chapter of life? That's also a sequence law? Meng Sang proudly replied, "It's ranked 6th. Lu Yin half squatted and coughed up blood, unable to circulate the energy in his body. This was the first time he had experienced such a feeling. This was a sequence law, but it was also not a sequence law. It was a poison created specifically to target his power, and it constantly acted on the power he had displayed. There was no such thing as an invincible law in the universe. Even if Lu Yin's heart was in the starry sky, progenitors would still be able to restrict his power if they did not get close to him. However, Lu Yin had not only displayed his power, he also had his own battle techniques, setting sun and sky-toppling palm, the divine seal catalog and the general appointment platform. He had more than one power that he could still use. These powers had not been revealed before, so they would not be restricted by this poison. However, when the poison took effect, his rock-solid spiritual force was shaken, and it also shook Lu Yin's faith. Cracks appeared in his will at that moment, and the dream and reality were reversed. He saw the sect above heaven, but as long as Meng Sang did not make a move, the sect above heaven would not notice anything. This was a strange state. It was blurry and dizzy as if the entire world was spinning. The weakening of the 8 also stopped. Lu Yin felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The more powerless he was, the weaker he should have been. However, his current state of mind allowed him to enter a different state of mind. His thoughts, desires were all magnified at this moment. The karma of his cultivation and the deprivation of his emotions caused his powerless self to be constantly deprived of his strength. The dizziness caused him to forget all his thoughts, and he unknowingly reached the state of a true God's freedom technique. In the starry sky above his heart, the divine force planet began to rotate, and a strand of divine force was drawn towards Lu Yin by the true God's freedom technique. Lu Yin's eyes suddenly turned scarlet. Meng Sang looked at the boiling red on the surface of Lu Yin's body and was confused. What kind of power was this? Sparse autumn waters, hazy beauty looking east, family is hard to see, ascending to the heavens, alone for the rest of my life. A sad song was sung by a peerless beauty on a lake. Meng Sang was stunned. This was a dream and he was the master of this place. Where did this sad song come from? Where did this person come from? He suddenly looked up and saw lanterns descending from the fog. Each lantern had his name on it. As he looked at the lanterns, for some reason, Meng Sang recalled everything that had happened in the past. His first cry, his mother's whispers, his father's laughter, his stumbling on the path of cultivation, his childhood sweetheart's laughter. Everything seemed like it had happened yesterday. No, this can't be real. They're long dead. They're long gone. Meng Sang clutched his head and looked at the falling lanterns. He saw his mother's love, his father's pride, his wife's tears, his children's cries. All of these images filled his mind and he roared, "This can't be real. What? I've already forgotten them. How many years has it been? So many years have passed. These shadows should be long gone." He glared at Lu Yin. "What did you do? What did you do?" Lu Yin looked up from within the eight, his scarlet eyes shocking Meng Sang. "The everlasting tribe?" Lu Yin stared at Meng Sang. "Since you've discovered me, then die." He then raised his hand and slashed down. The eight were still there, surrounding him. This slash seemed harmless, but Meng Sang subconsciously looked up and saw that a lantern had been cut in half. Meng Sang spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at the broken lantern in disbelief. He staggered a few steps and almost fell over. He hadn't spat out blood because his body had been injured, and he didn't know why either. He just felt as if something had been hollowed out at this moment. There was no external attack and the blow to his own self was even more severe. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3348. Lu Yin raised his hand again and cut down another lantern. Meng Sang spat out another mouthful of blood and turned to look at Lu Yin in disbelief. What kind of power was this? It was clearly Sang Tian, a creature that stood at the pinnacle of the spiritualized universe. Yet, it had been repeatedly defeated by this person. It did not understand what kind of cultivation technique this Tianyuan universe had created. Even it could not withstand such a cultivation technique. This was far more severe than the physical injuries she had suffered before. It stared at Lu Yin with bloodshot eyes as lanterns appeared behind it. Lu Yin raised his hand and was just about to slash down when the door of the eight directions suddenly vanished. Lu Yin's eyes grew cold, and he suddenly changed the direction of his slash. The floating lanterns vanished, then reappeared to trap Meng Sang. Meng Sang was about to escape, but Lu Yin had already sealed her within the lantern. Blood dripped from the corner of Lu Yin's mouth. "You sealed me once, so I'll seal you as well. Let's see if you can survive after I survive." He then waved his hand and cut. Meng Sang growled from within the lantern, and an indescribable aura swept out like a gale. Lu Yin's hand cut the lantern in two, and Meng Sang spat out blood from within before her body suddenly split apart and vanished. Lu Yin was not unfamiliar with this scene. When he had crossed the river of time to find Meng Sang in Astral 10, she had also escaped just like this. Now this was Lu Yin's dreamscape and Meng Sang could still escape. Lu Yin immediately left the dreamscape. In the back mountains of Heaven's Sky sect, Lu Yin opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. He stood up and took a step forward, using the serious art to cover the fifth continent. Stars began to revolve one after another as he understood the entire continent. Lu Yin's body vanished. Beneath the astral river on the fifth continent, Meng Sang spat out blood and trembled. She had only managed to escape at the price of a permanent drop in cultivation. She was only in the primordial realm now, and she would never be able to reach Kuwas level again. This meant that even if the Tianyuan universe was reactivated, she would not be able to attain eternal life. She had completely distanced herself from the other Sang Tians. "Lu Yin, you bastard." Meng Sang's eyes were filled with hatred as eight shadows slowly guarded her. She did not dare to act rashly in case Lu Yin found her. Suddenly, Meng Sang's expression changed as she saw Lu Yin step out of the void and stare at her coldly. Meng Sang did not hesitate to turn around and flee. The eight shadows once again blocked Lu Yin's path, using the 8 methods of sealing the door. The small boat flickered and reversed for a second, while the 8 methods of gate sealing retreated for a second. Lu Yin struck out with a palm, sending a terrifying force through the void to strike Meng Sang's back and pierce through her body. The next moment, the 8 methods of gate sealing reappeared to seal Lu Yin once more. Meng Sang, on the other hand, had disappeared. She had given up on the octatic spectral tribe in order to fight for a chance to escape. At the bottom of the Milky Way, blood was flowing. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. He had escaped. This fellow's reaction had been too quick, and he had abandoned the 8 without any hesitation. Another sequence foundation. He had just lost the Sky Devourer's silk parasol, and now he had obtained the octatic spectral 8. Meng Sang had taken many blows from him, especially the True God's freedom art and the last palm strike. It was barely half dead, and even if it didn't die, it wouldn't dare to come out. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to kill it. If he didn't kill Meng Sang, there would always be hidden dangers. Without Meng Sang's control, It was very easy for Lu Yin to take the 8 away. Since he could not use them, he could only suppress them in his heart and continuously break down the sequence particles. As for the final chapter's poison, it quickly disappeared as well. After all, this poison was constructed from sequence laws, so it wouldn't last for long. Was that why he was ranked 6th? Even Lu Yin had fallen for this. If Meng Sang's poison hadn't lasted for such a short period of time, he would have been ranked in the top 3 at least. His battle with Meng Sang had given Lu Yin a deeper understanding of the sequence foundation of the spiritualized universe. Although the sequence foundation couldn't compare to the sequence foundation, the top 10 sequence foundations were different. They were just as powerful and they struck fear into others. After returning to the above-the-sky sect, Lu Yin's crisis was resolved. Many cultivators heaved sighs of relief. Now that they were free from Meng Sang's threat, they finally dared to continue cultivating. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to cultivate. Not long after, Lu Yin arrived at the 5th pagoda and added the names of Astral 10 students to it. Lu Yin stared at the 5th pagoda for a long time, speechless. The war with the spiritualized universe had only just begun, but so many people had already died. If this war had continued for too long, he really didn't know how many people would have survived. The insectoid hive was in danger, and the Eternals were also in the spiritualized universe. These dangers had not appeared out of nowhere, and they had actually existed in the Xuanhuan universe for a long time. It was just that Lu Yin's sudden rise had completely exposed these dangers. Was Lu Yin's appearance a good thing or a bad thing for this era? Ordinary people only had a short lifespan of 100 years, and if Lu Yin had not appeared, a generation would have already passed. That generation would not have experienced any wars, and they would not have died because of the shockwaves. However, because of Lu Yin's appearance, countless people had died. Lu Yin stood under the 5th pagoda in silence. A few days later, news came from the border of the Xuanhuan universe that the spiritualized universe wanted to negotiate with him. Lu Yin arrived at the border, and outside the stone gate, the spiritualized universe's people on the battleship looked over. Negotiation? Lu Yin asked. Chui replied, "The president wants to negotiate with you." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. It seemed that the spiritualized universe already knew that Meng Sang had lost the 8. Did they want to threaten him again? Across from him, the round-faced president walked out of outer space. "Master Lu, come out for a chat." Lu Yin walked out and stopped in front of the round-faced elder. "What do you want to talk about?" The round-faced elder looked at Lu Yin and then raised a hand and extended a palm. "For the next 50 years, the spiritualized universe will not wage war against the Xuanhuan universe." Lu Yin raised a brow, but he did not speak and continued to listen. "In return, you will return the 8 to us," the round-faced elder said. Lu Yin laughed. "You know about Meng Sang's matter?" The round-faced elder's expression turned solemn. "Master Lu, you are the first person I've seen in my life to be able to defeat Meng Sang. Even you Sang Tian would not have been able to do so at your age. If you are willing to join the spiritualized universe, you might even be able to reach you Sang Tian's position in the future." "I've already heard this kind of nonsense several times. I don't want to hear it anymore." Lu Yin grew impatient. "As for returning the 8, are you joking with me?" The round-faced elder was not angry. "Using the 8 in exchange for 50 years of peace is not a loss for you. Based on my understanding of the Xuanhuan universe, due to the fixed mirage domain, your universe has many parallel spacetimes with different flows of time. You can even enter a mirage domain where time does not flow. It might seem like 50 years, but to you, that's 500, 5,000 or even 50,000 years. Such a large span of time is enough for your Xuanhuan universe's strength to soar." Lu Yin smiled. "You really do understand us well." The round-faced elder said, "You can't use the 8 and no one in your Xuanhuan universe can either. Why don't you return it to me? Why not take 50 years of peace?" Lu Yin nodded. "Logically speaking, if I can snatch a mere 8 from Meng Sang, then I can snatch it from any of you." These words caused the round-faced elder's expression to darken, but he did not retort. "However, I still refuse." Lu Yin was decisive. The round-faced elder frowned. "Master Lu, you have to think this through. Using something that is completely useless to you in exchange for a chance to increase your strength is very rare. Right? It seems like you think that our reinforcements will only arrive in 50 years. You guessed wrong. I can guarantee you that our reinforcements will arrive in 20 years at most." Lu Yin's gaze was piercingly cold as he stared at the round-faced elder. The round-faced elder was confident. "It's only 20 years. In other words, you can use the 8 in exchange for 30 years of peace. How about this?" It's still 50 years, which means that you can obtain 70 years of peace. With your Xuanhuan universe's current strength, it is impossible for you to stop our spiritualized universe. One more chance to increase your strength is equivalent to one more chance of victory, isn't it? Lu Yin was amused. So you're helping us? The round-faced elder shook his head. I just want to take back the 8. Compared to your sudden increase in strength and wasted time, the 8 are more important to me. If I lose the 8, it will be difficult for me to explain myself to you, xianxia. Time is like water, so I don't care. As for your sudden increase in strength, I don't care either. Once xianxia arrives, you will have no chance. I cannot make any mistakes, so this is an opportunity that I am selfishly giving you. Xianxia will come? Lu Yin was surprised. The round-faced elder smiled. Of course. How is his strength compared to yours? Incomparable. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Incomparable? Was the difference that great? This Xianxia could not possibly be an eternal realm cultivator. The ancestor had said that Xianxia's strength should be about the same as the one true god's, so the progenitor should be able to stop him. Mr. Mu's strength had declined greatly due to the situation in his own universe, and he had also used ancient tracing to fix his mirage domain. His true strength was far from the progenitors, who had been able to defeat the one true god at his peak. Thus, dealing with Xianxia should not be a problem. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3349. Hearing Lu Yin's words, the round-faced elder laughed. So that's what you're worried about. Then you don't have to worry. Lord Xianxia won't be coming this time. Although he will definitely descend upon the Xuanhuan universe, it won't be this time. In other words, I have the final say in the war against the Xuanhuan universe. Lu Yin shook his head. Reinforcements will definitely come. Why should I trust you? The round-faced elder's gaze turned cold. It seems like Master Lu is testing the strength of my spiritualized universe. I don't want to say anything else. Are you going to return it or not? I'm not returning it, Lu Yin said bluntly. He was indeed testing the waters, but he hadn't gotten much information. Reinforcements would arrive in 20 years. In other words, the first wave of people from the spiritualized universe would definitely not arrive in 10 years. They had already left long ago, and Lu Yin didn't know how long it would take. In any case, there was at least 20 years between them and the second wave. Also, if Xianxia really wasn't coming, then there was nothing to worry about. With the Xuanhuan universe's current strength, even if they couldn't defeat the spiritualized universe, they wouldn't be defeated. Unless Grandmaster Grass intervened. However, the president's words might not be true. Lu Yin could test him, but as the president of the spiritualized universe Commerce Chamber of Commerce, he could also pretend to be tested by Lu Yin. Truth and lies were very complicated. The round-faced elder's expression sank. If you don't return it, Meng Sang will slaughter the entire Xuanhuan universe. The time limit will be the same as before. Master Lu, do you still dare to gamble this time? Lu Yin's eyes flashed with killing intent. You promised me that you wouldn't use this to threaten me. The round-faced elder sneered. Do I need to keep my promise to a universe that's about to be destroyed? Lu Yin looked at the battleship outside the stone door and the spiritualized universe's people. That's why I didn't agree to return the 8. But old man, do you really think that you can threaten me for the rest of my life? Attack. There was a shout, and in the distance 6 specks of dust appeared from the void and faced the shaking seal realm. The progenitor walked out from outer space and laughed heartily. It's finally my turn. Juzi, leave that guy to me. Lu Yin had never believed in the spiritualized universe, and he had only come to negotiate to test the waters. He wanted to learn more about the spiritualized universe, and there was some information that only Xianxia would know. If he defeated Meng Sang, Immemorial City would be fine. Since Mr. Mu's strength had declined, he would let Primogenitor take action and let Mr. Mu suppress the sequence of strings. Although the Primogenitor's strength had been suppressed for too long, and he had also lost the Jade Sky Palace, he was still the above heaven sex primogenitor. He had once been the strongest person in the Xuanhuan universe. Lu Yin looked forward to what kind of battle prowess he would be able to display. 6 times, the first dust connected to the void, blocking the sealed world. The round-faced elder was aghast. How was this possible? He had thought that with the sealed world, the Xuanhuan universe would not dare to act recklessly. He had never thought that the primogenitor would act and instantly stop the sealed world. The sequence foundation of the spiritualized universe was indeed powerful, but the strength of the ancestor himself was unparalleled. If it was not for the eternal life realm, how could the guardians of the four directions seal him? Even if he lost his hands, he could still bite the string of the sequence and protect the Xuanhuan universe. Now that his hands had recovered and the first dust had returned, the ancestor completely displayed his power, stopping the sealed world with a single move. Lu Yin swept past the round-faced elder and charged towards the battleship behind the stone door. At the same time, all of the cultivators from the Xuanhuan universe charged towards the battleship. The round-faced elder wanted to stop them, but the ancestor walked out and grabbed at him. The round-faced elder held a golden pen and pointed it at Lu Yin. "Master, be careful. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page." Chui reminded him. The ancestor's gaze was as deep as the ocean. He allowed the golden pen to point at him, and a golden light began to spread from his palm. Lu Yin turned back worried. "Ancestor." The ancestor laughed. "I don't need you brats to worry about me." With that, his palm trembled and the golden light dispersed. The round-faced elder felt his scalp go numb. Impossible. The sealed world had been stopped, and even his spiritualized weapon had failed. He looked at the ancestor in shock. Xianxia's level. The information had been wrong. Hadn't the ancestor of the Xuanhuan universe lost most of his cultivation and was crippled? Why was he so strong? Right, it was Meng Sang. Damn it. Meng Sang was heavily injured and could no longer threaten Immemorial City. This person had appeared without restraint. The ancestor's palm struck the golden pen, causing it to crack. The round-faced elder felt an unstoppable force press down on him, as if he had been crushed by the sky. His body flew backwards. Lu Yin sighed. Was this the ancestor's strength? It was too terrifying. In the current universe, Lu Yin was confident that he could surpass most people, but there were still a few that he found difficult to deal with. In other words, he could not deal with an expert of a certain level. Mr. Mu, the only true god, was at Maiden's level. The ancestor was clearly at that level as well, and it was even possible that he was at the peak of that level. The Eternals had dared to wage war against the above heaven because the ancestor had been heavily injured. Otherwise, why would the only true god have dared to attack the above heaven sect? Maiden could be fate in front of the three realms and six daos, but she was fate in front of the ancestor. She did not dare to disguise herself in the slightest. Meng Sang entered a dream. The ancestor could be instantly entered into a dream, but he could also be instantly awakened. The ancestor was the only one who had ever provoked an eternal realm to act. He was also the only one who believed that he could definitely survive this calamity and was feared by an eternal realm expert. The ancestor was the strongest powerhouse in this universe. If not for the eternal realm, the ancestor would have acted long ago and fought against the spiritualized universe. It was also because of Meng Sang's threat to Immemorial City that he had remained in the city. Now that Meng Sang had been heavily injured and Mr. Mu had taken over, the ancestor finally stepped out and displayed his strength. That was an incomparable power. He did not need to do anything. With just a single hand, he was able to suppress the round-faced elder to the point where he could not breathe. "Bao Qi, help me!" the round-faced elder roared. In the distance, a jade sword flashed through the void and slashed towards the ancestor. At the same time, Bao Qi walked out of the warship and looked at the ancestor with a burning gaze. He was a true peak powerhouse and he pushed the cauldron bell towards the ancestor. Lu Yin did not stop him. It looked like it was 1 against 2, but the ancestor did not panic. Without Bao Qi's protection, the ancestor was determined to take the warship. Perhaps it was because he had not fought for many years, but the ancestor was very excited. He crushed the golden pen and allowed the jade sword to slash at him without moving. The round-faced elder kept retreating, his face pale. Xianxian was definitely at Xianxian's level. Silent power transformed into a thin stream that connected the heavens and headed towards the ancestor. Bao Qi had directly used the cauldron bell to attack. The two Xianxians ignored Lu Yin and joined forces to fight the ancestor. They had no time to care about anything else, they only had eyes for the ancestor. Lu Yin stepped through the stone door, and the sealed world was stopped by the 6 specks of inception dust. The first wave of people from the spiritualized universe was finished in this battle. 2 figures attacked from the left and right. One was a beautiful woman surrounded by jade water. She was known as Palace Mistress Yao, and she was the most powerful person in the spiritualized universe. The other was Tianxi. Tianxi stared at him. "This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page." Lu Yin's eyes were extremely cold. If it were not for this person, the situation would not have been like this. Faced with the combined attacks of 2 primordial realm experts, Lu Yin released the starry sky from his heart, directly dispersing the laws. Soil appeared, covering the sky above. He pressed down with a single palm, using the overturning heaven palm. The overturning heaven palm caused Palace Mistress Yao and Tianxi's expressions to change at the same time. They could sense the terrifying might of the world being turned upside down. Their bodies were immediately pressed down, and they both grunted as blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Palace Mistress Yao was shocked. This person really was an expert who could fight against the president. He had not even comprehended a sequence technique, yet he had reached such a level. Tianxi endured the pressure of the overturning heaven palm and stabbed his sword at Lu Yin, using the 3-foot-long azure edge Limitless. On the other side, Palace Mistress Yao raised her hand, and a jade sword slashed out, using the sword of invincible jade. Lu Yin opened his arms and aimed at the two. His 10 fingers bent, and a boundless power swept out from the starry sky above his heart. It turned into 2 majestic forces that swept out, forcing Tianxi and Palace Mistress Yao to endure. They could not maintain the direction of their attacks, but they were still in the primordial realm. No matter how powerful they were, as long as they did not reach the true limits of the universe, they would not be defeated so easily. A sword edge and a jade-green sword light approached. Lu Yin did not count on his celestial body to defeat the two of them. When he saw the 2 attacks approaching, he took a step forward and struck out with both palms. The power that had been suppressed in his palms was accompanied by the battle force of the palm realm. Tianxi's eyes went wide. Bang, bang. He was courting death. The sound of something shattering filled the heavens as Lu Yin shattered Tianxi and Palace Mistress Yao's swords with a single palm strike. His palm force did not disperse, and it landed on their bodies with a loud bang. The two of them were sent flying, and they spat out blood. The space around them distorted and rippled. Lu Yin chased after them, and the soil around him turned into spears that stabbed towards the two of them. Palace Mistress Yao's jade water turned into a sword that knocked aside the soil spears. The sword spun, and countless jade sword rays shot towards Lu Yin like raindrops. Lu Yin casually waved his hand, and the setting sun appeared. This was the setting sun, the setting sun. Palace Mistress Yao saw the beautiful setting sun burning the heavens and burning her martial arts. After so many years, every step that she had taken on the path of cultivation had been based on her martial arts. At this moment, as the setting sun burned, her martial arts burned as well. Her spiritual force, will, body, battle techniques, and everything else vanished under the setting sun. Palace Mistress Yao spat out blood as she looked at Lu Yin in shock. Another intent realm battle technique. This person had actually comprehended 2 of them. On the surface, intent realm battle techniques were similar to the laws of sequence. They might be slightly more powerful than regular battle techniques, but the difference was not too great. Some people would rather cultivate the laws of sequence than waste their time on intent realm battle techniques. However, that was because their horizons were not broad enough. The true battlefield where intent realm battle techniques could be unleashed was the primordial realm. In the primordial realm, laws did not allow them to get close to each other. If their opponents were also in the primordial realm, both sides' laws would not allow them to get close to each other. The other factors that would determine victory were the physical body, spiritual force, thoughts, and so on. This included intent realm battle techniques. Intent realm battle techniques were a force that shone brightly in the primordial realm. Thus, intent realm battle techniques were actually more difficult to comprehend than the laws of sequence. Since ancient times, legends had it that those who had comprehended intent realm battle techniques were worth just as much as the laws of sequence. Actually, in the eyes of many primordial realm experts, they would rather give up on the laws of sequence in order to comprehend intent realm battle techniques. Lu Yin's 2 intent realm battle techniques shocked Palace Mistress Yao greatly, while Lu Yin himself set his eyes on Tianxi. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3350. His hatred for the protectors of the 4 directions made him want to deal with Tianxi, the last protector of the 4 directions. Tianxi watched Lu Yin charge over and turned to leave. This person was too difficult to deal with, and his sequence laws could not even approach him. Tianxi's innate gift allowed him to see through all attacks and cultivation methods, but this person's attacks were simple and crude. So what if he could see through them? If he couldn't block them, he couldn't block them. Furthermore, this person had the physical strength of his spiritualized weapon, the limitless green edge. Tianxi was completely suppressed by this person. Tianxi did not want to die, as the Xuanhuan universe would definitely be reactivated. Before that, he would enter bitter adversity, and after that he would find an opportunity to enter the eternal realm. That was his goal. He was the strongest person of his generation in the spiritualized universe, and he had been chosen as the protector of the four directions. He could not die here. Lu Yin had never thought that a mighty primordial realm expert would flee so decisively when he saw Qianxia turn around and flee. However, it was not easy for him to escape, as the Xuanhuan universe's experts had already arrived. The two Sang Tians were restrained by the progenitor, while Jade Palace Head and Qianxia were tied down by Lu Yin. With Meng Sang's absence, the spiritualized universe's top experts were basically all gone. The Tianyuan universe's 3 realms, 6 daos, and 3 suns were enough to defeat them. Qianxia fled in the direction of the Tianyuan universe, as he had no other choice. In another direction, Jade Palace Head landed on her battleship. Lu Yin looked over and their gazes met. The enormous Sky Devourer parasol opened, and it was completely different from the one Lu Yin had seen before. No one had been controlling it before, and only Bao Qi had been on the battleship, and he had just entered bitter adversity. Now Jade Palace Head was in charge. Inside the battleship, the spiritualized geniuses watched Lu Yin approach nervously. This person had given them a taste of death. They rarely experienced the kind of pressure that made them feel as if they were ordinary people facing a mountain. This group of people had seen Sang Tian more than once, but Sang Tian had never given them so much pressure. The entire battleship was silent and no one spoke. They all watched Lu Yin approach. The spiritualized experts who had already charged towards the Tianyuan cosmos did not dare to return. Even Qianxia had fled as he would die if he ran into Lu Yin. The experts who remained on the battleship did not dare to leave, including Palace Mistress Yao. They could only hope that the Sky Devourer parasol would be able to protect the ship and that Sang Tian and the others would be able to defeat this powerful enemy. It was clearly the foundation of the sequence, and everyone in the spiritualized universe recognized this powerful guardian from the bottom of their hearts. But for some reason when they looked at Lu Yin they suddenly lost their confidence. Lu Yin stood outside the battleship, looking at Palace Mistress Yao through the Sky Devourer parasol. Palace Mistress Yao had never thought that she would one day fall into such a situation. She was the number 1 person below Sang Tian, and she could replace Sang Tian at any time. Her status in the spiritualized universe was extremely high, but she had been forced to retreat by a mere youth. Lu Yin's strength was something that she could not believe. No wonder this person could stop Bao Qi from attacking the entire battlefield and stop the chief guild master. The sequence particles that covered the entire starry sky were simply too majestic. However, it was still a far cry from the landscape painting at its peak. Lu Yin struck out with a palm at the battleship, and the terrifying force was constantly cancelled out when it came into contact with the Sky Devourer parasol. These sequence particles were like intricate machinery, and they instantly disintegrated and cancelled out the force. Lu Yin tried to attack again, but the Sky Devourer parasol that was being controlled by Palace Mistress Yao was not that easy to deal with. He wanted to grab the parasol like he had before, but this time the entire parasol seemed to have come to life, and the sequence particles were constantly changing. The sequence particles shifted, forever blocking Lu Yin's path of attack. Palace Mistress Yao continuously unleashed her invincible jade swords. Although Lu Yin could block them after so many times, he began to feel apprehensive. There was a limit to how far things could go in the opposite direction. In the distance, the round-faced elder and Bao Qi were working together to fight against the progenitor. The progenitor was powerful, but he had been underground in Primeval City for too long, and Lu Yin was afraid that he would not be able to hold on for much longer. Since he could not take the Sky Devourer parasol away and he could not board the battleship, then he would take everything with him. Lu Yin appeared on the other side of the battleship and raised his palms to strike the Sky Devourer parasol. He then pushed the battleship towards the stone door. Within the battleship, a group of spiritualized geniuses were terrified. This person wants to capture all of us. It's over. This person's strength is terrifying. This battleship is made from the hardest and heaviest materials in our spiritualized universe. Rumor has it that even a powerhouse who specializes in Sequence 9 laws can't move it. This person can fight against Sang Tian. But Sang Tian might not be able to move it either. I don't want to be captured by the Tianyuan universe. Otherwise, even if our spiritualized universe wins, we won't be able to see it. Brothers, attack. Attack. For a moment, the group of elite geniuses on the battleship attacked, but their attacks were completely useless against Lu Yin, and he didn't even need to block them. These geniuses were only at the envoy's level, and they were considered young because compared to half-progenitors and progenitors, which of these geniuses had not cultivated for a considerable period of time? From Lu Yin's point of view, they were similar to the 4 young ancestors of the 4 cardinal scales. They were similar in age and cultivation, but the difference was in numbers. The Cosmic Tree sect had only had 4 young ancestors, but here there were dozens of them. Palace Mistress Yao barked, "Back down?" The group of elites felt uneasy, but they could only retreat. The purple-haired girl and the others did not attack. No matter how desperate they would not do something so laughable. From that person's point of view, their attacks were like ants baring their fangs at a dragon. It was a joke. Lu Yin pushed the battleship towards the stone door. Palace Mistress Yao arrived in front of Lu Yin. She was not far away from the Sky Devourer parasol. Lu Yin's gaze was deep, filled with coldness and killing intent. Palace Mistress Yao sighed. "Master Lu, I'm impressed. I thought that we could sweep through the Xianhuan universe, but it seems like we underestimated you. If we had known earlier, we would have reinforced the consciousness universe. We wouldn't have been so passive." Lu Yin stared at Palace Mistress Yao. "My Xianhuan universe might not be able to withstand your spiritualized universe and be destroyed, but I won't see you guys again." These words made the elites within the battleship even more uneasy. They were here to reap glory and resources, not to die. Palace Mistress Yao watched as the battleship approached the stone door. She was abnormally calm, and she spoke in a voice that only she and Lu Yin could hear. "Master Lu, there are some methods that I don't intend to reveal. The humans of the Xianhuan universe have been fighting with the Eternals for so many years, and the humans themselves must have their own conflicts. It's the same in my spiritualized universe. Let's stop this battle. I promise that before the final outcome is decided, the ordinary people of the Xianhuan universe will not be implicated. How about it?" Lu Yin was surprised. "You still have methods?" Palace Mistress Yao's expression was solemn. "When we fought, did you see me use the sequence arts? It's not because I'm afraid of your ability to repel the sequence arts. It's because my sequence arts threaten someone, so it's inconvenient for me to use them. There are 88 sequence arts, and the top 5 are called the absolute sequence. The one I cultivate is ranked 4th, absolute reversal. Master Lu, we can stop this battle." Lu Yin was surprised. Ranked 4th? This was indeed troublesome. You spiritualized universe people have a special characteristic. When you have the advantage, you want to crush everything. When you're at a disadvantage, you want to stop with a high and mighty attitude as if it's for our own good. In the past, I would have hated such an attitude, but now I can understand. If you want me to stop, sure, but try it. Let's see if absolute reversal can reverse this battle." Palace Mistress Yao sighed, her beautiful face causing the stars to dim. Around her, sequence particles appeared and followed the Sky Devourer parasol's particles towards Lu Yin. Although Lu Yin wanted Palace Mistress Yao to try, that did not mean that he would accept it. The starry sky around his heart expanded, and the Sky Devourer parasol's particles and Palace Mistress Yao's particles were repelled. No matter how powerful this sequence art was, it was useless if it could not touch him. Palace Mistress Yao's gaze was cold as she stepped into the Sky Devourer parasol's particles. Jade water dripped from her palm, forming a sword that slashed towards Lu Yin. Invincible Jade Water Sword. Lu Yin looked up, and the Jade Water Sword instantly neared, stabbing towards his forehead. He flicked his finger, and with a bang, his strength forcefully deflected the sword light. Boundless strength astral body blasted over, forcing Palace Mistress Yao to retreat step by step. The terrifying strength almost caused her to stop breathing, and she could not help but loosen her grip. The sword light circled around and slashed towards Lu Yin from behind. At the same time, she continuously dripped jade water, forming invincible jade water swords that rained down on Lu Yin. The same move had been used before, but Lu Yin's response was different. He used the Jade Sky Palace's characteristic of not wasting energy to transform the boundless strength astral body into countless finger attacks, using his Tao of Qianni. The countless finger attacks collided with the rain-like invincible jade water swords, exploding on one side of the battleship and almost flipping it over. Lu Yin tapped out with a single word incarnation, Senior Yi's ultimate technique. This finger swept past the rain-like attacks and headed straight for Palace Mistress Yao's forehead. Her body was covered with particles, allowing Lu Yin's finger to land on her forehead. At the same time, Lu Yin also touched Palace Mistress Yao's particle. Lu Yin's heart sank. Something was wrong. This woman wanted to test his technique and allow him to hit her in exchange for touching her particle. Was she not afraid of death? Palace Mistress Yao's beautiful face shattered under this finger attack, and her forehead cracked open. It should have been a fatal injury, but Lu Yin saw a dense jade radiance continuously flicker, mending her forehead that was about to shatter. Lu Yin's expression changed. So that was how it was. This jade water's true purpose was not to use invincible jade water swords, but to heal. This was Palace Mistress Yao's spiritual weapon, and invincible jade water swords were just a facade used to numb the enemy. He had been misled by her and thought that he could kill her in one strike, but he had been tricked into touching her particle instead. Palace Mistress Yao's forehead recovered, and her eyes were filled with fear, joy, and excitement. Farewell, Master Lu. As soon as she spoke, Lu Yin suddenly felt as if the world was collapsing as a familiar force pressed down on him. Was this the overturning sky palm? He looked up but there was nothing there. However, he had endured the might of the overturning sky palm. How could this be? Not only that, but his right shoulder had also cracked open, and a clear palm print could be seen. This was his own palm strength. He looked at Palace Mistress Yao. No wonder it was called absolute reversal. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3351. This sort of sequence law was actually grafting one's own injuries onto someone else's body. The injuries would definitely appear, but the location of the injuries could be changed. This was the ability that absolute reversal had bestowed upon Palace Mistress Yao. She truly deserved to be called number one under Sang Tian. If not for the fact that she had yet to step into bitter adversity, Lu Yin felt that even the president might not have been able to gain an advantage over her. She gave Lu Yin a similar feeling to Primal Genesis. Primal Genesis was definitely stronger than the president. He had fought with Mr. Mu for countless years, and if not for that bell, Lu Yin would not have been able to defeat Primal Genesis. However, the president's power could be broken, and he had relied on the sealed world sequence foundation. This woman could heavily injure him without relying on her sequence foundation, so she had to die. In front of Lu Yin, Palace Mistress Yao stabbed out with her sword. She was well aware of the severity of the damage that Lu Yin had suffered, and this was also the reason why she had chosen to fight with Lu Yin. She would not be injured, and Lu Yin would not be injured by her sequence laws. Unfortunately, there was still one thing that she had not done, but it was not too late now. Her sequence particles spread out from the surroundings, but they were repelled by Lu Yin's heart and could not get close. Lu Yin grabbed Palace Mistress Yao's sword, and the sequence particles shot out like the invincible jade sword towards Lu Yin's face. Lu Yin was swept by the particles, and Palace Mistress Yao's eyes went wide. Now was the moment, and a small boat appeared. Lu Yin moved to the side to avoid the particles, and at the same time he grabbed Palace Mistress Yao's neck. She was shocked. You? Lu Yin exerted strength in his palm, and the force entered her body through her shoulder. There was a thump as the void trembled and countless spatial cracks spread out around them, shaking the entire boat away. Palace Mistress Yao spat out a mouthful of blood, her face pale. The particles that had covered her body were repelled by Lu Yin's heart. In the dark starry sky, with the stone door as the background, Lu Yin grabbed Palace Master Yao's neck and lifted her up. He looked at her beautiful and pale face and his face darkened. Wherever you touch, there will be an absolute reversal of the injury. This is your sequence, right? The prerequisite is that you have to touch that place. Previously, I didn't only injure you with the heaven-flipping palm and the palm force on your right shoulder, but the wound on my right shoulder was very narrow. It was because your sequence particles didn't touch me in a large area. Just now, you wanted to touch my head with your sequence particles and let me experience the might of a finger that shattered my head. Do you really think you can do it? Your spiritualized universe does indeed have powerful sequence arts, but under the unified cultivation model, the traces of your attacks are too obvious. If both sides are equal in strength, our Xuanhuan universe can beat you to a pulp. Palace Mistress Yao grabbed Lu Yin's hand as blood dripped from the corner of her mouth onto the back of Lu Yin's hand. Lu Yin was just about to kill Palace Mistress Yao when his heart skipped a beat. He looked into the distance where the round-faced elder and Bao Qi were still locked in battle with the progenitor. He grabbed Palace Master Yao with one hand and pushed the battleship with the other. He pushed the battleship towards the stone door. The hearts of the spiritualized universe elites on the battleship sank completely. It was over. Even Palace Master Yao had been captured. Who else could save them? When Lu Yin pushed the battleship through the stone door, the spiritualized experts who were fighting with the cultivators from the Tianyuan universe were all shocked. They stared at Palace Mistress Yao, who had been grabbed by the neck by Lu Yin with one hand. Palace Mistress Yao was an absolute goddess in the spiritualized universe, and she was known as one of the beyond heaven's twin beauties. Her beauty was enough to topple the world, and countless people yearned for her. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. However, she was also an absolute expert who was unreachable and had unparalleled arrogance. Yet, someone like her had been grabbed by the neck and placed in a life-or-death situation. Palace Mistress Yao's face went pale, and she grabbed Lu Yin's arm tightly in an attempt to break free. However, she was unable to do so. Lu Yin used the starry sky in his heart to repel the laws. Even if Palace Mistress Yao's sequence particles could touch his arm, it did not matter. He had not injured Palace Mistress Yao's left arm before, and the only thing that could injure him was his head. Unless Palace Mistress Yao's sequence particles could touch his head, she would not be able to turn the tables. Kill me. Palace Mistress Yao could not bear this humiliation. She was the Palace Mistress of the Jade Water Palace, and she had been treated with great respect by Yu Sangtian. She was someone who could look down on the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe, and a single word from her could end the lives of countless people. How could she be humiliated like this? Lu Yin pushed the battleship into the battlefield between the Xuanhuan universe and the spiritualized universe ancestors and sequence law realm masters. Two spiritualized universe sequence law realm masters immediately tried to save Palace Mistress Yao, but they were easily killed by Lu Yin. He did not even need to move as the soil spear pierced through them, staining the sky with blood. I want to see how many people are willing to die to save you. Your spiritualized universe does not care about the lives of the people of the Xuanhuan universe. You think that you can control us and restart the universe so that we will all die? Today I can control your life and death. Tomorrow. After saying that, Lu Yin suddenly stared into Palace Mistress Yao's eyes. I can also control the life and death of your spiritualized universe. Restart the universe or spiritualize the universe. Palace Mistress Yao's eyes narrowed. This person was a madman. He actually wanted to restart the spiritualized universe? How dare he? How dare he? Did he not know the difference between the spiritualized universe and the Xuanhuan universe? Once Lord Yu Sangtian led the 7 Sangtians here, the Xuanhuan universe would be finished. If they had not been delayed by the consciousness universe, they would not have only sent so few people. There was also Wu Shangji, who was an existence that even she had never seen before. How dare this person think this way? The soil spear pierced through the body of a progenitor. It was a very young-looking man, and even before he died, his eyes were filled with adoration for Palace Mistress Yao. Lu Yin had used Palace Mistress Yao as bait to bait those who wanted to save her. It was very cruel, and if this scene spread to the spiritualized universe, Lu Yin would definitely be cursed by everyone there. But from the standpoint of the Xuanhuan universe, it only brought about excitement and encouragement. This was war. There was no right or wrong, only life and death. Astral 10 had been massacred, and Lu Yin's bottom line had been broken. His perseverance had been laughable during the war, but since that was the case, he would leave this perseverance and bottom line for the Xuanhuan universe and those who were worthy of staying. There was no need to leave this bottom line for the spiritualized universe invaders. Otherwise, the dead souls of the Xuanhuan universe would cry. In the distance, the progenitor looked over. In just a few hundred years of cultivation, this child had reached unprecedented heights. However, his temperament still needed to be polished. Kindness was not desirable and neither was evil. Zhuzi, there were many times when the most difficult thing for a person was not to live or die, but to make a choice. One's future was up to oneself to choose. Preserve a bit of kindness and leave evil to your enemies. This was the path that most cultivators took. Lu Yin still needed time to polish himself. But from the looks of it, things were going well. The round-faced elder and Bao Qi looked into the distance. Palace Mistress Yao's miserable state made them realize that the situation was hopeless. The battleship had been captured by Lu Yin, and with the progenitor blocking the way, they could not save her. If they continued to fight blindly, more and more spiritualized experts would die. At this moment, this chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The round-faced elder was filled with regret. He should not have provoked Lu Yin. He had overestimated Lu Yin's temperament. Just a few human lives had caused this child to go crazy. The more talented a cultivator was, the more human they were. This was because they had only cultivated for a short period of time. As for Sangtian, they had cultivated for so long that they had become numb to it. This child was clearly a normal person. How badly had that bastard Meng Sang been injured? He had not even participated in such a huge battle, and his 8 had even been snatched away. And where was that old man, Primordial Origin? Xuanhuan and the Eternals were nowhere to be seen. Had they all died? We can't do this. Bao Qi, scatter and wait for reinforcements, the round-faced elder transmitted. Bao Qi grinned and roared. The cauldron bell vibrated, and a silent power spread through the heavens, dyeing them black. That was the void realm appearing and spreading towards the progenitor. The progenitor glanced at the cauldron bell from time to time. These sequence bases were really troublesome. Although the sequence particles could not get close to him, with the sequence particles' support, their destructive power was so great that even the progenitor was afraid. Wait, they wanted to run. The sealed realm emerged from the stone door, bringing along the 6 specks of inception dust as it flew towards them. The round-faced elder grabbed the sealed realm and tore through the void to leave. At the same time, Bao Qi roared, "Everyone scatter and hide. Wait for reinforcements." With that, he tore through the void and left as well. The spiritualized universe's people were not stupid, and many of their experts had already fled. Now that Sang Tian had escaped, the remaining cultivators hurriedly left, but how could the Xuanhuan universe's experts tolerate this? Once they were caught in a battle, they would not be able to escape unless they put some distance between them. This was especially true when Lu Yin used his earthen spear to cover the entire sky and attack the entire battlefield. The spiritualized cultivators were killed one after another, and their corpses fell to the ground. Chu Yi, Hongyan Mavis, and the other experts took this opportunity to deal with their opponents. They were all cultivators of the sequence bases, and although they could not compare to the spiritualized universe's cultivators, it would still take them some time to deal with them. Not long after, the border of the Xuanhuan universe quieted down, and the stone door was stained with blood. Many corpses floated in the heavens. Most of them were spiritualized cultivators, while some were from the Xuanhuan universe. Fortunately, they had a great advantage in this battle, and not many people from the Xuanhuan universe had died, unlike the previous battle where so many had died. These corpses were left for Yiju. Palace Mistress Yao had been caught by Lu Yin and knocked unconscious. This woman seemed to be quite valuable and she would make a good bait. Whether it was a normal person or a cultivator, as long as they were humans, they would have emotions. Using emotions was one of the methods of war. The primogenitor left in exchange for Mr. Mu. Lu Yin had fought to his heart's content this time. Lu Yin brought Palace Mistress Yao and the battleship back to the Above Heaven sect. With Palace Mistress Yao captured, there was no one to control the Sky Devourer parasol, and Lu Yin could easily pull it out. However, in the battle just now, pushing the battleship forward was clearly more intimidating. After returning to the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin pulled out the Sky Devourer parasol under the horrified gazes of the elites on the battleship. This sequence base had returned to Lu Yin after a period of time. Currently, there were 3 sequence bases suppressed in the void of space in Lu Yin's heart. They were the Jianghu painting, the 8, and the Sky Devourer parasol. After breaking down these 3 sequence bases, the number of particles in the sequence bases was enough to shock the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin wondered what the spiritualized universe would think after losing 3 sequence bases. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3352. At first, the Above the Sky sect had kept the war front a secret, but as the war spread and Meng Sang's massacre of Astral 10, the news gradually leaked out. Now that the war front had been won, Lu Yin did not want others to speculate, so he announced the war to the entire universe. Even though everyone was shocked by the invasion of the other universes, the news of the first victory excited everyone. No matter what the outcome of the war was, they would fight to the end. There would definitely be fear, but if they could not avoid it, they would have to fight to the death. Lu Yin tossed the spiritualized geniuses into the 5th pagoda and made them part of his inheritance. Anyone who entered the 5th pagoda could challenge them and familiarize themselves with the spiritualized universe's cultivation. These geniuses were only worth this much, and it was impossible to learn much about the spiritualized universe from them. Lu Yin did not plan on interrogating these people at all. He had a simpler method, which was to have them cultivate a unique power and then roll his die to fuse with them and read their memories. Just like with Furball and Qingxian, the memories would not be fake, and it would be much more efficient than interrogating them. Palace Mistress Yao was different. She was unmoved by force or persuasion, and she was not afraid of death. She also did not cultivate any power. Compared to her, Primordial Fiend was much more obedient and would answer any questions. In his own words, the Xuanhuan universe would definitely be defeated, and he hoped to survive until then. As for the information about the spiritualized universe that he leaked, He did not care about how much trouble or loss it would bring to the spiritualized universe. Although the spiritualized universe had a unified cultivation method, it was precisely because this method was too fixed that the resources were also fixed. It was even harder for the spiritualized universe to obtain resources than the cultivators of the Tianyuan universe, and the competition for benefits was also more intense. Zhang Yin had given up on saving Primordial Fiend in order to obtain Sang Tian's position, and Lu Yin had seen through some of the spiritualized universe's secrets. Just as Wang Wen had said, this was because the cultivation culture of each universe was different. If one wanted to win the war, one had to consider not just strength but also the cultivation culture. This often had miraculous effects, and Lu Yin called it a strategic attack. The Tianyuan universe constantly sent out experts to hunt down the spiritualized cultivators that had escaped. Lu Yin was not worried that these cultivators would kill the innocent, as they had only escaped because they wanted to wait for reinforcements. During this time they would try their best to hide and not be surrounded. What Lu Yin and the others needed to do now was to ferret these people out. It's very difficult. They are all experts. Searching aimlessly is harder than searching for a needle in a haystack. Wang Wen felt a headache coming on. Lu Yin sat by the stone table and laughed. I've always felt that nothing can stump you. Wang Wen rolled his eyes. You think too highly of me. I'm not even an envoy and I barely managed to break through to the Enlighter realm. Right now I'm facing at least a progenitor, so how can I do anything? You should look for Wei Rong. That guy is famous for his treachery. Although he isn't strong, no one in the Above Heaven sect dares to offend him. No one knows when that guy will plot against you. Lu Yin recalled the battle with the spiritualized universe and Wei Rong's arrangements, and he nodded in agreement. To be honest, he didn't know how Wei Rong had thought of this. The setup was very simple, extremely simple. The difficult part was why he had made such a setup at that time. What was the meaning behind it? For whom? What was the point of preparing? None of these questions could be answered, but Wei Rong had done it anyway. He had directed and acted out a play. Perhaps no one would ever see this play, but he had done it very seriously. Wei Rong's most treacherous part is his setup. It's not for the present, but for the future. Wang Wen looked at the surface of the lake. If a person wants to fish, they will only fish when they feel like it, whether it's out of interest or hunger. Wei Rong was nothing. He had no interest in fishing, nor was he hungry, but he still went to fish. No one could understand why he did it until one day, a bored person came and made a promise that he could exchange the fish in the lake for treasures. No one knew that such a thing would happen, and no one could have imagined that such a thing would happen. Wei Rong eventually became the person with the most treasures, and he almost emptied that bored person's treasures because he had long since started fishing for a blank future. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Opportunities are given to those who are prepared, but the chances are too slim. Who knows where they will be? Wei Rong is like a fish that can be fished. He cast a wide net and he will always be able to catch one. All he has to do is spend his time doing something boring. At this point he looked at Wang Wen. What about you? How will you seize the opportunity? Wang Wen smiled brilliantly. I like to wait for opportunities to come to me. Those who are willing to take the bait. Lu Yin laughed. Then let Wei Rong catch the rats. The words "catch the rats" suddenly appeared in the Tianyuan universe. This news had spread from the Above Heaven sect, and it quickly spread throughout the various parallel universes of the Tianyuan universe. Countless people were excited, as the rats referred to the powerhouses from the spiritualized universe that had escaped. Even progenitors, those who had comprehended the laws of the sequence, and even those who had reached the level of Sang Tian, had been called rats. Countless people in the Tianyuan universe cheered for Master Lu's name. It was as if they could see the day when the Tianyuan universe completely defeated the spiritualized universe. In the deep universe, the sky was filled with stars. Stone houses were arranged in an irregular manner in the desert. Although they seemed irregular, if one observed carefully, they would discover that these stone houses corresponded to the stars in the night sky. It was as if the stars had been moved down horizontally. With the night sky and the desert as two sides, the stars that could be seen from one side of the desert would also be seen from the other side. This was a planet that belonged to an ancient civilization, and it was located in an unknown spacetime. The people here believed in the stars, and regardless of whether it was the layout of the houses or the battle arrays, everything had to correspond to the stars. On the roof of one of the stone houses, a figure with golden and dark red light swirling around him looked up. No one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly the starry sky was distorted and someone arrived. Several stone houses around lit up and many people looked over. "Why don't you help?" the newcomer asked. It was Tianxi. He had escaped from the battlefield at the border of the Xuanhuan universe and found this place. He looked at the one true God in front of him. The one true God was still looking at the night sky. I am not from your spiritualized universe. But we are cooperating, Tianxi said. The one true God did not speak. Tianxi's face darkened. The war was defeated and xianxia fled. Do you know what the sect above heaven said? They said they wanted to catch rats. What a joke. The people of our spiritualized universe are called rats. The one true God turned to look at Tianxi. Isn't that the case? Tianxi's eyes widened. Eternal, don't forget that restarting the Xuanhuan universe is not only our spiritualized universe's business, but also yours. If you want to enter the eternal realm, you have to restart the Xuanhuan universe. For this, how can our spiritualized universe help you? From the beginning, Sangtian, Zhanyan, Black and White Godless helped you deal with this place. As for the people of the universe, your eternal race can't deal with Lu Yin's sect above heaven. That is not our spiritualized universe's business. If you could help in the battle at the border, the result would be different. The one true God said calmly, you said it yourself. If I could help. Only then did Tianxi notice the light flowing around the one true God's body. He frowned. This is. The one true God smiled. A gift from Tai Hong. What do you think? Is this the reason for your failure? Tai Hong is not easy to deal with. She used her own life to set up this seal for me. It is not easy to break. Tianxi did not believe him. Tai Hong, that woman, is willing to sacrifice herself? The one true God said calmly, you underestimate Tai Hong. Or rather, you overestimate her. Her persistence is deeper than you think. Tianxi was helpless. The one true God could not help. There was no one in this universe who could deal with the primogenitor. Half of the spiritualized universe's power is in the universe of consciousness. Even if they send reinforcements here, there will not be many masters. That Lu Yin cultivated for only 100 years to reach his current level. Who knows what level he will reach if he is given more time. There are also the 3 realms and 6 paths, 3 suns and 6 lords. They may break through at any time. Not to mention, the biggest advantage of the Xuanhuan universe compared to the spiritualized universe is time. There is a mirage here. Even if it is only a few decades, the changes brought to the Xuanhuan universe will make the spiritualized universe helpless. At this time, Master Greengrass should help. Suddenly he paused. He did not dare to say anything more. The one true God's gaze enveloped him. Tianxi felt a chill. There are some things that can be said and some that cannot. You understand? The one true God's voice rang in Tianxi's ears. Tianxi looked around. He Wuxian and the others were not around. He needed to send them away to talk to the one true God. If we can't break out of this situation, what's the point of everything in the past? Tianxi was unwilling to give up. The one true God's gaze turned cold. The spiritualized universe did not lose much. So far, only some progenitor realm and sequence rules have died. None of Sangtian died. When your reinforcements arrive, I will remove Tai Hong's seal. No matter how strong the Xuanhuan universe becomes, it will be useless. It will be best if that Yu Sangtian can come. Tianxi was certain. Yu Sangtian will definitely come. Oh. The one true God did not understand. Tianxi sneered. Lu Yin is too smart for his own good. In the battle at the border, he used Palace Master Yao to threaten the spiritualized universe's practitioners. Now Palace Master Yao's life is in his hands. No one knows whether she is dead or alive. For Palace Master Yao, Yu Sangtian will definitely come. That's good. Yu Sangtian, me and a few Sangtians will not be afraid of the Xuanhuan universe. The one true God said. After that, he looked in one direction. Yin Gang King Qing come out. Tianxi followed the one true God's gaze and saw 2 men walking out. One was ordinary with no cultivation, but the other made Tianxi's gaze turn cold. He looked at King Qing. Was this a corpse king of the eternal race? But he gave him a different feeling. How should he put it? Compared to the corpse kings of the eternal race, he was more elegant and had an indescribable arrogance. He had never seen this kind of arrogance in any of the eternal race's masters, including the 3 masters and the 6 boundless gods. It was a different kind of arrogance. It was like when he first came to the Xuanhuan universe, he calculated this universe with a superior attitude. In his eyes, the Xuanhuan universe would definitely be restarted and the strongest master of this universe would be killed by him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3353. It was this kind of arrogance, the arrogance that truly overlooked this part of the universe. Where did a corpse king get such arrogance from? My lord. Yan Gang and Prince Qing bowed in unison. The only true god looked at Tianxi. Do you know about the worm nest? Tianxi nodded. I've heard of it. It's a kind of civilization inheritance that has caused the sect of heaven to mobilize a large number of people. When they encounter a worm's nest, they must destroy it. But I don't know much about it. Explain the bug nest properly. The only true god ordered. Yan Gang looked at Tianxi and slowly explained the situation of the hive. The more Tianxi listened, the more shocked he was. How could there be such a civilization? There were endless bugs and they were all very powerful. They could even destroy the inheritance of intelligent civilizations. Especially the last type of bug. Was it called the Green Immortal? His talent was top-notch, and he could change his form to adapt to the current environment of the universe. This feeling was very similar to the spirit molting of the spiritualized universe. Spirit molting was also an important factor in choosing one's form based on one's cultivation strength and future direction. Yan Gang finished speaking quickly. He did not know who Tianxi was, but this person gave him a feeling that he did not dare to look directly at him. He was an absolute expert like a god. Tianxi sized up Prince Qing. This was Xianxia? It was originally an insect, but it could actually become a corpse king? How do you feel? The only true god asked. Tianxi sighed. It's a very powerful civilization, but it's useless no matter how many of them there are. Numbers can't decide everything. The threat these worms bring is the same as their race. They're just worms. Lord Qing looked up at Tianxi with a calm expression. Tianxi and King Qing looked at each other and didn't care. No matter how talented Xianxia is, there will be a limit. Every species has a limit except for us humans. The one true god smiled. To spiritualized universes, the insectoid hive civilization is not a threat. Those insects cannot cross the entire universe, but to the Xuanhuan universe they are a huge threat. This is especially so for someone like Lu Yin who cares about the lives of ordinary people. The insectoid hive is a fatal threat to him, which is why the sect above heaven has placed a large portion of their efforts on the insectoid hive. Where did the hive civilization come from? This universe developed on its own? Tianxi was puzzled. The one true god said, perhaps. There are too many parallel universes. Since the heavenly sect established by humans can appear, the insectoid nest civilization can also appear. Tianxi did not feel too conflicted. You want to use the worm nest to delay the development of the above heaven sect until we send reinforcements? That's right. If we join forces with you now, at most, both sides will suffer losses. However, as long as we make good use of the insect nest, although the endless insects won't be able to destroy the humans, they can effectively stall them. It won't be easy for the humans to exterminate the insects. During this time, I've been spreading the insects around to distract the humans. Good idea, Tianxi praised. He also didn't want to fight to the death with the heaven above heaven sect. It would be best if this was the case. The one true god suddenly asked, when will reinforcements from the spiritualized universe arrive? Tianxi's eyes flashed. I'm not sure. It depends on Yu Sangtian's arrangement. The one true god retracted his gaze and stopped talking. Tianxi was still sizing up King Qing when he suddenly thought of something. Where is Yuanqi? Why didn't he show up? Only the forgetful ruins deity Wang Xiaoyu and Zhan Yan knew that Zhan Yan had been killed. Now, outside of the above heaven, only the one true god and the others knew what had happened to Origin Qi. He is planning something else, the Mirage Domain, the only true god said. Tianxi's eyes widened. Mirage Domain? Can he find it? This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Of course he can. Yuanqi is smarter than you think. Yu Sangtian asked me to help me break into Taiga City, but he took the opportunity to look for the Mirage Domain. He couldn't find it at first, neither could you or I. But Lu Yin entered the Mirage Domain several times and he finally found it. The only true god looked at the vast night sky dotted with stars. Once he enters the Mirage Domain, no one knows what he will do. Where is he? Tianxi asked hurriedly. The only true god frowned and said nothing. Tianxi stared at the only true god. Where is Yuanqi? What do you want to do? Enter the Mirage Domain. Why? You don't want to enter the Mirage Domain? The only true god laughed. There is no time flow in the Mirage Domain. This is meaningless to me. As for those forbidden places, I don't plan to go there. Tianxi squinted his eyes. Rumor has it that there is a path to immortality in the forbidden places. Aren't you interested? The only true god shook his head. The path to immortality is created by oneself. No one will put it in front of you. Besides, he looked at Tianxi. You are in the primordial realm. It is useless even if you go there. I owe you a favor. I will do anything you want me to do in the future. Help me find Yuanqi. No, help me enter the Mirage domain, Tianxi said solemnly. The only true God did not understand. Why do you have to enter the Mirage domain? Tianxi said in a low voice. I have my purpose. The only true God looked at Tianxi for a while. I can help you enter the Mirage domain, but there is a condition. Say it. Lend me the turbid treasure. Tianxi was shocked. What did you say? The only true God put his hands behind his back. You should know that I care about the turbid treasure very much. But don't worry. I just want to have a look. No. Tianxi refused directly. The only true God did not care. Then you can find Yuanqi yourself. Tianxi gritted his teeth. You have always wanted to get Jiang Feng's 3 artifacts because they are also turbid treasures. Turbid treasures are just external objects. Why do you care so much? The only true God did not speak. He closed his eyes as if he was sensing heaven and earth. If the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe go to war, I will step into the bitter adversity if I have no choice. A powerhouse who can cross the bitter adversity is much more helpful to you than a turbid treasure. Besides, you are just borrowing it. The spiritualized universe will restart the Tianyuan universe. I will also step into the position of Mulberry Heaven. In the future, I can even help you fight for the position of Mulberry Heaven. This is my promise to you, Tianxi continued. The only true God still did not speak. Tianxi said helplessly, I can only look but not touch. When I see Yuanqi, you have to return the turbid treasure to me. The only true God opened his eyes. Okay. Tianxi hesitated for a moment and took out a flame from his body. In the battle of the second disaster domain, Tianxi had used the flame to fight. But the flame had never appeared in the subsequent battles. This was his turbid treasure. The flame lit up the night sky. The whole planet was as bright as day. This abnormal phenomenon made everyone on the planet come out. They knelt on the ground and prayed to the stars. The only true God looked at the flame with bright eyes. What can it do? Give me one more chance to spiritual molt, Tianxi said in a low voice. The only true God's eyes widened. One more chance to spiritual molt? Tianxi took a deep breath. You should know what one more chance to spiritual molt will do to us people from the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe used spiritual seeds to start spiritual cultivation and finally achieved spiritual molt. That was a qualitative change. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Some talented practitioners could obtain spiritualized talents or weapons during spiritual molt. Tianxi's turbid treasure was the 3-foot green sword, no distance. 3-foot distance was not considered distance. It was enough to convince people. However, it was a spiritualized weapon. Yuanqi's bell, the round-faced elder's golden pen, Bao Qi's mimicry, Mengsang's nightmare, and Palace Master Yao's clear water were all spiritualized weapons or talents. They were the symbols of the spiritualized universe's powerhouses. Tianxi had reached the level second only to Mulberry Heaven. If he had one more spiritualized weapon or talent, his strength would surpass Palace Master Yao. The only true God praised him. No wonder you have the confidence to succeed Mulberry Heaven. Tianxi couldn't help but feel proud. Xuanhuan wanted to take Mulberry Heaven's position by relying on Yuanqi. Palace Master Yao thought she was the best under Mulberry Heaven. They didn't know I was the one who could succeed Mulberry Heaven. I was the strongest in the spiritualized universe. I could be. He paused again as if there was an invisible force suppressing him. The only true God looked at the light flame in surprise. Forgetting Ruins. The god of Forgetting Ruins walked out. My lord. Take him to Yuanqi. Yuanqi won't refuse to let him enter the mirage with Yuanqi with my favor. The only true God said. The god of Forgetting Ruins looked at Tianxi and bowed slowly. Yes, my lord. Tianxi was curious. Your favor? The only true God stared at the light flame. Don't worry. Yuanqi will take you into the mirage. Tianxi breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. He left with the god of Forgetting Ruins. After they left, the only true God looked calm. No one knew what he was thinking. Under the stars, the god of Forgetting Ruins took Tianxi in a direction. Tianxi was confused. Yuanqi is in this time and space? The god of Forgetting Ruins smiled. What do you think? If you don't go with him, how can you guarantee your safety? You can't use your strength. Tianxi thought of the golden light that enveloped the only true God, and the shadow of the great heavenly master appeared in his mind. He did not expect that Tai Hong would sacrifice himself. I heard that you are called rats. Interesting, the god of forgetting ruins suddenly said with a smile. Tianxi's face turned cold. The pressure of the primordial realm came and pressed on the god of forgetting ruins. What did you say? The god of forgetting ruins' face changed and became pale. He said in awe, I'm sorry. Tianxi's tone was cold. If this happens again, even the eternity can't protect you. The god of forgetting ruins hurriedly said, I don't dare, I don't dare. Then he led the way. Tianxi was cold and arrogant. The 7 heavenly gods could only be submissive in front of him. Soon the two stopped in the starry sky. The god of forgetting ruins looked around. Tianxi frowned. Where is Yuanqi? It should be here. I found it. She pointed in a direction and took a step forward. She landed on a meteorite. Tianxi landed at the same time. The moment he touched the meteorite, his mind went blank and he forgot everything. The god of forgetting ruins' face changed. He stared at Tianxi like an abyss. The real god's freedom technique. Lanterns appeared around Tianxi, and they sang sorrowful songs. Tianxi only forgot for a moment and recovered immediately. He stared at the god of forgetting ruins with murderous intent in his eyes. He stabbed out with his sword. How dare you? The god of forgetting ruins smiled with a gloomy face. He waved his hand and broke the lantern. Tianxi spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, black lines circled around him. They came from Wuxian and entered Tianxi's mouth the moment he spat out blood. Tianxi was shocked. He slashed his sword upward and cut off the lines. At the same time, the god of forgetting ruins cut off another lantern. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3354. Tianxi waved his sword and tore through the void, trying to force the two back. 7 sky gods worked together, sneak attacked, and used the freedom technique of the true god. Even he found it difficult to deal with them. Now he could only run. Tianxi's body surged and his expression changed drastically. Oh no, he could not control his body. He opened his mouth and a black line flew out of his mouth, bringing out an inconspicuous seed. The god of forgetfulness struck at Tianxi, using the art of forgetfulness. Tianxi was in the primordial realm, so the rules could not get close to him. However, the god of forgetfulness and Wuxian did not use the sequence particles. Faced with the god of forgetfulness's strike, the sequence particles spread before Tianxi, and the art of forgetfulness disappeared. The god of forgetfulness and Wuxian retreated together. See you later, rat. Tianxi was furious. He gripped his sword and chased after them. Behind him, several figures appeared. Tianxi and the god of forgetfulness looked over. Xiaoshang, I'll leave this rat to you. The god of forgetfulness turned and left. The black line in Wuxian's eyes streaked across the starry sky, splitting it into two. Tianxi cut the line with his sword. Behind him, the god of forgetfulness, who had just disappeared, reappeared with his art of forgetfulness. It struck the starry sky and there was no one there. This was Tianxi's sequence rule, stacking. It could stack the enemy's attack. Once it was stacked, the enemy's attack would disappear immediately, and Tianxi would release it when he wanted. He could also stack his own power to increase his destructive power. The god of forgetfulness and Wuxian fled, cutting off the last lantern before they left. No matter how unwilling Tianxi was, he could not chase after them. He wanted to escape, but the moment the lantern was cut off, he coughed up blood again. He could not block the freedom technique of the true god. It was also at this moment that Ancestor Chen and the others caught up with him. Ancestor Ku grasped Tianxi's sword blade directly. Tianxi's sword blade pierced Ancestor Ku's palm. Ancestor Ku grasped Tianxi's sword hilt tightly with his pierced palm. Behind Tianxi, Ancestor Chen struck a palm. Tianxi hurriedly blocked with the sequence particles, but the sequence particles were all used by the consecutive palms. They stacked at Tianxi's back and broke his body. Bang! Ku Zu bent his sword and broke it. He held the broken sword and slashed across. Tianxi stood where he was in a daze. Blood spurted out from his neck. He swayed and fell to the ground. The whole process was clean and efficient. Ancestor Chen and Ancestor Ku seemed to have worked together for countless years. They defeated Tianxi with brute force. Looking at Tianxi lying on the ground, Ancestor Chen turned and chased after the god of forgotten ruins. However, the god of forgotten ruins, the one true god, and the others had already left this spacetime and disappeared. My lord, Tianxi should be in the hands of the above heavens sect. He can't escape, the god of forgotten ruins said. At the same time, He Wuxian passed the inconspicuous seed from Qianxi's body to the one true God. The only true deity took it. This is his turbid treasure. He thinks he's smart, but he's not stupid. Although that flame is fake, its use is real. This seed can allow him to shed his spirit once more. Interesting. A turbid treasure born in accordance with the universe? Who has been to the beginning of the long river of time, to the beginning of the universe? As he muttered to himself, he recalled the phenomenon of Lu Yin's breakthrough, the huge tree and the turbid treasures hanging on it. What exactly is Lu Yin's secret? Lu Yin's appearance had caused a huge change in the situation, but perhaps this change was what should have happened. The main hall of the Above Heaven sect was shrouded in a murderous aura. Wu Tian, Hongyan Mavis, Lu Yuan, and the others were all there, staring at Qianxi with murderous eyes. When they learned that, they came after Qianxi was captured and brought to the Above Heaven sect. Qianxi was one of the people who plotted against the ancestor. Although the ancestor was conferred the title of Grass Master in the end, Qianxi and the other guardians were also the culprits. The other three were dead and only Qianxi was captured. Qianxi lay on the ground looking at the ground. The gazes around him made him feel as if he was pierced by countless sharp blades. How could this be? Why did the Eternal Tribe betray him? They couldn't have cooperated with the Above Heaven sect. They should be mortal enemies. What? Damn it. If not for the Eternal Tribe, he wouldn't have been discovered. Lu Yin sat on the seat of honor and looked at Qianxi calmly. Rat, I caught one. Qianxi gritted his teeth, looked up, and glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. Plotting against the ancestor and oppressing humans. Qianxi, how do you want to die? Qianxi's eyes narrowed, but he didn't speak. Beside him, Sapphire Zhilua said, This day has finally come. Qianxi, can you imagine how much I hated you when I was sealed in Tianfeng's body and suffered the torture of being skinned alive and disfigured? I've been waiting for this day for a long time. The other three died too easily. Wu Tian said in a low voice, We can take revenge for Master's murder. The guardians of the four guardians of the Tianyuan universe are actually enemies. What a joke. Hongyan Mavis sneered. Qianxi listened to their words and felt his body grow numb. Blood flowed from his neck and dyed the ground red. He spoke with difficulty and said in a hoarse voice, I'm from the spiritualized universe. We're enemies. Lu Yin looked at him. You're enemies with us. What about the Eternal Tribe? Qianxi's eyes were filled with hatred. The Eternal Tribe had betrayed him. The Eternal Tribe cooperated with you. You even sent Sang Tian to help him, but he betrayed you in the end. I'm curious about the reason, Lu Yin asked. The others were curious as well. Logically, the Eternal Tribe shouldn't have betrayed Qianxi, but it was obvious that Qianxi had been injured by the god of Forgotten Ruins and He Wuxian. That was why Progenitor Qin and Progenitor Ku had found the opportunity to capture him. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to stop a primordial realm expert from escaping. Lu Yin couldn't even stop Qianxi at the border battlefield. Master Lu, I don't want to die. I attacked the Tianyuan universe because of our position. I'm not a traitor and I didn't kill the innocent people of your universe. Qianxi gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Yin. I can help you deal with the Eternal Tribe. They don't have many people left. Oh, there's also a hive that gave birth to Qingxian. He's called Qingwang, a corpse king. Lu Yin was surprised. Corpse King Qingxian? Wu Tian and the others were surprised. A corpse king had appeared. Qianxi said, Yes, a corpse king. The Eternal Tribe is teaching him the battle techniques of the Eternal Tribe. He's being controlled by someone called Yen Gang. They're the only ones left. I can help you deal with them. Yen Gang? Lu Yin frowned. What a familiar name. Yen Gang? Is that the name of the person who can control the hive? What's his cultivation level? Great Elder Xianxia came and asked. As long as a hive appeared, he would be concerned. Qianxi said, He's just an ordinary person to us. We can kill him with a look. We don't care. Great Elder Xianxia frowned. This is troublesome. Qianxi didn't understand. Why would the weak be troublesome? Great Elder Xianxia looked at Lu Yin. The true master of the hive has never been a human. It's the immortal master. The hive's master is Qingxian. As long as Qingxian is born, the master of the hive is no longer important. Zhang Xiaoxue gave birth to Qingxian. Whether she was willing or not, Brocade Azura appeared. In the end we found her. Brocade Azura appeared because of Qingxian. I suspect that Qingxian deliberately used Zhang Xiaoxue as bait. Yen Gang is no exception. Qingxian, who he gave birth to, couldn't be controlled by him. There's only one reason why she could be controlled. That Qingxian was pretending. Lu Yin's heart was heavy. Xianxia was born to face the Eternals. She knew that she was no match for them, but she didn't want to be controlled or killed by the Eternals. Therefore she purposely admitted that she was controlled by Yen Gang. She used Yen Gang to numb the Eternals so that she could find a chance to escape. The worst-case scenario is that she didn't plan to escape. She just followed the one true God and learned the battle techniques of the Eternals. Because she was a corpse king, she was most suitable for the power of the Eternals. She was naturally trusted by the one true God. Yen Gang was just a cover. Jialong was puzzled. It's just a bug. Is it really that smart? What, betraying Tsang Xiaoxue and using Yen Gang as a cover? Is that true? Great Elder Xianghu was very serious. Never underestimate Xianxia. Any Xianxia can bring an irreversible disaster to the human race. Tianxi didn't quite believe it. But thinking about Yen Gang's strength, how could King Qing be controlled by that trash? It was believable. The celestial sect's fear of the hive was greater than he had imagined. Could that hive really bring about a disaster? Tianxi was not stupid to be able to cultivate to his current level. He was also not blindly arrogant. However, Yen Gang's description of the hive was just a special characteristic of the hive. What Great Elder Xianghu told Lu Yin was a fact that had happened before. The two were completely different. In Tianxi's opinion, no matter what, could Xianxia cultivate to Sang Tian's level? If she did not reach that level, she would never be a threat to the human race. And in Great Elder Xianghu's opinion, Xianxia had limitless possibilities. This was because they had indeed reached a certain level in the third stronghold. Tianxi did not care because he did not care about the spiritualized universe. No matter what happened to this universe, it would eventually be rebooted. Right now he just wanted to live. They had paid a huge price to restart the Tianyuan universe. They would not be satisfied if they died just like that. Sometimes it was not because they were afraid of death but because they were unwilling to die. It was already known that the one true God had a hive, but what surprised everyone was that Xianxia had actually appeared in the form of a corpse king. If Great Elder Xianghu's guess was true, then it meant that Xianxia was extremely intelligent. It could be considered to have verified Great Elder Xianghu's words. Lu Yin was still immersed in Yen Gang's name. He felt that this name sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Yen Gang, Yen Gang, Yen Gang. At his cultivation level, if this name sounded familiar, then he must have come into contact with it before. The surroundings quieted down as everyone could tell what Lu Yin was thinking. Tianxi did not speak either. Lu Yin closed his eyes and recalled the past. Suddenly his eyes opened. It's him. He remembered now. Yen Gang was a subordinate of Yen Feng, the young master of the heavenly Yen tribe on Fire's Melt planet. He had participated in Earth's apocalypse and had a conflict with Lu Yin. He was one of Lu Yin's first enemies on the path of cultivation. However, after Lu Yin had dealt with Yen Feng and destroyed Fire's Melt planet, this name had faded from his mind. Not only Yen Gang but even Yen Feng and his father Yen Wuxiao had gradually forgotten about him. Yen Gang was an enemy from 100 years ago. Who would have thought that he would appear again today? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3355. Could it be so coincidental? Draw the person you saw, Lu Yin said to Tianxi. Tianxi silently drew Yen Gang's appearance. Everyone looked at Yen Gang's appearance. He was a very ordinary person. In Tianxi's words, he was worse than an ant. An ant needed to be stepped on to kill, but this person did not even need to be stepped on. Lu Yin took a deep breath. It is indeed him. Master, do you know this person? Jialong asked. Lu Yin nodded. This person was one of my first enemies. He was a strong opponent when I first stepped into the world of cultivation. But after so many years, my enemies have either been dealt with or forgotten. I did not expect this person to appear again. No wonder he was hiding in a worm nest. It seems like he wants to take revenge on me. Wu Tian pondered. Is it karma? Lu Yin was surprised. Karma? Wu Tian said, karma is more mysterious than time and space. It is difficult to understand. Legend has it that there is karma in the mirage. People often say that karma is karma. Karma must have changed some intelligent civilizations and passed down generation after generation. But until now, no one has been able to clarify it. The closest is you, Master, using time as karma to fill the past in the future. Also, there is Master Qing Chao's karma chain. In the past, Lu Yin had used the ancestor's sword from the future to travel through time to deal with Wei Nu. Later, to make up for this karma, He had repaired the ancestor's sword and sent it to Xian Academy. At that time the karma was very clear. It was the karma that he had planted. And Master Qing Chao's karma chain was just a guess. Did karma really exist in the world? Lu Yin thought of Saruzan's innate gift. It was called karma. The amount of sin one had in one's heart would be reflected by this gift. It was very magical and was very similar to karma. The guilt that one had planted because of karma would eventually be repaid. At that time, Saruzan's words also reminded him of what he had heard. Perhaps this universe is an existence that can be quantified. Whether it is combat power, behavior, mood, past footprints, kindness, sins, etc., they can all be quantified. Any person, any living thing, plant, animal, or dead thing can be quantified, or in other words, designed. Whatever you have experienced, it will be recorded for you at an unseen height. Was this karma? Karma was the mark of this quantified and designed world. Those who saw this mark could interpret karma. Saruzan could see that mark. Could he see karma? Lu Yin looked at Yen Gang's appearance. This person had karma with Lu Yin, and if not for Lu Yin, Yen Gang would not have acted in such a manner. Yen Gang would have continued to follow Yen Feng on Fire's Melt Planet. Perhaps he would have remained in Frostwave Weave for the rest of his life, but Fire's Melt Planet would still exist, and Yen Feng might even have married Jenny Anna. Because of him, the Fire's Melt Planet was gone, Yen Feng was dead, and he had to wander the universe. There was no right or wrong. There was no absolute right or wrong in the world of cultivation. It was Yi Shiwen who had caused him to become like this. It was also because of Yi Shiwen that the insectoid nest had appeared. He had coincidentally obtained the insectoid nest. Because he hated Yi Shiwen, he had hidden the insectoid nest, resulting in the current situation. The appearance of the Azure King was his revenge. Although he was just a tool and could be killed at any time, his revenge had been completed. When this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. At that moment, would the karma between the two of them disappear? Karma and time were mysterious and unfathomable. Lu Yin could not see through them, and neither could the primogenitors. Then, could an eternal life realm expert see through them? Was that why Master Grass had the karma chain on his wrist? Was it because he could see through karma? Touch karma? If touching karma could only be done by reaching the eternal life realm, then once one grasped the karma of the forbidden land in the Mirage domain, did that mean that they had reached the eternal life realm? Was that the path to the eternal life realm? If that path really was the path to the eternal life realm, then Wei Nu was not lying. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Yin's mind. He seemed to have grasped something, but at the same time he did not. Why did the eternal life realm attack you? Lu Yuan asked again. Tianxi looked at Lu Yin and Lu Yin looked back. Because of the turbid treasure. Turbid treasure? Lu Yuan did not expect this. It was only then that everyone recalled that Tianxi should have a turbid treasure, and this was something that Jialongjiluo had told them. During the second Calamity Region battle, Tianxi had announced that his turbid treasure to the outside world was his sword, the 3-foot Azure Edge Limitless. Jialongjiluo had also told Lu Yin and the others the same thing, but everyone had been fooled. What is your turbid treasure? Jialongjiluo could not help but ask. She had been fooled once and was very concerned. Tianxi was helpless. Spirit seed. What spirit seed? The spirit seed of my spiritualized universe. Tianxi spoke frankly with a bitter look on his face. I'm a cultivator from the spiritualized universe. When I start practicing, I have a chance to shed my spiritual skin. You should be clear about this. This spiritual seed will give me another chance to shed my spiritual skin. Everyone was shocked. So that was it. It was very easy for a powerhouse to obtain a spiritualized weapon or innate gift after spirit molting. These weapons or innate gifts were very powerful, and having another chance to spirit molt meant having another spiritualized weapon or innate gift. That would be different. Innate gifts were synonymous with powerhouses in any universe. When Lu Yin had first stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had already known that those with innate gifts could join the 10 Arbiters' Council unconditionally, regardless of their strength. This was the dream of the younger generation, and they could grasp authority in advance and stand at the peak of the universe. Anyone who joined the 10 Arbiters' Council would be respected by everyone. Tianxi had not aroused any suspicion when he had used a spiritualized weapon to impersonate a turbid treasure. This showed just how powerful a spiritualized weapon was. This meant that the turbid treasure was a spiritualized weapon or innate gift that gave him another chance to advance his strength. To a spiritualized universe cultivator, this was the most suitable turbid treasure. The Eternal attacked you because he wanted to steal your spirit seed? But he's not a spiritualized universe cultivator, so it's useless even if he obtained the spirit seed, Hongyan Mavis said. Wu Tian shook his head. The Eternal doesn't care about the spirit seed, but rather the turbid treasure itself. Turbid treasures are strange existences, so perhaps the Eternal wants to obtain something from them. Lu Yin said, he's always wanted to steal Uncle Zhang's 3 divine artifacts, and he's very persistent about the turbid treasure. Qianxi gritted his teeth and said bitterly, I thought I had fooled him and used a fake turbid treasure to trick him into bringing me to see the primordial. I never expected the Eternal to see through it and even attack me. The primordial? Everyone looked at him strangely. Qianxi did not suspect anything. The primordial is with the Eternal. No, they shouldn't be together. Otherwise, the primordial would not have allowed the Eternal to attack me. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He said that the primordial and I are both spiritualized, and he has no reason to attack me. He then looked at Lu Yin. Master Lu, I must kill the Eternal. Give me a chance and let me help you deal with the Eternal. I will tell the spiritualized universe what the Eternal did and let them deal with him. Lu Yin did not care. If the one true God dared to do this, then he was not afraid of the spiritualized universe finding out. In his eyes, was becoming enemies with the spiritualized universe not as important as obtaining the turbid treasure? Then would Uncle Jiang be in danger? Qianxi did not know that the primordial was imprisoned in the above heaven sect, and Lu Yin and the rest did not say anything. Of course, they did not immediately execute him either. Even if they did, they would not treat it so lightly. After all, Qianxi had once persecuted the primordial realm powerhouse. The significance of his death was different from the others. Qianxi was imprisoned separately from the primordial. Right, there was also Palace Mistress Yao, who was imprisoned within the aura of death. Among the younger cultivators from the spiritualized universe, there were quite a few who had cultivated Lu Yun's power. Lu Yin sat at the back of the above heaven sect. He raised his hand and his die appeared. He did not need to interrogate the spiritualized elites. He only needed to merge with them. He pointed. After rolling the die 4 times, he did not get 6 pips. 2 times he rolled 4 pips, which gave Lu Yin 2 years in the time-stop space. During these 2 years, the landscape painting had shrunk by more than half. The Heaven Devourer parasol and the 8 tribes had also shrunk slightly. The particles in Lu Yin's heart were filled with so close, yet worlds apart, the 8 hands of Seal the Gate, and the Devourer parasol. The landscape painting had been used by Progenitor Qin more than once in multiple battles, so the amount of particles in the painting had been greatly reduced. Although it was still boundless, it was not as exaggerated. The 8 tribes were different from the Heaven Devourer parasol. As long as they were completely broken down into particles, the number of particles in Lu Yin's body would be incomparably exaggerated. No, the number of light wheels would definitely surpass that of a Grand Empyrean. This was equivalent to the particles of more than 100 powerhouses. It would be even more exaggerated if he could break down the sealed realm. The landscape painting's particles had come from 77 people, the 8 tribes from 51, and the Heaven Devourer parasol from 62. As for the sealed realm, it had come from 359 people, which was twice as many as the previous 3 combined. Unfortunately, the sealed realm had been taken away by the round-faced elder. Lu Yin desired to break down even more of the sequence foundations. This might be his path, but his path was different from everyone else's. 10 days later, Lu Yin rolled his die again. This time it went smoothly and he rolled enhance on his second try. However, he did not find the glowing orb when he entered the dark space. It was not as if he could find it just because he was close. Being able to fuse with Furball and Qingxian's body had been pure luck. Lu Yin shook his head, left the dark space and continued rolling. Another 10 days passed and this time he rolled enhance. He entered the dark space but there was still nothing there. How unlucky. 10 days later, Lu Yin rolled enhance again, but there was still nothing there. He rolled enhance again but there was still nothing there. Lu Yin sank into deep thought. This was not right. He had entered the dark space 4 times, but he had not found the glowing orb. This was clearly not what he had expected. Was he too unlucky? Had he been too far away from the spiritualized universe all 4 times? Lu Yin looked in the direction of the inner verse, stood up and took a step forward. When he reappeared, he was already above the Astral River. He took another step and arrived outside the 5th pagoda. No one could see him. This place was very close to the spiritualized universe's elite geniuses. Continue. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3356. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Luin tapped his die and rolled it. He rolled enhanced several times and finally disintegrated the landscape map. At this point, there was no longer any landscape map in the universe. He watched the die slowly spin. 3 continue, 2 continue, 6. Lu Yin's consciousness entered the dark space once more, but there was still nothing there. Luin looked at the 5th pagoda. There had to be a problem somewhere, as it was impossible for nothing to happen 5 times. He entered the 5th pagoda and found the spiritualized universe's elite geniuses, who were currently very busy. Ever since the war between the Xuanhuan universe and the spiritualized universe had been announced, the Xuanhuan universe had experienced a new wave of cultivation. Countless people had rushed into the 5th pagoda in hopes of unraveling the spiritualized universe. Those from the spiritualized universe could not stay idle at all, and many people lined up to fight the spiritualized universe's elites. In fact, if not for their cultivation being restricted to the Melder, Lemiter or Explorer realm, not many cultivators from the Xuanhuan universe who had entered the 5th pagoda would be their match. Those elites had all been recognized by the spiritualized universe, and those who had followed them into the Xuanhuan universe were the absolute elites. "Watch my blade," a girl shouted as she slashed at Luin with a blade that was even larger than herself. Luin was speechless. He flicked his finger and knocked the blade away from the girl's hand, stabbing it into the ground. The girl took a few steps back and excitedly said, "You're really powerful." "Again. Why did you hit me?" Luin asked. The girl snorted and waved her fist. "Everyone has the right to punish external enemies." "I'm not," Luin answered. The girl blinked. "You're not from the spiritualized universe?" Luin shook his head. In the distance, a man rushed over and stood in front of the girl. He apologized. "Sorry, brother. My little sister was confused and thought that you were an enemy from the spiritualized universe." "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." Luin waved a hand. The man hurriedly pulled the girl away. The girl struggled to break free. "Brother, my blade. My blade." "Shut up. I think you've become bold enough to provoke just anyone. I thought that person was an enemy from the spiritualized universe. Even if he's an enemy from the spiritualized universe, you and I can't deal with him. Did you see his face?" "I don't think so. I'll go back and take a look." "Return? We can't even see his face clearly. If he's from the spiritualized universe, he must be extremely powerful. We'll leave him to those monsters. If he's not, then he's a top genius from the Xuanhuan universe. He's not someone we can afford to offend." "Oh, but my saber is still there." "You are not allowed to use a knife in the future." "Then what should we use?" "Needle." "Go home and learn embroidery." "I don't want to, bro." Luin looked at the two in the distance. They were an interesting pair of siblings. If he entered the 5th pagoda like this, it would attract a lot of attention. In that case, when his body vanished, a male punched out from afar. What speed he actually dodged the attack. Did he want to launch a sneak attack? He turned around and kicked the ground, but it was still not there. He leaped up and attacked the ground fiercely. However, the person was still not there. This made the man dumbfounded. Where was the person who had spiritualized the universe? Where did it go? Outside the 5th pagoda, Luin appeared while carrying a spiritualized man from the universe. The man had been knocked unconscious, and Luin placed a hand on the man's shoulder. Then Lu Yin's expression changed. He now understood why he could not find the spiritualized cultivators who cultivated the power of the flowing clouds. It was because the power of the flowing clouds that they cultivated had undergone a transformation. Spiritualized cultivators had a chance to undergo a spiritual molt, and a spiritual molt came from a spirit seed. In other words, a spiritualized cultivator was no longer just a person. They had fused with a spirit seed and become a completely new life form. Any power that they cultivated would be transformed once it entered their body, becoming a power that was suitable for their current body's cultivation. If progenitors could change the heavens and the earth, then spiritualized cultivators who underwent a spiritual molt would change their own bodies. They would become the heavens and the earth, and they would use this method to change their own world and adapt to the power that they could cultivate. This was both a change in power and a change in themselves. Thus, their cultivation speed was very fast, and they could also come into contact with the sequence laws in advance before reaching the progenitor realm and determine whether or not they could cultivate it. This was what Primordial Origin had said: there was no need to waste any resources. The path was right there, and it was obvious who could walk it and who could not. Luin tossed the person into the 5th pagoda with a gloomy expression. His dai's possession had failed. Possession allowed him to fuse with any person or creature in the primordial space. It was not restricted by cultivation power, as the primordial space was filled with astral sources. If he wanted to fuse with another spacetime lifeform, he would have to use that lifeform's cultivation power to roll the die. Even if a spiritualized cultivator cultivated the power of the flowing clouds, Lu Yin would not be able to fuse with them when rolling the die. The flowing clouds' power would change the moment it entered their bodies, and it would no longer be the original flowing clouds' power. His dai's possession had no effect on them. This result disrupted Lu Yin's plans. He had originally wanted to use possession to understand the spiritualized universe, and he had also wanted to use possession to deal with enemies like the four cardinal scales, but he had failed. Every spiritualized cultivator was different, as their spirit molds would change according to their own cultivation strength and will. Unless Lu Yin walked the same path as that spiritualized cultivator, he would not be able to merge with any spiritualized cultivator's body. Lu Yin pondered for a long time outside the fifth pagoda, staring at the die in a daze. Possession was considered a failure in the spiritualized universe, and many of his plans had to be changed. There was an area in the above sky sect that was filled with death energy, and it came from the sixth mainland. Lu Yin had purposely stored the death energy in the above sky sect to suppress the captured experts. It had previously been kept in the Eternal Kingdom, but ever since the battle in the Eternal Kingdom and the death energy had been used up, the experts were no longer imprisoned there. It was more convenient to lock them up in the above sky sect. Lu Yin walked through the death energy and stood there. He waved his hand and the surrounding death energy dispersed to reveal three people: Primogenitor, Palace Mistress Yao and Tianxi. The three of them were imprisoned in the death energy, but because of the isolation they could not sense each other's presence. Primogenitor had been imprisoned in the death energy for the longest time, and he was filled with apprehension. This power could even suppress him, and it was filled with killing intent. This was a power born for slaughter. Lu Yin was very confident in the death energy as it was the power of the death god. Not to mention the strength of the death energy left behind by the death god, the death energy itself was very powerful against experts. In addition, there were chains that could bind even sequence laws powerhouses. Nothing could go wrong. The three of you take a look at each other. You all know each other, right? Lu Yin said as he looked around. He saw Primogenitor, Palace Mistress Yao and Palace Mistress Yao. Palace Mistress and Tianxi. Primogenitor was not surprised to see Tianxi, as even he had been captured, so it was not strange for Tianxi to be captured as well. However, Palace Mistress Yao had actually appeared. Someone from our universe is here? Palace Mistress Yao was shocked. Primogenitor sang Tian? You've been captured? Tianxi was stunned. Primogenitor had actually been captured? Eternal, that bastard, had used Primogenitor as bait to make him lower his guard. In reality, Primogenitor had already been captured by the above sky sect. Our universe is at war with the Xuanhuan universe? Primogenitor asked Palace Mistress Yao. Palace Mistress Yao said, yes, but unfortunately we lost. She then looked at Tianxi. You were captured? Tianxi gritted his teeth, speechless. Lu Yin smiled. The three of you have finished catching up. It's my turn now. The three looked at Lu Yin, not understanding what he was trying to do. Master Lu, I know what you're trying to do. Don't waste your time. I won't say or do anything, Palace Mistress Yao said directly. She had been captured by Lu Yin to lure the spiritualized universe's people to their deaths. She was filled with hatred and humiliation towards Lu Yin. Primogenitor's expression changed. He would tell Lu Yin anything he asked, but he did not know what to say in front of Palace Mistress Yao. Tianxi also felt the same, but this feeling was directed towards Primogenitor and Palace Mistress Yao. He did not know what their attitudes were, but in order to survive he would definitely cooperate. He wanted to take revenge on Eternal. Lu Yin smiled. Don't be anxious. I know that to your spiritualized universe, invading my Tianyuan universe is not a big deal. Or rather, it's not difficult at all. It's more like a game. Many outsiders have come to our universe. Have you heard of the Lost Clan? They come from a universe called the Third Stronghold. There's an omnipotent existence in their universe. He should be in the eternal realm. That existence calls the war to determine the fate of the universe a game. It's all a game. Today I'll play a game with you. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the three, and his gaze gradually turned cold. A game to determine life and death. He tapped his finger, and 3 incense sticks appeared in front of the three. Everyone has 1 incense stick. During this time, you must think of a way to survive in front of me. No matter what you say, do, or give me, I'll move on to the next person after the incense sticks burn out. After that, I'll use your answers." He then looked up. "I'll kill one." The three stared at Lu Yin with different expressions. Lu Yin laughed. "The other two definitely can't hear what you're saying. Only I can. After 3 incense sticks, one of you must die. Then the game begins." With that, the deathly aura engulfed them, leaving only Palace Mistress Yao untouched. Lu Yin walked in front of her and lit the incense stick. It slowly burned, and the green smoke rose vertically into the deathly aura. Lu Yin just looked at Palace Mistress Yao and did not speak. He remained silent. Palace Mistress Yao looked at Lu Yin. "This trick is useless. The 3 of us are too valuable to you. Otherwise we would not have survived. You won't get any information from me." Lu Yin closed his eyes and did not speak. He calmly faced Palace Mistress Yao. Palace Mistress Yao closed her eyes as well. The surroundings were strangely quiet, and only the smoke rose slowly. The incense stick's time was very short, and more than half of it had burned out. Palace Mistress Yao opened her eyes and saw Lu Yin. She also saw that there was still 1/3 of the incense stick left. She did not care and closed her eyes again. Soon more time passed. Only 1/10 of the incense stick remained, which was very short. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3357. Lu Yin's eyes were still closed as if he was resting. Palace Mistress Yao's eyes flashed. "I told you it's useless." Lu Yin did not respond. She narrowed her eyes. "We started out as ordinary people and we've experienced too much. We're already used to life and death. Master Lu, how many times have you been through? Instead of playing this game, why don't you think of ways to increase the strength of the Tianyuan universe? Our spiritualized universe is stronger than you think." Lu Yin's eyes were still closed and he did not say a word. "Whoever you want to die will die. Even if one of the 3 of us dies, you'll be the one to kill him. The other 2 don't even know what that person said. That's why you didn't let them hear it. There's no value in saying it out loud. We're not that stupid and neither are the other 2. You won't get anything." The incense was about to end and there were only a few bits of red left. Palace Mistress Yao stared at the incense and her eyes flickered. She then looked at Lu Yin and said, "I'm Yu Xianxia's whetstone. Yu Xianxia's cultivation method is called the Heart of Monolith. The stronger one is, the stronger this method is. When cultivated to the limit, one can change the universe and others. He's using my absolute reversal method to whet his blade and complete his Heart of Monolith. Only I know how strong Yu Xianxian is. In the entire spiritualized universe, aside from the illusory supreme, I'm the only one who understands him. His turbid treasures, spiritualized weapons, his foundation, his innate gifts and so on. I know everything about him." Before she could finish speaking, the deathly aura engulfed her as the incense burned out. Palace Mistress Yao looked at the pitch-black deathly aura, and her expression turned ugly. She could not help but speak. She could not guarantee that she would not die, but being alive was far better than being dead. Very few people knew about her relationship with Yu Xianxian. As long as Yu Xianxian existed, she would be at the top of the spiritualized universe. After restarting the Tianyuan universe, she would be a powerhouse who could attempt to step into the eternal realm. Why should she die? She was one of the Beyond Sky's 2 absolutes, an existence that countless people in the spiritualized universe looked up to. It would not be worth it if she died here. How hateful. This person had taken advantage of her weakness. No, he had taken advantage of her humanity. She swore that she would kill this person definitely. Lu Yin appeared in front of Qianxi and lit an incense stick without saying a word. Looking at the rising smoke, Qianxi hurriedly said, "Master Lu, I have nothing to hide. I'll tell you whatever you want to know." Lu Yin closed his eyes. How to ask? The human heart was unfathomable. If he asked, Qianxi would be able to see through him. To Qianxi, staying alive was the most important thing. If he wanted to live, he could not hide anything. Lu Yin did not ask, nor did he say anything. He had only given Qianxi one chance, and Qianxi did not dare to gamble on it. Back in above heaven, when he had faced Lu Yin in the 3 realms and 6 daos, he had done his best to hide something. But now it was impossible. This was Lu Yin's confidence, unless he revealed a secret that would kill him. For example, slave or heaven. Karma, heaven's seal and heaven's grace all had the word heaven before they died. And on their bodies, there was definitely the word slave. From the looks of it, Only an eternal realm grass grandmaster could enslave them, but Lu Yin still felt that something was missing. Master Lu, I'll tell you everything, but I don't know what you want to know. Give me some time, and I'll organize everything I know about the spiritualized universe and the Xuanhuan universe. At that time, Lu Yin had just learned about the spiritualized universes and the consciousness universe after the Battle of Immemorial City. From that moment on, he had a fixed understanding of the three universes. He did not believe everything that the ancestor had said, but he had never doubted this point. Now he knew that this was the biggest lie. The three universes were roughly the same distance from each other, and they formed a triangle. There was a springboard in the middle of this triangle, and whoever seized the springboard would have the initiative. The ancestor might not have known about the springboard's existence, but she had said that to force the Xuanhuan universe to go to war with the spiritualized universe. If she had known about the springboard's existence and had deliberately concealed its existence, then her thoughts would have been complicated. At that moment, Lu Yin overturned everything that the ancestor had said, and he began to understand the three universes in a new light. Xianxia continued to speak, but he did not know if Lu Yin cared about what he was saying because Lu Yin did not react. However, Lu Yin did not interrupt him, so Xianxia could only continue. What Xianxia said next was nothing more than some war situations and things that had happened in the Xuanhuan universe. It did not shock Lu Yin as much as it had before. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Lu Yin was still immersed in the matter of the springboard. Most of the incense had burned and only a little was left. Beads of sweat dripped down Xianxia's forehead, but he did not see any reaction from Lu Yin. He racked his brains to think of some secrets, but what secrets could he reveal? What value could he bring to Lu Yin? One was the primordial origin Xianxia, and the other was Palace Mistress Yao who was close to Xianxia. It would be too difficult for Xianxia to fight for his life against these two. Unless, the incense was about to burn out. Lu Yin opened his eyes, and his gaze was indifferent and emotionless. From Xianxia's point of view, Lu Yin looked like he was looking at a dead man. Master Lu, what did they say? Was it the primordial origin or Palace Mistress Yao? Don't believe them. They're lying to you. I'll do my best to help you. I'll help you deal with the Eternals, and I can even help you deal with the spiritualized universe. I'll do anything. Xianxia was anxious. Lu Yin slowly raised a hand and pressed it against Xianxia's head under his horrified gaze. Master Lu, there's one more person. There's one more person that you haven't mentioned. You said that you wanted to wait for all three of them to finish. He thought that Lu Yin was going to kill him. Lu Yin stared at Xianxia's forehead. There should be a word there. Xianxia's eyes narrowed and his face went pale. Lu Yin looked at the incense. It's almost over. Xianxia gulped. It's Master Qing Chao. Who else? The protectors of the four directions. I only know of them. I don't know if there's anyone else. Who does that blood-red sword belong to? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia's voice trembled. Master Qing Chao. The incense burned out and darkness swallowed Xianxia. Xianxia watched Lu Yin disappear and his heart skipped a beat. There was only one incense left. After that, one of the three would die. That damn game, that damned Lu Yin. What would those two have said? He did not doubt that Lu Yin would kill one of them, because that was the only way the remaining two would cooperate with Lu Yin. This was a show of strength. Taking the lives of Primordial Realm and even Bitter Adversity Realm powerhouses was a show of strength. After lighting the incense, Lu Yin appeared in front of the Primordial Origin and closed his eyes just like before. The Primordial Origin was calm. Master Lu, can I ask what those two said? Lu Yin did not respond. The green smoke blurred Lu Yin's face. Yuan Qi shook his head. No matter what they say, it's not as important as this old man's secret. However, this secret will not only be exchanged for this old man's life, but I also hope that Master Lu can promise not to kill me when the Xuanhuan universe is finally defeated, when there's no way to resist. This old man will remember your kindness and do my best to protect the people you want to protect. Lu Yin still did not respond. The incense slowly burned. The Primordial Origin frowned. Our deal is definitely worth it. Before this, I would answer whatever you asked without any secrets. However, the secret of this deal is something that I've hidden for many years, a secret that no one else knows about. This secret is worth so much that it's enough for you to save my life. Lu Yin still did not respond. The Primordial Origin lowered his voice. Master Lu, I'm the spiritualized universe's Xianxia. A dead Xianxia has no value to you. If you wanted me dead, I wouldn't have lived until now. The other two can't hear anything the three of us say. Who lives and who dies is up to you, Master Lu. My value is definitely greater than the other two. Lu Yin was calm, and his eyes were closed as if he had fallen asleep. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3358. Yuanqi did not say anything else as he had already said what he needed to say. This secret could not be revealed under these circumstances, or else it would be too worthless. This secret was his trump card, one that would ensure his survival. The incense continued to burn and soon, it was nearing its end. Yuanqi's eyes flashed as he looked at Lu Yin. This person would not really kill him, right? Impossible. Yuanqi was a Xianxia, a powerhouse who had survived the bitter adversity. If this person had any brains, he would have kept Yuanqi alive in case he needed to fight the spiritualized universe in the future. The incense was nearing its end. Lu Yin's breathing was slow, but there was no change. He closed his eyes and waited for the final moment. Yuanqi's face twitched. Master Lu, do you agree to my deal? This secret is enough for your Xuanhuan universe to survive. He then stared at Lu Yin's face, but Lu Yin remained expressionless. Seeing that the incense was about to burn out, Yuanqi gritted his teeth. No matter how big the secret was, it was worthless if Lu Yin did not believe it. Yuanqi did not want to die with this secret. He had been in the Xuanhuan universe for so many years, so why should he die? I was exiled. Yuanqi's voice sounded in Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin was shocked, but he remained expressionless. Yuanqi did not look at Lu Yin and instead sank into his memories. I was one of the 7 great Xianxians of the spiritualized universe and I stood at the peak. Even if the spiritualized universe wanted to help the Eternals, it would not allow me to come to the Xuanhuan universe and fight in Primeval City all year round. This was not of my own volition and I had no choice. Xianxia was the true ruler of the spiritualized universe. Even if there was an illusory supreme pole, many people believed that it was fabricated by Xianxia. The true ruler of the spiritualized universe was Xianxia, and his goal was to stabilize the spiritualized universe. Otherwise, without a supreme pole, Xianxia might not have been able to suppress the 7 great Xianxians. With these doubts in mind, I secretly followed Xianxia to the depths of Beyond Heaven's palace. His eyes were filled with fear. I did not see the supreme pole, but I saw Xianxia and the spiritualized universe's greatest secret. He looked at Lu Yin. A spiritualized universe has long since conquered a universe and it can be restarted. Lu Yin's eyes widened and he could not hold himself back. Yuanqi laughed. Master Lu, this secret is very valuable, right? Lu Yin stared at Yuanqi. Impossible. Yuanqi smiled bitterly. I also thought that it was impossible, but it happened. I didn't see that universe, and the heavens beyond Supreme Heaven Palace couldn't reach that universe. However, I heard Xianxia's voice. A person would go crazy if they kept their secret for too long. Xianxia needed a place where he could talk even if it was empty. Of course, there's also the possibility that he's talking to the Empyrean Extremity, but the possibility of that is not high. Otherwise, the Empyrean Extremity would have discovered me. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and listened quietly. I heard Xianxia's words. That universe is called the Small Spiritual Universe. The reason it hasn't been rebooted is that it hasn't been developed for a long time. There aren't that many parallel universes, so it can't be rebooted. If that universe had developed as long as the Xuanhuan universe, it would have been rebooted long ago, and Xianxia would have stepped into the eternal realm. Yuanqi looked at Lu Yin. Even so, with the existence of that universe, the spiritualized universe has always been a thing of the past. What they're waiting for is not to defeat the consciousness universe and the Xuanhuan universe, but the small spiritual universe. They're waiting for time. The years of war in Immemorial City made me understand that the reason why the consciousness universe and the Xuanhuan universe are at war is because the spiritualized universe itself can't bear too many contradictions. A unified cultivation model means that there's a lack of competition and killing. There's a lack of people who died while exploring the unknown path. The spiritualized universe can't bear the existence of those people, so it can only send them out to fight. The spiritualized universe needs a place to vent its conflicts. It needs a common enemy to perfect the path of cultivation. Everyone also needs a place where they can fight. They need a goal. That's why the consciousness universe has persisted for so long. Xianxia doesn't really want to restart the consciousness universe. Restarting the consciousness universe will only allow us Xianxia to step into the eternal life realm. He needs to step into the eternal life realm himself. This is his selfishness. That's why he wants to step into the eternal realm. If not for that, the consciousness universe might have been defeated long ago. As for your Xuanhuan universe, it was originally the same. He disintegrated the sect above heaven and got rid of Tai Chu, who was most likely to break through to the eternal realm. If he wanted to restart the Tianyuan universe, he could do so at any time. Even the Eternals were just pawns for Yu Sang Tian to fulfill his own selfish desires. He didn't need to restart the two universes. He only needed a fixed place to fight. However, with your appearance, the sect above heaven rose again and even defeated the Eternals. Everything changed. Yuanqi laughed. I think that when Yu Sang Tian learned of your rise and how quickly you defeated the Eternals, he already sent people over. However, it was still too late. For some reason, the first wave of people was a step too late, allowing you to deal with the fundamental threat of the Eternals first and gather the entire Tianyuan universe to fight against the spiritualized universe. This is something that Yu Sang Tian didn't expect, but I guess it doesn't matter to him. The spiritual universe ensures that he will definitely step into the eternal realm. No matter how much the Tianyuan universe struggles, it can't escape fate. Your fate can only be decided by Yu Sang Tian. Luin understood. Is this why you're doing everything you can to survive? Yuanqi sighed deeply. It's not worth dying at the hands of a civilization that's destined to have no future. Since you know Yu Sang Tian's secret, why would he let you live? Luin didn't understand. If he were Yu Sang Tian, he wouldn't have let Yuanqi live. Yuanqi was afraid. Of course he wouldn't let me live, but I'm Yu Sang Tian. Even if there's a gap between us, it won't be easy for him to kill me. The only one who can truly kill me is Wu Shangji. Although Yu Sang Tian is powerful, it's impossible for him to kill me without alerting the other Sang Tians. What is the strength of the legend? Yuanqi paused. Infinitely close to the eternal realm. Another way of saying it is the perfect calamity realm. Not the eternal realm? I really don't know. I've never seen it before. Only Yu Sang Tian has. Then what about Grandmaster Grass? I don't know if he is the ultimate pinnacle, but if he is the eternal realm, then it is very likely. Was Grandmaster Grass the ultimate pinnacle of the spiritualized universe? No one gave Lu Yin an answer. The only thing he was certain of was that if he was not the ultimate pinnacle, then he was definitely in existence even higher than the ultimate pinnacle. This was because Grandmaster Grass was in the eternal realm. There was also another possibility. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Grandmaster Grass was not a spiritualized universe, but he controlled it. Perhaps the ultimate pinnacle was his puppet. There were all sorts of possibilities. It was either Yu Sang Tian, Grandmaster Grass, or the eternal realm. Only these three people could give him an answer. As for Qianxi, he claimed to be Grandmaster Grass's slave, and that the blood-red sword also belonged to Grandmaster Grass. Lu Yin did not believe that. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3359. A Grass Grandmaster was a very strange existence. He was the source of everything and was omnipotent, but he always gave off a mysterious vibe. Do you know about the springboard? Lu Yin asked. Yuanqi replied, of course. It's located between the three universes. Through it, one can quickly reach the consciousness universe and your Tianyuan universe. If that's the case, then why did the spiritualized universe only send you and Zhan Yan to help the Eternals? Even if Yu Sang Tian has selfish motives, he can't be so obvious. Otherwise, anyone would be able to tell. Yuanqi thought about it. There are two reasons. First, stepping on the springboard will allow one to quickly reach the three universes. This is a fact and it will take about 10 or 20 years. It won't take more than 50 years. However, the distance from the original universe to the springboard is very long. Master Lu, you should have heard of the square-inch distance. It's very common for humans to do so, and that distance is like an ordinary person walking to a star in outer space. It's so far that many people will die on the way. Lu Yin recalled what Qianxi had said about spiritualized universes being able to build a springboard. That meant that this reason could be ignored. At the very least, from now on, the spiritualized universes would be able to control this springboard, and they would definitely build it in the spiritualized universe itself. The second reason is, Yuanqi thought about it and then looked at Lu Yin. Master Lu, may I ask what your greatest experience on the path of cultivation is? Lu Yin frowned. Just say it. Yuanqi said, caution, caution, and danger at every step, right? Lu Yin did not refute this. He had relied on various opportunities, turbid treasures, innate gifts, and so on to survive, but he had died multiple times. It had not been easy to survive. Yuanqi took a deep breath. This is not only the rule of the cultivation world but also the rule of the universe. Caution, caution, and not expose yourself. The springboard just so happens to expose yourself. Since there is a springboard in the universe, there will be a second and a third. The fundamental law of the universe is that there is no limit. However, the distance from one universe to another is equivalent to the limit. If there is a limit, then there must be a way to break it. The springboard is this method. If there is a springboard in the three universes, then what about other regions? What about the distant, invisible regions? There had to be. Was there a civilization that could monitor the springboard or find it? This is what everyone in the spiritualized universe silently agreed upon when the springboard was discovered. There must be extremely powerful civilizations in the universe. Perhaps our spiritualized universe is already the strongest, or perhaps this is just the beginning. Under the premise that everything is unknown, the springboard is like a torch. Anyone who gets close to the torch might be discovered by other civilizations. Who knows how many eyes are watching this torch from the dark? Even our spiritualized universe doesn't dare to approach it. Back then, xianxia and the 7 major mulberry fields established a strict iron law. Every time we use a springboard, we have to be extremely careful. We have to report it to the supreme pole and look for the most suitable opportunity. Using the springboard, if you don't find others, then others will find you. Being at a loss and in the unknown is the most terrifying thing. In the surroundings, the aura of death was like a dark starry sky, gradually drowning out everything. Master Lu, I don't want to die at the hands of the Xuanhuan universe, much less at the hands of the consciousness universe. There must be sentient beings around you. Be wary of them. The sentient beings of the consciousness universe are definitely not as beautiful as they seem. Yuanqi's voice gradually disappeared. Lu Yin left the underground and returned to the back mountain of the above the sky sect. He sat there for half a day. The secrets of these three were huge, and it refreshed Lu Yin's understanding of them. The three universes, the springboard, the spiritual universe, and xianxia. Everything was unveiled for Lu Yin, and he gradually understood the current situation. Perhaps these three were still lying, but there was nothing more difficult than the current situation. Xianxia, who could step into the eternal realm at any time, meant that the Xuanhuan universe could be destroyed at any time. No, not just the Xuanhuan universe but Lu Yin and Taichu. They were the two people who could step into the eternal realm easily, and they had already been targeted by Xianxia. Pathmaster, it's ready? Lu Bujing's voice rang out. Lu Yin stood up. Begin. Screens of light appeared in the primordial space and various parallel spacetimes. Many people were familiar with this scene, as it meant that something was about to happen in the above the sky sect. Countless people looked at the screens, waiting for that person to appear. It was Master Lu, the person who led everyone to a better future. He was the person who was revered by countless people. At the bottom of the stairway, figures climbed up one after another. There were the 3 realms, 6 paths, 3 suns, 6 lords, 8 paths, and so on. Their powerful auras soared into the sky, and countless people felt their blood boil. Every time they saw this scene, it would inspire countless people to cultivate. At the same time, within the 5th pagoda, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the screen, including the elites from the spiritualized universe. They did not know what was on the screen, but they recognized the people standing on the stairway. These people were the ones who had been fighting against the spiritualized universe's experts. Something big is about to happen. It seems like Master Lu is going to declare war against the spiritualized universe. Someone was excited, and the spiritualized universe's elites looked over. Last time it was a military decree. Master Lu was so domineering that he declared war against the Eternals. Now that the Eternals are a thing of the past, there's nothing that can stop Master Lu. These external enemies will eventually be destroyed. The man next to him was disdainful, and he even raised his fist provocatively at the spiritualized universe's cultivators. The girl who was slashing at Lu Yin with a broadsword was excited. Brother, I don't want to be embroidered. I want to go to the above the sky sect. I want to appear on the screen. All right. Quiet down. Look, Master Lu is coming out. Under the expectant gazes of countless people, Lu Yin climbed up the stairway and looked at the stars in the distance. His spirit was unparalleled as he looked down on the world. The moment Lu Yin appeared, countless people in the primordial space cheered. Pairs of excited eyes stared at the screen from various parallel spaces. Within the 5th pagoda, the Xuanhuan universe's cultivators were excited. However, the spiritualized universe's elites had ugly expressions. They had personally seen this person slaughter the spiritualized universe's powerhouses, capture Palace Mistress Yao, defeat Tianxi, and capture them. This person was clearly so young, but he was so powerful that it made them despair. They had come here to crush him and obtain glory, but now things had turned out this way. It was all because of this person. Although they still believed that the spiritualized universe was far stronger than the Xuanhuan universe and that the Xuanhuan universe would be defeated sooner or later, this person was like a tall mountain. No matter how talented they were, they did not have the confidence to surpass him. This person was too difficult to surpass. Lu Yin stood on the stairway with his back against the primogenitor's statue. Beside his feet was Furball and Qingxian. He had the strength beast on his shoulders and Xuang at his waist. He gave off an invincible aura. In the entire Xuanhuan universe, there were not many who could fight against Lu Yin. Ever since he had lost his memories and been thrown to the fifth mainland, he had walked step by step from an ordinary person to where he was today. Only he knew how many hardships and dangers he had faced. Now he had reached the highest position. Now he could protect everyone he cared about. All of this was worth it. He looked at the stairway even though he had lost some familiar figures. If he could choose again, would he choose to do so? After muttering to himself for a moment, Lu Yin said, "You should have heard of the spiritualized universe." The entire universe fell silent, and only Lu Yin's voice echoed. This universe is very strong and powerful. We lost some seniors during the war at the border, and they will remain in that war forever. In the following wars, more people will die. War will become the norm. Countless people looked at the screen and clenched their fists. Actually, I'm quite annoyed. Lu Yin rubbed his head, feeling rather vexed. People who are courting death are appearing one after another. The Eternals are gone, and then there's a bug nest. Now there's a spiritualized universe. I don't know what kind of nonsense will appear next, but it doesn't matter. Just treat it as a meal. After one meal there will be another. It's annoying, but it won't be boring, right? The universe fell silent for a moment, and then it erupted in cheers. The expected encouragement did not appear, but Lu Yin's words were even more inspiring than that. War was the norm, but it was just like eating. It was annoying, but it was not boring. This was Lu Yin's interpretation of the spiritualized universe's war, and it would also be the entire Xuanhuan universe's interpretation of the spiritualized universe's war. People who are courting death are appearing one after another. We have nothing to fear. Master Lu will always be invincible. Master Lu, we can't wait for the next meal. Let's finish this one first. Ha 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 ha. Master Lu is invincible. Master Lu is invincible. Within the fifth pagoda, the spiritualized geniuses were stunned. They looked at the people around them as if they were idiots. What was wrong with them? That guy's childish words had actually inspired this group of people to such an extent? Were these people being controlled? Only the people of the Xuanhuan universe could understand the safety of being protected by Lu Yin. If Lu Yin said that they would win, they would win. If Lu Yin said that the spiritualized universe was courting death, then the spiritualized universe was courting death. No one doubted Lu Yin's words. Lu Yin himself represented invincibility, and he had created too many impossibilities. All of this was due to Lu Yin's confidence in defeating the Eternals, as well as the strength that he cultivated. He had illuminated the hearts of countless people with his strength time and time again. He had turned the tables time and time again, protecting everyone. Everyone's confidence in him was unimaginable. Outside of the Xuanhuan universe, no one else could understand this. Above the heavens, Lu Yuan sighed. This was Lu Yin's current height. He did not need to say much. A few words from him could mobilize the entire universe's fighting spirit. He was the banner of the Xuanhuan universe. Although the primogenitor had protected this universe, his influence might not be comparable to Lu Yin's. Lu Yin's influence on the Xuanhuan universe was too deep. "All right," Lu Yin said again. The universe instantly quieted down. Everyone looked at the screen with shining eyes, waiting for Lu Yin to continue. Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Although you are courting death, this is still war. I hope that everyone will not be careless. War is coming. We need to sacrifice our flag." With that, he waved his hand and the void split open. The deathly aura dragged a figure down to the plaza below the sky staircase in front of the cauldron. Tianxi looked around in confusion. Was this the above the heavens? Around him, countless people were looking at him with heated and excited gazes. Tianxi's scalp went numb. "Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3360. Qianxi suddenly looked up and saw Lu Yin standing at the top of the long sky staircase. Suddenly he thought of something and his face turned ashen. Master Lu, I've told you everything. Please spare my life. Gazes from the sky staircase fell on Qianxi. They were from the 3 realms, 6 paths, 3 suns and 6 lords. These people were powerful and their gazes pressured Qianxi greatly. In the face of death, Qianxi completely lost his primordial realm demeanor, and his mind was in a mess. Qianxi, you once said that the spiritualized universe could come at any time, right? Lu Yin's voice was loud and resonated in Qianxi's ears. Qianxi hurriedly said, yes, that's why you need me to help you deal with them. The spiritualized universe is very powerful, and they won't give up on the Xuanhuan universe. Only I can help you. I can help you. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Really? They can come at any time? Qianxi's pupils shrank and he stared at Lu Yin in a daze. Qianxi had said that the spiritualized universe could use the springboard to come to the Xuanhuan universe at any time. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th waves could meet up with the round-faced elder, Bao Qi, and the others to wage war against the Xuanhuan universe. However, Yuanqi had said that the spiritualized universe was afraid of the springboard. It was a torch that lit up the path and illuminated themselves. If one could use the springboard to find others, others could also find them. Thus, the spiritualized universe would not approach the springboard without permission. This contradicted what Qianxi had said. Lu Yin was more willing to believe Yuanqi because this was not the only thing that Qianxi had concealed. This was a lie that Qianxi had made up to threaten Lu Yin in order to increase his chances of survival. What had truly made Lu Yin want to kill him was the question he had asked. Qianxi had said that the blood-red sword belonged to Master Grass. When he had plotted against the primogenitor, Qianxi had also said that Master Grass had done it. However, Qiannan had refused to say anything back then. This had nothing to do with whether or not Master Grass had been exposed because that word definitely existed. Qianxi had said it, but the word had not responded. This result made Lu Yin's heart sink, and he had an even more terrifying guess. He did not plan to tell anyone about this guess. As for Qianxi, he could not get more from this person. Qianxi's only value was a sacrifice. Qianxi felt a bone-piercing chill. His face turned pale. Master Lu, don't underestimate the spiritualized universe. Really don't. I will help you. I can help you. You can't kill me. I can't die. Lu Yin's tone was icy. You can't die, but the people of the Xuanhuan universe can die? Qianxi looked at Lu Yin pleadingly. Master Lu, the war between the spiritualized universe and the Xuanhuan universe was not decided by me. I was also forced to participate. It has nothing to do with me. In a war, everyone is innocent, but no one is innocent. To the Xuanhuan universe, you plotted against progenitor Tai Chu, suppressed the human race's living space, and tried to stop the Xuanhuan universe's civilization. But to the people of your spiritualized universe, I killed one spiritualized powerhouse after another. How am I innocent? With that, Lu Yin looked at the entire sky. In a battle for survival, you die or I die. There is no room for retreat. I, Lu Yin, hereby swear that I will lead everyone in the Xuanhuan universe to face any strong enemy. I will not retreat or surrender. Unless I die, you will always see me standing in front of you. The entire Xuanhuan universe was in an uproar at this moment. Countless people screamed and shouted, Master Lu. Countless people prostrated themselves in worship, igniting the entire Xuanhuan universe. It was as if parallel spacetime itself was trembling. Lu Yin faced the countless people's shouts and looked down. His gaze met Qianxi's. Qianxi's pupils shrank. No, no. Soil spears whizzed out, turning into streams of black light that continuously pierced through Qianxi's body. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the ground red. Qianxi clutched his neck, but he could not stop the blood from flowing from other parts of his body. His body was numb and his vision was blurry. All of his senses disappeared in an instant, and only his mind remained clear. He stared at Lu Yin with a venomous gaze. You will die a horrible death. All of you, the Xuanhuan universe, will die. As soon as he finished speaking, Qianxi collapsed to the ground. He was a guardian of the 4 cardinal regions, a primordial realm expert who had ambushed a progenitor, a peak powerhouse who had always looked down on the Xuanhuan universe, and yet he had died just like that. Qianxi's death was more tragic than the other 3. Qianfa had died in the Mirage domain and no one had seen it. Tianfeng had died in the war in the realm of disaster, and he had died in battle. Tianan had died at the borders of the Xuanhuan universe, and not many had seen it either. Only Xianxia had been dragged to the above heaven sect by Lu Yin and killed in front of the entire Xuanhuan universe. To the guardians of the 4 cardinal regions, this was the greatest humiliation. Lu Yin wanted to sacrifice the flag, and he wanted to sacrifice Xianxia's blood to the flag. Xiaowu had killed Mo Shang, and the flag had been sacrificed to kill Xianxia. Lu Yin looked into the depths of the cosmos, wondering how many similar situations would occur in the future. The cosmos was boundless, and the spiritualized universe was confident that it could suppress both the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe at the same time. If it did not dare to completely expose itself, then what about the Tianyuan universe? The human race's golden age was only a short period of history. Could any civilization truly exist forever? That would be the true pinnacle of glory. Humans were still too insignificant, and they could not see the universe clearly. After Qianxi's death, the screens disappeared one after another. Countless people in the Tianyuan universe looked away, and their respect for Lu Yin grew even greater. In just a short century, Lu Yin had constantly changed human history. This was the century of greatest change in human history. Beneath the above heaven sect, the screens in front of Primordial and Empress Yao vanished as well. They looked at each other and saw indescribable expressions in each other's eyes. They seemed to be frightened, but they also seemed to be in disbelief. A primordial realm expert had been killed just like that. Qianxia had been the most willing to help Lu Yin out of the 3 of them, but even so, he had still been killed. This not only meant that the secret they had divulged was more valuable than Qianxia himself, but it also meant that Lu Yin had kept his word. This was the most terrifying thing. In the game, Primordial and Empress Yao had waited until the incense was about to burn out before divulging the secret. They were now filled with lingering fear. If they had not divulged the secret, they might have been the ones to die. This person was definitely not bluffing. He was just too savage. In the above heaven sect, everyone looked at Qianxi's corpse with mixed feelings. Even a primordial realm expert could be killed in such a manner. What was the point of cultivation? What was the difference between the wars they participated in and the wars that ordinary people participated in? As long as there were benefits, there would be war. Death would come as scheduled. Immortality, was it really immortality? Sometimes it was better to have fun while it lasted. If there comes a day when the immortality realm is no longer the goal of cultivators, cultivation will be meaningless, and life will be meaningless as well. So, everyone, the meaning of life is not in the level of cultivation, nor is it in the strength of battle prowess. It is my goal. Lu Yin's voice rang out. I hope that there will come a day when I can lead the human race safely through the universe. I don't have to worry about being killed from any direction, and I don't have to worry about exposing myself. The pursuit of immortality is just a weapon for this meaning. With that, Lu Yin walked down the staircase step by step, passing by everyone. Whether it was the 3 suns, 6 lords, or the even more ancient 3 realms and 6 daos, none of them had ever reached the immortality realm. They had never considered things so deeply before. It was not that they did not want to consider things, but that the thread in their hands had not been pulled to its end. Now that Lu Yin had pulled this thread to its end, everyone began to think. Before this, only the primogenitor, Mr. Mu, and the others had truly considered such matters. Lu Yin walked over to Qianxi's corpse, and as expected, the flames burned the corpse into nothingness. If anyone touched Qianxi's corpse at this time, they would definitely be suppressed by the Tian character, and the slave character appeared on Qianxi's forehead. Qianxi was still hiding a secret, and it was related to this. Unfortunately, it was impossible to obtain this secret from Qianxi. Everyone dispersed, leaving Lu Yin standing at the bottom of the staircase, deep in thought. He felt a cold touch which came from the sapling. It quietly leaned against Lu Yin's leg, and its branches cutely wrapped around Lu Yin's finger. Lu Yin smiled and rubbed the sapling. It's fine. The sapling was happy. If Lu Yin was happy, it would be happy as well. It jumped up and down, and its leaves glowed with a joyful emerald green. Xuanhuan walked over and sighed. A primordial realm cultivator. Who would have thought that I would one day see a primordial realm cultivator get killed? Do you still remember the first time we met? Back then, we were still in Iron Blood Weave, and the strongest enemy we encountered was only an enlighter. After that, envoys joined the fray, followed by half-progenitors and finally progenitors. Now, even a primordial realm cultivator can be killed like this. Lu Yin looked at the ground where Qianxi's corpse had been reduced to ashes. Perhaps in the future, even eternal realm cultivators will be killed here. Xuanhuan sighed. I thought that my dreams were exaggerated enough. Chess master, you really dared to dream. But I like it. Ah. Lu Yin frowned. Killing Xianxia won't change the outcome of the war. The spiritualized universe won't give up. Now we just have to wait for their second wave to arrive. He then looked at xuanhuan. Actually, I've been thinking about something. How will the spiritualized universe determine whether or not they'll send a second wave to our xuanhuan universe? Xuanhuan's expression was solemn. I'm also thinking about this. Me too. Wei Rong arrived. Lu Yin had the sapling return to the cauldron and clasped his hands behind his back. The three universes are separated by a great distance. Without a springboard, it would take a terrifying amount of time to travel from the spiritualized universe to our xuanhuan universe. Since even bitter adversity realm cultivators can't easily cross such a distance, it's even more impossible for them to communicate with each other. The only way to shorten the distance between the three universes is to use a springboard, xuanhuan said. Wei Rong said, but even the spiritualized universe wouldn't dare to use a springboard so easily. The first wave of people that arrived on the battleships have already been tested. The materials used are very unique and they are ridiculously sturdy. However, they are also very flexible. These two contradictory characteristics can only withstand a springboard. It's impossible to use a springboard to communicate with each other. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. There's one possibility. The same material vibrations, xuanhuan continued. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3361. Wei Rong asked, those from the spiritualized universe want to create a springboard in our xuanhuan universe? Xuanhuan nodded. That's the only possibility. The spiritualized universe gave them a period of time. If they don't create a springboard during this time, they will continue to send reinforcements. There might also be a connection between the springboards similar to vibrations. Wei Rong thought about it. That's the only possibility. He looked at Lu Yin. Pathmaster, we need to confirm this. Lu Yin disappeared and reappeared within the deathly aura. In front of him was Palace Mistress Yao. She was stunned when she saw Lu Yin arrive. An opportunity for reinforcements, Lu Yin said. Her eyes flashed and she stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared back at her with a cold gaze. After a while, she whispered, create a springboard. Who can do it? Xianxia. 3 Xianxians can do it? Yes. You can't do it? Lu Yin stared at her and then added, if I find out that you're lying, you'll be the next to die. She shook her head. I can't do it. In our spiritualized universe, Xianxian's status is different from others. Even I, the strongest person under Xianxian, am no exception. There are some things that only Xianxian knows. Lu Yin stared deeply at her and then left. He believed that she was not lying. Xianxi's death had been a huge blow to them. It was not that they cared about Xianxia, but rather that they knew that they might really die. The feeling of walking the line between life and death made her not dare to lie. Even Xianxian was no exception. Since she was willing to reveal a secret, then there would be no more secrets left. How much do you know about Meng Sang? Lu Yin asked. The round-faced elder and Bao Qi had both fled, so it was unlikely that they would appear. In comparison, the heavily injured Meng Sang might be easier to find. However, this was only in a relative sense. Palace Mistress Yao told him everything she knew about Meng Sang and Lu Yin frowned. There was not much valuable information, but that was normal. How could anyone understand Xianxian so well? The spiritualized universe had a unified cultivation system, but that did not mean that there were no conflicts. In fact, because of the open nature of resources, their conflicts were even more intense. After finding Palace Mistress Yao, Lu Yin went to Primordial Fiend. How do I find Meng Sang? Yuanqi was surprised. Are you looking for Meng Sang? If it's possible, I'd also like to find that president or Bao Qi, Lu Yin said. Primordial Origin thought for a moment. Then it's easier to find Meng Sang. Just enter his dream and you'll be able to find him. Meng Sang's cultivation method is very unique. He has his own world, which is a dreamscape. As long as you create a big enough commotion in the dreamscape, you'll be able to find him. Was it big enough? Lu Yin left and returned to the back mountains of the Above Heaven sect. Several days later, the Heavenly Sect issued an order, and everyone fell into a deep sleep. Regardless of whether it was an ordinary person or a cultivator, as long as they came into contact with an extraterrestrial civilization and received orders from the Heavenly Sect, they all had to go into hibernation. This order reminded everyone of the previous order not to let them sleep. Although it was strange, Lu Yin's orders were absolute. Everyone still tried to find a way to fall asleep within the time limit. Putting everyone who came into contact with an extraterrestrial civilization into hibernation would create a huge commotion. Due to the unique movement patterns of each planet, their work and rest times were also different. The people who entered deep sleep would always stagger. On average, the people who entered deep sleep would be those who entered deep sleep at a certain time. If a large number of people entered deep sleep at a certain time, it would undoubtedly be like a morning bell to Meng Sang, letting him know that something big had happened. Lu Yin would then be able to find him. In a certain corner of the Heaven's Origin universe, Meng Sang suddenly opened his eyes. What was going on? A large number of people had fallen asleep, and his gaze turned cold. Someone was looking for him, and only that person could do such a thing. Since you're looking for me, let's see what you want. Meng Sang closed his eyes and entered the dreamscape as well. In the back mountains of the heavenly sect, Lu Yin used the Dream Heart Sutra and entered the dreamscape. He looked at the bubbles in the dreamscape. It was a mysterious world. It was clearly just a dream, but with the technique he could see into other people's dreams and create a world out of thin air. He suddenly remembered that since dreams could turn nothingness into reality, could it be that the real world he was in was also created by some creature due to a cultivation method? In other words, could it be that his world was just a dream? The more one couldn't see through the universe, the more one would imagine. Looking at the endless bubbles, Lu Yin raised a hand. A dream of 1,000 hours, break the dream, Heaven's Origin. The bubbles suddenly opened, and the dreamscape trembled as a figure suddenly appeared. It was Meng Sang. You're looking for me? Meng Sang asked in a low voice. Lu Yin lowered his hand. To find you, I put everyone in the Heaven's Origin universe into hibernation. You can't kill me here. I can leave at any time. Lu Yin looked at her. I'm looking for you to tell you something. You've all been deceived by Yu Sang Tian. Meng Sang coldly replied, what a waste of time. She then turned to leave. Have you heard of the Little Spirit Universe? Meng Sang didn't respond, and his body slowly disappeared. Origin is in my hands, Lu Yin continued. Meng Sang suddenly turned around and stared at Lu Yin. You captured Origin? Lu Yin looked at Meng Sang. He told me Yu Sang Tian's secret in exchange for his own life. Yu Sang Tian's secret has nothing to do with me. But it's related to this war and the eternal realm. Meng Sang didn't speak and just stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin told Meng Sang about Origin's discovery of the Little Spirit Universe. Meng Sang's expression didn't change. Ridiculous. No one would easily believe such a thing, and Lu Yin wasn't surprised by Meng Sang's reaction. Under the current circumstances, Lu Yin had enough reasons to deceive her. However, both Lu Yin and Meng Sang knew that the other wasn't stupid and didn't need to make up such a ridiculous reason. Thus, Meng Sang still had some doubts. If Yu Sang Tian has a universe that can be rebooted at any time, why wait until now? He's already reached the eternal realm. Lu Yin said, first, the Little Spirit Universe hasn't reached the point where it can be rebooted. Second, he's probably not prepared for it. The eternal realm isn't as simple as rebooting a universe. Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of something. Rebooting a universe could allow one to reach the eternal realm. This was their current understanding, including the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe. This universe had existed for countless years, and humans had only been born for a short period of time. Then what about before? The civilizations that had appeared before must have reached a dazzling level. Did they think that rebooting a civilization could allow one to reach the eternal realm? Did they also pursue the eternal realm? If so, it could explain why there were no traces of past civilizations in the current universe. But what about the eternal realm? Since they were immortal, why hadn't they been seen? Was Master Xianxia the first human to reach the eternal realm? Not necessarily. Then, since the birth of the universe, how many civilizations had there been over such a long period of time? How many of those civilizations had pursued the eternal realm? How many eternal realm experts had been born? Eternal life, there should be some. Even if there were very few of them, why hadn't they been seen yet? Could it be that rebooting a universe might not allow one to reach the eternal realm? In an instant, various thoughts flashed through Lu Yin's mind, just like how he had once thought about karma and the passage of time. This universe had too many secrets waiting to be discovered. Since the Origin was exiled, it means that he came here not long after your universe's celestial sect was destroyed. At that time, the Tianyuan universe hadn't reached the point where it could be rebooted because of your ancestors. However, with the destruction of your celestial sect, parallel universes appeared under the Eternal's indulgence. This allowed the Xuanhuan universe to be rebooted. And since your so-called little spiritual universe is under the control of xianxia, its development speed must be faster than your Xuanhuan universe. How could it not have reached the point where it could be rebooted? You said that the little spiritual universe isn't that big, so it should have been there a long time ago, Meng Sang said. Seeing that Lu Yin didn't answer, Meng Sang sneered. As for whether it was ready or not, Xianxia has long reached a level second only to the eternal realm. So many years have passed. In fact, if it wasn't for his constant slumber, his time would have been up. How could he not be ready? Do you know how many powerhouses there are in the Beyond Heaven Palace? I'm also curious about how many there are now, a voice said. Meng Sang looked over and was surprised. The origin? Lu Yin was calm. He couldn't make Meng Sang believe him, so he could only rely on the origin to come to this dreamland and participate in the conversation. The task he gave the origin was to convince Meng Sang or he would die. This made the origin extremely angry, but he couldn't resist. Lu Yin didn't care if Tianxi was killed. He knew that the origin's death wouldn't affect him. Long time no see, Meng Sang. The origin sighed. Meng Sang stared at the origin and then at Lu Yin. Were you really captured by him? The origin was helpless and his voice was bitter. Yidao Bell is broken. I'm no match for him. Meng Sang stared at the origin. So you're helping him against us? Yuan Qi shook his head. I'm not helping him. I'm just unhappy with Xianxia. He was exiled because he discovered the secret of the little spirit universe. If not for Xianxia's special identity, he would have died long ago. I can't believe it. It doesn't make sense, Meng Sang said. She then looked at Lu Yin. Aren't you going to take revenge for those people? You want me to believe you because you want to join forces with me. Is this your bottom line as the master of the Xuanhuan universe? Lu Yin moved his finger. I must kill you. This hatred can never be resolved. Killing you is my business. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3362. Yuan Qi said, Enough, Meng Sang. I know you won't believe me so easily. Actually, one of the reasons why Xianxia exiled me and didn't kill me was because no one would believe me, just like now. Then, his lips curled up into a sinister smile. But it's not impossible to prove it. Lu Yin glanced at Yuan Qi. He had given the old man a death order to convince Meng Sang, but Lu Yin knew how difficult it would be to convince Meng Sang. Even Lu Yin himself couldn't think of a way to convince Meng Sang, but could this old man really do? My path to immortality has been cut off. Even if it's true, what difference does it make to me? Meng Sang was indifferent. She had paid the price of dropping a realm and falling from the primordial realm. Yuan Qi shook his head. Rebooting the universe is a possibility. If you really don't have immortality, why are you telling us so much? As long as there's a 1 in a billion chance, we're willing to grasp it. Meng Sang was silent for a moment before looking at Yuan Qi. What method? Yuan Qi said in a low voice, If Little Ling Universe wants to be rebooted, it needs to constantly increase the number of powerhouses, parallel spacetime and sequence strings. Xianxia can't easily kill those powerhouses because there are too many of them. That's why I'm very curious about how many powerhouses Beyond Heaven's Supreme Palace has. Some of them are from Little Ling Universe. They don't know. They only think that my spiritualized universe is a parallel spacetime. The other universes are very different from their own, so they can recognize them at a glance. Meng Sang refuted. Aside from the life forms that surrendered from the consciousness universe, I haven't seen any powerhouses that don't belong to spiritualized universes. That's the problem, Yuan Qi said loudly. Yuan Qi said loudly, Xianxia must have used some method to cover it up. Go and find a few spiritualized universe supreme beings. Among them, there should be people from Little Spirit Universe whose forces have been covered up. You won't lose out. You can easily find them and use your own method to identify them. I didn't think about this before, but now I can identify them. Meng Sang, if Xianxia really is hiding a universe, why did he ask you to attack Xuanhuan Universe? Why didn't he restart Little Ling Universe? Also, why did he attack Xuanhuan Universe only after so many years? Why didn't he attack in between? Have you ever thought about this? Meng Sang's eyes flashed and she remained silent. Because he never wanted you to step into the eternal life realm. You will always be under him, so he is Xianxia and you know we are all Xianxia. He will always be above us, Yuan Qi said loudly. Lu Yin looked at Yuan Qi. The old man's words were reasonable, and even Lu Yin couldn't help but feel dissatisfied with xianxia. Meng Sang wavered. He would not lose anything if he used the origin method. He only needed to find a few extreme masters from the spiritualized universe and figure out a way to distinguish them. If they really did not belong to the spiritualized universe and did not belong to the consciousness universe, there was only one explanation: the little spiritual universe. At this point he was already more than half convinced of Yuanqi's words. However, Yuanqi had been captured by Lu Yin, and it would be foolish to trust an enemy's words, even if they were true. He looked at Lu Yin. "What's your goal?" "You believe me?" Lu Yin asked. "Your goal. Buy time. Tell the second wave of reinforcements from the spiritualized universe not to come for the time being." Meng Sang was surprised. "Palace Master Yao has betrayed us. You know about the springboard?" Meng Sang did not know that Tianxi had been captured. He was recuperating. Of course, those spiritualized universe masters must have known. After all, the scene of them killing Tianxi had shaken the entire Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. "How I know is none of your business. In short, if you confirm that xianxia has hidden the little spiritual universe, the most important thing you should do is to return to the spiritualized universe and fight for the benefits of the little spiritual universe instead of staying in the Tianyuan universe to fight with us. Xianxia sent you here because he did not want you to interfere with the rebooting of the little spiritual universe. It's still possible." Lu Yin's gaze was piercingly cold. "The rebooting of the little spiritual universe is almost ready. He sent xianxia away to prepare for the rebooting of the little spiritual universe and step into the eternal life realm." Meng Sang and Yuanqi also thought of this, and their expressions changed. Who did not want to step into the eternal life realm? Now that they had discovered xianxia's secret, they were qualified to interfere. If they allowed xianxia to restart the little spiritual universe and step into the eternal life realm alone, they would not accept it. After reaching xianxia's position, who did not want to go further? In the history of the spiritualized universe, there was not only one xianxia. They also wanted to be xianxia and not be suppressed by one person forever. Once xianxia stepped into the eternal life realm, they would never be able to make a comeback. Although it was still difficult for them to make a comeback with xianxia's current strength, it was not completely different. There was a big difference between the eternal life realm and the non-eternal life realm. Thinking of this, Meng Sang knew that he had no other choice. Once he confirmed that Yuanqi's words were true, he had to do as Lu Yin said and buy time for the Tianyuan universe. He had to build a springboard in the Tianyuan universe to delay the arrival of the second wave of reinforcements from the spiritualized universe. He could also use the springboard to return to the spiritualized universe. He stared deeply at Lu Yin. He had been used and he had been openly used. Moreover, this person's desire to kill him was extremely strong. Although building a springboard could delay the arrival of the second wave of reinforcements from the spiritualized universe, once he used it to return to the spiritualized universe, he would either have a falling out with xianxia and be dealt with by xianxia, or xianxia would bring him along to restart the little spiritual universe. The little spiritual universe would definitely be restarted, and the spiritualized universe would definitely have more eternal life realm experts. The only difference was whether there would be 1, 2, or even more. Letting him return to the spiritualized universe would not benefit the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin's goal was to delay the arrival of reinforcements from the spiritualized universe, so he would definitely not let him return safely. In other words, the day the springboard was built would be the day Lu Yin would make a move on him. At that time, it would depend on whose methods were stronger. Either he would use the springboard to return to the spiritualized universe, or the springboard would be built and the spiritualized universe would think that the war had gone smoothly, while the Tianyuan universe would be safe for the time being. The premise for all of this was that xianxia's secret was true. "I have a condition," Meng Sang said. Lu Yin looked at him. "Speak." "I want to return to the spiritualized universe safely," Meng Sang said bluntly. He was probing Lu Yin. From the Tianyuan universe's point of view, it was impossible for him to agree to this condition. Otherwise, even if he delayed the arrival of reinforcements from the spiritualized universe, he would not be able to change the Tianyuan universe's fate. Between an eternal life realm expert like xianxia and several eternal life realm experts, Lu Yin knew which one to choose. "I won't agree to whether or not I can return to the spiritualized universe. If you have the ability, then go back yourself," Lu Yin said. This answer made Meng Sang even more certain that xianxia's secret was true. This made him want to return even more. Since xianxia had been sent away, there was only one chance to restart the universe. If he missed this chance, he would not be able to wait until the next one. Lu Yin continued, I don't need to agree to any of your conditions. You can go and investigate whether or not Xianxia's secret is true. I've said from the start that I'm just using you. The bitter adversity realm does not mean that one will definitely be able to enter the eternal life realm. Among the 7 great Xianxians, who can guarantee that they will be able to enter the eternal life realm when the universe is restarted? Yuanqi, are you confident? Meng Sang looked at Yuanqi and asked loudly. Yuanqi frowned. The eternal life realm was a realm that should be possible to enter, but it was illusory. No one can be sure of entering the eternal life realm. If I return to the spiritualized universe, I will most likely be dealt with by Xianxia. Since that is the case, I can choose not to return and not help you build a springboard. I can give up the chance to enter the eternal life realm through the restarting of the spiritual universe. This is also my choice, Meng Sang said. Lu Yin's lips curled up. It's up to you. With that, he left the dreamscape. Meng Sang watched Lu Yin's figure disappear, and her eyes grew colder. This game depended on who could give up more. Lu Yin could give up on delaying the reinforcements from the spiritualized universe, but the price would be that the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe would go to war. More sacrifices would be made, and Lu Yin would have to give up the chance to enter the eternal life realm. Sometimes, giving up was a harder choice than fighting. Yuanqi also disappeared. He did not dare to stay in the dreamscape for fear that Lu Yin would be wary of him. Above the sky sect's back mountain, Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked at the deep starry sky. Meng Sang would not give up on entering the eternal life realm. This was his only chance as long as he could prove the existence of the spiritual universe. As he thought about it, Lu Yin made the border of the Tianyuan universe open up a path for Meng Sang to go outside the stone door. On the other side, Meng Sang quickly found a few progenitor cultivators from the spiritualized universe. There were many progenitor cultivators who had escaped from the battlefield, and only the spiritualized universe could find them. Meng Sang tried various methods and finally sensed an aura that did not belong to the spiritualized universe, the consciousness universe, or the Tianyuan universe on one of the spiritualized universe's cultivators. This aura was unfamiliar but also familiar. It was familiar with Yu Sangtian's power. Yu Sangtian had used some method to conceal this person's aura. Meng Sang immediately continued to search for other spiritualized universe's cultivators. After some time she found 2 more with the same aura. At this point she was sure that Yu Sangtian had hidden the spiritual universe. The aura of different universes could not be imitated, just like how it was impossible for a person to dream of someone they had never seen before. After confirming the existence of the spiritual universe, Meng Sang pondered for 2 days and finally decided to take a gamble. No matter what Lu Yin's attitude was, she had to return to the spiritualized universe. She did not expect Yu Sangtian to publicize the spiritual universe, as that was unrealistic. Furthermore, if she were Yu Sangtian, she would not want too many people to enter the eternal life realm and be on equal footing with her. Meng Sangtian only hoped to follow Yu Sangtian into the spiritual universe and enter the eternal life realm. As for how to do that, she had already thought of it, but the premise was that she could return to the spiritual universe. A springboard, she still had to create a springboard. Lu Yin's figure appeared in Meng Sang's mind. This person would not let her go back so easily, and it would depend on who had the better means. Lu Yin would definitely have the advantage because he was the only one who knew how to create the springboard. Only then would it be considered a success. Meng Sang would then have a chance to leave. When she arrived at the border of the Tianyuan universe, she was surrounded by the Tianyuan universe's experts. There was only one path without any traces, and that path was obviously left behind by Lu Yin. Lu Yin could not attack her at this time, but Meng Sang was cautious. Lu Yin would not let go of the grudge of Astral 10's massacre. If she could cultivate to Sangtian's position, how could she let her fate be in the hands of others? Even if it took countless years to conquer the universe of consciousness, the spiritualized universe would not use the springboard. During this period of time, many people had wasted their lives on the journey to the universe of consciousness, and many people had died because they did not receive any reinforcements. They might have been resentful before they died, but they would not have wanted to use a springboard until they were on the brink of death. This was a fear that stemmed from their very souls. Over the countless years, although the spiritualized universe rarely used the springboard, they had still used it more than once. Most of the time they had used it to study the springboard's astrology. Since they had guessed that there were other civilizations that could monitor the springboard, they wanted to become that civilization as well. After so many years, the spiritualized universe's greatest achievement was to completely suppress the universe of consciousness. It was only a matter of time before they conquered and rebooted the universe of consciousness. The spiritualized universe's research on the springboard was more or less complete, and they had even attempted to create a small springboard. At this point, the time needed to create a small springboard had been reduced to around 3 years. Even with Sang Tian's strength, he still needed 3 years to create an astrology. One could imagine how powerful this astrology would be. Furthermore, this was not the true springboard. This springboard would only allow the user to jump a tenth of the distance to the true springboard. In other words, the spiritualized universe could use the true springboard to reach the Xuanhuan universe in 10 years. If the Xuanhuan universe created a small springboard, the distance they had jumped and the time it took to create it would take at least 40 years to reach the Xuanhuan universe. This was already a very good result. If there were any accidents along the way, this time would be extended indefinitely. Since Meng Sang had created the springboard, Lu Yin was relieved. Now it all depended on luck. If the spiritualized universe's reinforcements set off before the springboard was completed, then no one would be able to stop them. Now there was something that Lu Yin had wanted to do for a long time. After leaving the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin went to Immemorial City and found Mr. Mu to learn about tracing the past. "You want to learn tracing the past?" Mr. Mu asked. Lu Yin nodded and bowed deeply. "Please grant my wish, Master. I know that I can only learn one of Master's ultimate techniques, but tracing the past is very important to me. If possible, I would like to learn it." The small boat could cross the river of time, but it could only constantly flash images of time without any coordinates. It was like a boat sailing in the sea, unable to find its direction. If Lu Yin learned tracing the past, he would be able to use time that was not integrated into the river of time as coordinates. He would be able to find many years of the past by himself, and he could even use parallel time as coordinates for his future self to find. This was equivalent to sending a message to his future self. Without tracing the past, he would have to rely on Senior Mu Zhu and the others, which would be too inconvenient. Mr. Mu nodded. "With your cultivation of the power of time, you can indeed learn tracing the past. Actually, the reason why I set the rule that you could only learn one was because these two ultimate techniques were too difficult to learn at the same time. I was only able to do it by coincidence. Your path is similar to Tai Chu's, and Tai Chu could not cut off the river of time, no matter how strong he was. However, you are special and have learned too many powers. Now, it seems that the more you learn, the better." Lu Yin was overjoyed. "Thank you, Master." Mr. Mu sighed. "I should be the one thanking you. Your path is different from Tai Chu's and mine, but it encompasses all of us. In the future, we will be able to see the true path of great success from you. This is also the lifelong wish of cultivators like us. Tracing the past can cut off the river of time after great success. If this power is used well, it will benefit people. If not, the universe will be in chaos. Many things in this universe are rooted in fixing the river of time and occupying the mirage domain. You must remember this." Lu Yin said, "Master, this is not your fault. Occupying the mirage domain and cutting off the river of time is just a catalyst for all sorts of conflicts and conspiracies. If not for this, who knows when the spiritualized universe would have acted? Perhaps the Xuanhuan universe would have already been rebooted. We have the ability to fight against the spiritualized universe because of the fixed mirage domain. This caused the Xuanhuan universe to have different spacetime flows. Everything has a cause and effect." Mr. Mu was shocked. There was cause and effect. Cause and effect. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. During these 2 years, there was no trace of the sole true God and the others. Progenitor Chen was still chasing after the Forgotten Ruins God, but he was still chasing after various bugs. The round-faced elder from the spiritualized universe and Bao Qi did not appear. They had all hidden themselves. Tianxi had clearly escaped from the border of the Xuanhuan universe, but he had been killed by Lu Yin in the heavenly sect. This matter made them cautious. Meng Sang was still creating a springboard outside the stone door. Lu Yin had watched her from afar several times and vaguely saw the mysterious celestial phenomenon. He did not know how long it would take to complete it. As for tracing the past, it was not difficult to learn. Lu Yin's cultivation of the power of time had already surpassed that of ordinary people, so learning tracing the past was twice as easy. He often traversed the river of time and used tracing the past to find times that had not been absorbed by the river of time. He let the small boat of light devour them and increase the boat's toughness. A considerable portion of the times that had not been absorbed by the river of time appeared in various battlefields, such as the disaster zone, immemorial city, and the border of the Xuanhuan universe. Some of these times were used by Lu Yin while others were used by others. Lu Yin also saw the time where progenitor Qin had been severely injured. It was left behind when progenitor Qin had forcefully withstood the power of the Forgotten Ruins god's palm and skipped time. Lu Yin let the small boat of light devour the time to eliminate the hidden danger for progenitor Qin. No one would be able to find such a time to injure progenitor Qin. Of course, no one should be able to find it in the first place except for those who cultivated tracing the past. Only tracing the past could accurately find times that had not been absorbed by the river of time. Lu Yin saw his own image again and this made him feel depressed. Was it Master Grass? Was he spying on him? Someone had been monitoring him for a long time. This was the first time Lu Yin had seen it when he entered the Mirage domain to fish. At that time he had felt a chill down his spine. Now he saw it again. Other than a powerhouse like Master Grass, he could not think of anyone else who could monitor him in such a way. No matter how he planned the war with the spiritualized universe, he would have to face one person in the end, and that was Master Grass. Lu Yin only hoped that Master Grass would be wary of the karmic chain. This was their only chance of survival. Even though this chance was very slim. Those who had encountered the Eternal Realm had all been defeated. The Lost Clan's third stronghold had the Regent and other top powerhouses, but they had all been defeated by the Immortal Master. Mr. Mu's spacetime had been defeated by an omnipotent existence. Now they were facing the Eternal Realm. This pressure was unimaginable for ordinary people. Lu Yin needed more and more fishing to calm his mind. He looked into the distance and had a chance to choose again. Fate, what did he see? Under the starry sky, countless meteorite fragments were connected together to form a ring. Atop the ring, Yen Gang looked at the flickering flames in front of him with a burning gaze. Good treasure, good treasure. My lord, this is a good treasure. Not far away, Tingo shouted as it stared at the flickering flames. It did not seem to care. The god of Forgotten Ruins was surprised. It's just an enlighter. What's so good about it? Yin Gang was excited. It's hard to avoid the flames that you see. This is called Firefly's bewitchment. It's born from the heart and can burn living things. As long as you see it, you will definitely be burned. Although it's only an enlighter, it has the advantage of being unable to avoid it, and there are many of them. The god of Forgotten Ruins was disdainful. It doesn't sound that different from the other bugs. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3364. Yen Gang wanted to refute the god of forgetfulness's words, but after thinking about it, it was true. The other worms had the unavoidable Qianli and had the characteristic of endless numbers. Firefly had no advantage. The main reason was that during this period, the hive had been breeding new worms, but they were all mediocre. Yen Gang was excited when he saw something decent. King Qin glanced at the god of forgetfulness. No one knows that Firefly came from the hive. The god of forgetfulness raised his eyebrows and looked at King Qin. At the same time, Black Wuxian and Wang Xiaoyu looked at King Qin. That was the biggest characteristic of Firefly. No one knew that it came from the hive. As long as it didn't attack first, it would be a great threat to intelligent creatures when its numbers spread all over the universe. The one true god's voice was heard. Keep it and breed it. Let Firefly fill the parallel universes under the heavenly sect. Yen Gang said respectfully, Yes, my lord. The one true god looked into the distance. They're finally here. Two figures appeared in the distance. They were the round-faced elder and Bao Qi. After the battle at the border of the Tianyuan universe, they had been hiding and didn't dare to expose themselves. They saw Tianxi being killed in the heavenly sect with their own eyes. They didn't dare to find anyone for fear of being killed. They were Sang Tian but they felt wronged. After 2 years they finally found the one true god. Sang Tian was extremely powerful. When the round-faced elder and Bao Qi arrived, the heavenly hound kept barking and the god of forgetfulness became serious. Black Wuxian's eyes turned cold. He was no stranger to these two. The defeat of the consciousness universe was related to them. He came from the consciousness universe and surrendered to the spiritualized universe, but he was sent to the Tianyuan universe by the spiritualized universe. He had mixed feelings about the spiritualized universe. Eternal, we finally meet. The round-faced elder was not far away from the one true god. He spoke slowly. On the side. Bao Qi glanced at the god of forgetfulness and the others. He paused on Black Wuxian and then looked at the one true god. The one true god was still covered in the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. It hadn't dimmed after so many years. I can't help you, the one true god said. The round-faced elder stared at the one true god. The 6 paths of reincarnation realm set by the great heavenly master hasn't been removed? They had been in the xuanhuan universe for a few years. The only true god's tone was calm. She is a bitter disaster realm elite. She is second only to absolute beginning. In the spiritualized universe she is equivalent to Xianxia. A Xianxia level elite that sacrificed her life to set up the seal is not that easy to remove. But you are eternal. The round-faced elder's voice was stern. The one true god did not care. I'm not at the eternal life realm yet. The round-faced elder looked at the only true god, and the only true god looked back at him. They looked at each other and remained silent for a moment. Baoqi asked, "Where is the origin?" The only true god replied, "I don't know." "Where's Xuanhuan?" "I don't know about Yuanqi or Xuanhuan. They are people from your spiritualized universe. They disappeared after the battle in Primordial City. Perhaps they died in the hands of the Above Heaven sect, or perhaps they went into hiding just like Meng Sang." The round-faced elder was surprised. "You know about Meng Sang?" The only true god said, "Although the Eternals have been defeated, I still know a little about the Tianyuan universe from time to time." The round-faced elder stared at the one true god. "Why was Xianxia captured by the Above Heaven sect? He should have come looking for you." "He did. He asked me why I didn't help you," the only true god answered. The round-faced elder and Baoqi looked at the only true god. The only true god turned his head and looked into the distance. "They are here again. Let's avoid them first." The round-faced elder and Baoqi looked in the same direction. "Who is it?" The god of Forgotten Ruins felt a headache coming. "A guy who is chasing after us. Xianxia was captured by him." The round-faced elder's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Why don't you deal with him?" The god of Forgotten Ruins smiled. "Senior, you can deal with him. No one will stop you." The round-faced elder looked at the god of Forgotten Ruins with a deep gaze. "What happened?" He Wuxian said in a low voice. "His name is Xiaoshang. He can track us down. He is an expert from the Tianyuan universe. There is more than one expert with him. Sir's strength is limited, so he can't do anything. Those people are not simple. Let's avoid them. Lu Yin's methods are sinister. These people are chasing us so openly. Who knows how many experts are waiting in the dark? They can come at any time. Don't forget that this is the Tianyuan universe. For now it is Lu Yin's world." The round-faced elder did not refute. He immediately changed direction with the one true god. If it was only Progenitor Qin alone, he could take action. After all, there were so many experts here. Even if the Above Sky sect surrounded them, it would not be easy to win. However, the one true god's strength was limited, and there was more than Progenitor Qin. He did not want to take the risk. Those who could cultivate to the position of Xianxia were not boorish. Baoqi had completely changed. If it was before he stepped into bitter disaster, he would have dared to do anything. Now he was unwilling to do anything. Bitter disaster could change a person. Every person in the bitter disaster realm was a madman. Not long after, Progenitor Qin, Kuzu, and the others stepped into the meteorite debris belt. There is nothing. There are no worms. Strange. Recently there have been fewer worms left behind. I feel that something is wrong. Be careful. According to the Lost Clan, the worm nest has begun to cultivate strange worms. No one knows what characteristics and abilities these worms have. Even Qing Xian is a corpse king. Nothing is impossible. There is a strange aura. It is very powerful. It should be from the spiritualized universe. It should be Sang Tian from the spiritualized universe. Aside from Sang Tian, no one else is qualified to find the one true God and the others. Although it will be troublesome for them to reunite, they are not as scattered as before. Continue the chase. In another spacetime, the one true God repeated what he had said to Xianxia. The round-faced elder and Baoqi could not refute him. Although many spiritualized cultivators had died in the battle at the border of the Tianyuan universe, they had all been progenitors. The only real loss was Palace Mistress Yao. As for Xianxia, he had been captured later. Other than that, there were only the geniuses who had come with them. However, as long as the spiritualized universe's cultivation method existed, it did not matter if some geniuses died. Time could make up for it. At most, it would take a few decades. With the one true God's strength suppressed, he could not help them. In the current Xuanhuan universe, the sect above heaven was the most powerful sect. Luin had been tracking them all this time. Now that they had reunited with the one true God, they had the confidence to face the sect above heaven. "Do you know where Meng Sang is?" the round-faced elder asked. The one true God was indifferent. "If you don't know, how would I know?" The round-faced elder frowned. Was strange. It had been 2 years, but there was still no news of Meng Sang. Was she still recovering from her injuries? Or had she been captured by the sect above heaven? Meng Sang had not told the round-faced elder and the others about creating a springboard outside the stone door. Creating a springboard was equivalent to stopping the spiritualized universe from sending reinforcements. However, in their current situation, they could not win unless they revealed Yu Sang Tian's secret. Meng Sang did not plan to tell them that Yu Sang Tian wanted to dominate the small spirit universe and reach the eternal realm alone. He also wanted to reach the eternal realm alone and suppress the other Sang Tians. He had his own methods to try to restart the small spirit universe at the same time as Yu Sang Tian. There was no need to bring more people, especially after he had fallen to the primordial realm. He was at a disadvantage compared to the other Sang Tians. In the following period, the round-faced elder and Bao Qi decided to follow the one true God and the others. Even when the Forgotten Ruins God mocked them several times, he could not make them leave. The Eternals were the mortal enemies of the sect above heaven. If possible, the sect above heaven would be more willing to eliminate the one true God now. After all, the one true God's strength was limited. If they did not kill him now, he would be difficult to deal with in the future. It was safest to follow the one true God now. He would never be found by the sect above heaven. They were right, but the sect above heaven did not find them. Someone else did. Looking at the woman who had suddenly appeared, the one true God was surprised. Wei. At this moment, to no surprise, the person who had appeared before them was Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei smiled at the one true God. "Long time no see, Eternals. How did you find me?" The one true God was confused. The round-faced elder and Bao Qi's eyes turned cold. They had actually been found. Mr. Wei smiled faintly and did not explain. Instead he said, "The Mirage Domain is about to appear." A light flashed through the one true God's eyes. The round-faced elder suddenly took a step forward and said excitedly, "What did you say? The Mirage Domain is about to appear?" Mr. Wei looked at the round-faced elder. "You must be Sang Tian of the spiritualized universe. What does the Mirage Domain represent to the spiritualized universe?" The round-faced elder stared at Mr. Wei. "Countless possibilities." Mr. Wei clasped his hands behind his back and nodded. "Yes, countless possibilities. The biggest difference between the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe is that under the interference of the Mirage Domain, the Tianyuan universe has many parallel universes with different time flows. Luin has the method to enter the Mirage Domain. Although he can only enter once as long as no one else can enter, that one time will be permanent for him. Time stagnates. He can gather all the resources of the Tianyuan universe in an instant and use them to deal with your spiritualized universe. "I know this. Where is the Mirage Domain?" "How do you know?" the round-faced elder asked. Mr. Wei smiled faintly. "I will tell you the time and location of the Mirage Domain. Not only you, I will also tell Luin and the rest. I hope you can deal with them in the Mirage Domain. Luin is too stubborn." The round-faced elder asked, "Where is it?" Mr. Wei slowly told them the time and location of the Mirage Domain. The round-faced elder noted it down and stared at Mr. Wei. "You cannot tell the sect above heaven. I don't want any accidents to happen." Mr. Wei was amused and looked at him. "You want to monopolize the Mirage Domain and break the separation of the River of Time so that it can flow to other universes? Since you know, please stay. Also, tell me how you know the time and location of the Mirage Domain." The round-faced elder attacked Mr. Wei without holding back. Regardless of Mr. Wei's identity, he belonged to the Tianyuan universe. As Sang Tian of the spiritualized universe, he had an attitude of looking down on the Tianyuan universe. If not for the sect above heaven surrounding him, he would not have hidden. Now that he attacked Mr. Wei, he did not need to worry about this. Mr. Wei was clearly not with Luin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3365. Mr. Wei watched the round-faced elder's fingers turn golden, but his expression did not change. A pair of scissors and a paper cut appeared in his hands. "Without a Mirage Domain, you will never be able to reach a certain height in the domain of time. If Luin can see through this, then he might be able to defeat the spiritualized universe. He then cut the paper cut in two. This person is called Nong Yi. The moment the paper cut was cut, the round-faced elder seemed to hear the roar of a river and the churn of a lake. An indescribable and invisible power descended in an incomprehensible manner. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Mr. Wei in shock. Was this the power of time? Although the spiritualized universe didn't have a mirage domain and thus couldn't go very far on the path of time, as Sang Tian, he wasn't completely helpless against time. Lu Yin's parallel time couldn't do anything to him, as he could see through time and even parallel time. However, Mr. Wei's methods left him at a loss. What kind of power was this? It came from time and the passage of time. The Forgotten Ruins god, Wang Xiaoyu, Blacklist god, and the others looked at Mr. Wei in fear. They could not understand that paper cut either. You want to change the karma of time, but because the river of time cannot be reversed, you can only form waves, the only true God said. The round-faced elder was shocked. Such a thing could be done? Mr. Wei's lips curled up as he looked at the round-faced elder. He then took out another paper cut. Everyone who has interacted with you is a wave that can be reversed in the river of time. If this wave can be reversed, then it can change the past. But if it cannot be reversed, then the power of the river of time will be enough to severely injure you. Nong Yi was the first progenitor of the Tianyuan universe that you killed. Luyin cares about his death a lot. She then waved another paper cut. This person is called Xiaochen. She then looked at Bao Qi. He helped you step into bitter adversity. Bao Qi's eyes narrowed as he looked deeply at the paper cut. If this paper cut was cut, then his fate would be the same as the president's. The round-faced elder looked at Mr. Wei with murderous intent. Mr. Wei's methods must have come from the mirage domain and were related to the river of time. He had to obtain such methods. Although he had been severely injured, it did not mean that he would lose to Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei's attack just now could only be considered a sneak attack. This person was also undergoing bitter adversity. The Tianyuan universe actually had such an expert. Mr. Wei glanced at the president and Bao Qi. I understand your desire for the mirage. Telling Luyin is also giving you a chance to kill him in the mirage. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. After that, her figure gradually disappeared. The president wanted to make a move, but the one true God said, you can't stop her. She can see the future. If the past could be blocked, she wouldn't have appeared. You can do such a thing? The president's eyes were blazing. The Forgotten Ruins god smiled. It's time to meet little Luyin. This person isn't on the same side as the Above Heaven sect. Even if she tells Luyin, Luyin might not believe her. Even if the mirage domain really appears, Luyin won't bring too many people with him. After all, he has to guard against the spiritualized universe and us. Everyone, the mirage domain is the best opportunity to kill Luyin. What is the origin of that person? Bao Qi asked. The only true God said indifferently, I don't know. The Above Heaven sect existed in the past. If Tianxi was still alive, he might know. How did she find this place? The president's round face was frosty. The only true God did not speak. He suddenly stared at Black Wuxian with murderous intent in his eyes. It's you. Black Wuxian's expression changed. Black lines rotated in his pupils. I have never interacted with Wei Nu. The president narrowed his eyes. Life forms in the consciousness universe can't be trusted. Black Wuxian said in a low voice, that's why we were brought to the Tianyuan universe. Here we have never betrayed the Eternals. The one true God looked at the president. Wei Nu didn't find us. She found Tai Hong. That grand celestial? Bao Qi was surprised. The Forgotten Ruins god exclaimed, I remember now. Wei Nu and Tai Hong are old acquaintances. With her ability in the Tao of Time, she might have done something to Tai Hong and found the 6 paths of reincarnation. The president frowned. You have allowed such a person to roam freely until now. No wonder the Eternals were defeated even with our support. The Forgotten Ruins god smiled. Be careful. Even if the Eternals were defeated, your spiritualized universe might be defeated as well. The president glanced at the Forgotten Ruins god. Will the mirage domain really appear? Will it be Lu Yin's scheme? The one true God shook his head. No, Wei Nu has her own plans. I can't see through her. But she won't work with Lu Yin. The path to immortality is too narrow. The president moved his finger. Too narrow? He looked at the starry sky of the Tianyuan universe. This universe would definitely be rebooted in the end. How many people would be able to take that path? When would you Sang Tian arrive? In the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin also received news that the Mirage Domain was about to open. Why would Wei Nu suddenly open the Mirage Domain? Lu Yin didn't understand, but he didn't doubt that Wei Nu had the ability to open the Mirage Domain. She was the ferryman of the River of Time. He only hoped that she wouldn't be ambushed by fate when she entered the Mirage Domain. Now was not the time to start anew. He would receive the news when the Mirage Domain opened. What about the others? For example, the Eternals and the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin didn't believe that Wei Nu would open the Mirage Domain for him alone. The ultimate goal of the ferryman of the River of Time was to cross the bitter adversity. Everyone who crossed the bitter adversity was crazy, especially if they didn't belong to the Xuanhuan universe. The evidence was that Wei Nu didn't tell Lu Yin where and when the Mirage Domain would appear. She only told him that it would appear. It was obvious that she didn't want him to bring people to kill other people who entered the Mirage Domain. Lu Yin walked out of the Above Heaven sect and headed to Immemorial City to meet Mr. Mu. Wei Nu wants to open the Mirage Domain? I don't know what she's thinking, Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin was curious. Master, when the Mirage Domain was fixed, the River of Time was cut off. Does Wei Nu have the ability to break it? Definitely. Mr. Mu looked solemn. Wei Nu is the ferryman of the River of Time. No matter how powerful my technique is, it can't surpass the River of Time itself. As long as she is the ferryman of the River of Time, she can completely control it. Fate said that you have a chance to choose again. It's all based on Wei Nu. No one else can do it, including me. Lu Yin didn't understand. If that's the case, why did she allow the Mirage Domain to be fixed? Is it because she wants to break free from the River of Time? Or is it because she wants to break free from the River of Time related to the fixed Mirage Domain? Mr. Mu shook his head. I'm not a ferryman, so I don't know what's going on. I can't see through Wei Nu's plans. If you want to find her, you can only do it in the Mirage Domain. The path to the Eternal Realm is filled with enemies. Everyone is thinking of ways to step into the Eternal Realm. Don't trust anyone easily. Lu Yin nodded. I understand. Lu Yin was prepared for the worst-case scenario on this trip to the Mirage Domain. He would encounter the one true God and the rest, as well as experts from the spiritualized universe. In that case, he would have to pay attention to who he brought to the Mirage Domain. He had to deal with the enemies in the Mirage Domain and even surround and kill them. At the same time, he had to guard against the outside world. Although the time in the Mirage Domain was fixed, Wei Nu was a variable. She could let people enter the Mirage Domain at any time and change the time in the Mirage Domain. Lu Yin didn't want to see the destroyed Above Heaven sect after coming out. Half a month later, Lu Yin entered the endless battlefield. The Mirage Domain would open in a parallel universe of the endless battlefield. He had already received specific information. At the same time, in the opposite direction, the one true God and the rest stepped into the region where the Mirage Domain would appear. They were very cautious. The moment they appeared, they checked the entire parallel universe to prevent being surrounded and killed by the Above Heaven sect. However, they worried too much. Lu Yin couldn't get the news in advance, so there was no encirclement. There was a parallel universe called Huha in the endless battlefield. It was just an ordinary parallel universe. Before Lu Yin came into contact with the Six Directions sect, the most powerful expert that appeared here was only a half-martial ancestor. No one would have thought that the Mirage Domain would appear here. Lu Yin, the one true God, and the rest arrived at Huha spacetime almost at the same time. They were all top-notch experts. The moment they appeared, they noticed each other. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Go. On the opposite side, the president's expression changed. He first thought that he had been fooled. However, suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared between the two sides. The long River of Time was faintly discernible. That was the Mirage Domain. The Mirage Domain really appeared. Faced with the temptation of the Mirage Domain, even if Lu Yin and the rest were there, the president and Bao Qi had to rush in. Their desire for the Mirage Domain was too strong. The one true God's gaze passed through the parallel universe and landed on Lu Yin and the rest. Lu Yin also saw the one true God. Eternal, you snatched Tianxi's turbid spirit seed and threw him to me. I will remember this favor. After that, the soil covered the starry sky and pressed down on the one true God and the rest. Beside Lu Yin, Li Shou and Su Wang rushed out. Chu Yi and Lu Yuan also attacked. On the other side, Ancestor Chen and Ancestor Ku followed the god of forgetfulness and the rest. They seemed to be surrounded from all directions. When the president heard Lu Yin's words, he subconsciously wanted to look at the one true God. However, he forcibly restrained himself and shouted, Junior, it's meaningless to sow discord now. You obstructed my plan to spiritualize the universe. I will kill you. Bao Qi took out the cauldron bell. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3366. Wherever the chief's golden pen pointed, the sealed world enveloped Chu Yi. Chu Yi used the path of Tianyi to avoid the sealed world and the golden pen, and the sky-propping pillars smashed down. Bao Qi opened his mouth and roared, causing the stars to boil. On the other side, the divine seal catalog above Lu Yuan's head slammed into the general platform. Bang! With a loud bang, the general platform rumbled and Lu Yuan coughed up blood. He was not only facing an expert who had crossed the bitter adversity, but also an expert who had grasped the cauldron bell. Lu Yuan and Chu Yi could not stop saying Tian. Fortunately, Li Shou and Su Wang supported them from the side, especially when a huge hand enveloped them. Even the chief and Bao Qi feared it. The ancestor of giants had taken action. Lu Yin had not asked him to take action in the border war of the Tianyuan universe because he was waiting for this moment. He could not expose all the powers of the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin targeted the one true god. Of all the people present, he was most afraid of him. Golden light flowed around the one true god's body as he was enveloped by the true god heaven transformation technique. Soil covered the stars and Lu Yin pressed down with one hand, overturning sky palm. The intent realm battle technique suppressed the stars. Not only the one true god but all the enemies including the chief, were enveloped by this palm. The chief was shocked. An intent realm battle technique? Bao Qi's eyes turned cold. Palace Mistress Yao had been heavily injured by Lu Yin's intent realm battle technique, and now Lu Yin was using another one. Just how many intent realm battle techniques did he know? Under the overturning sky palm, the Forgotten Ruins god, Wang Xiaoyu and He Wuxian all spat out blood. The chief and Bao Qi resisted with their sequence foundations. If not for that, their own sequence particles would have been dispersed by the stars around Lu Yin's heart. Moreover, they were fighting against primordial realm powerhouses, so the laws did not allow them to get close. Tengu wailed as it was sent flying by the palm. Ancestor Qin and Ancestor Ku took the opportunity to attack the one true god. Black lines pierced through the void, coming from He Wuxian. The Forgotten Ruins god pushed the meditative ruins towards Ancestor Qin and Ancestor Ku. Ancestor Ku took a step forward, his withered body slamming into the meditative ruins. At this moment, lanterns appeared one after another. They came from the Forgotten Ruins deity's true god freedom technique. One of the lanterns had the word, withered, written on it. The Forgotten Ruins deity waved his hand and the lantern was torn apart. The withered ancestor's body was recovering rapidly. The Forgotten Ruins god's palm. Boom. The starry sky was distorted as the god of forgetfulness retreated step by step. Ancestor Qin passed by Ancestor Ku and used the meditative ruins to attack the only true god. The sole true god glanced up as a sword appeared in his hand. With a slash of his sword, it was as though nothing had happened. However, Ancestor Qin suddenly appeared far away in the distance. That was the power of time, and that sword was none other than the primogenitor sword. Bao Qi used the cauldron bell to constantly emit a silent might that covered the cosmos. The cauldron bell and the sealed world sequence particles filled the cosmos. The strength beast and the illusionary beast slammed into the cauldron bell. Along the way they were blocked by the sequence particles. Immediately after, the soundless force overturned them. The world spun and they almost fainted. Lu Yin raised his hand and brandished his palm force. If it were not for the fact that the primogenitor was invincible, there would not have been many people in the Tianyuan universe who could have withstood such a battle prowess. Using the cauldron bell's soundless power, Bao Qi and the president charged towards the Mirage domain. Chu Yi, Lu Yuan, and the ancestor of the giants all headed towards the Mirage domain. Lu Yin constantly approached the one true god. The one true god swords constantly increased in number, which also increased Lu Yin's coordinates. Sometimes, having more coordinates was not necessarily better. Just like directions, one had to continue regardless of whether it was right or wrong. If there were too many directions, one would not be able to continue. The one true god praised, "Every time I see you, you've improved greatly. Pathmaster Lu, I can guarantee that once Tai Hong's 6 paths of reincarnation world vanishes, I'll be the first to kill you." Lu Yin stared at the one true god. "I still can't see through you. If possible, I'll kill you as soon as possible." Ancestor Qin and Ancestor Ku charged towards the one true god. The Forgotten Ruins god, He Wuxian, and the others did not stop them. The one true god waved his hand casually, and countless swords shot out in all directions. Sword of 10,000 paths, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The one true god had used this move in the Battle of Immemorial City. At that moment, Lu Yin was still rather powerless. There was still a huge difference between him and the one true god, just like how the primogenitor had suppressed the president and Bao Qi alone. This was the battle power that truly stood at the top of a universe. It was something that the current Lu Yin could not reach. Although he was known as the master of the Tianyuan universe, it did not mean that he had the power of the master of the Tianyuan universe. At his peak, the primogenitor, Mr. Mu, had the power of a master of the universe. Closer. Countless swords swept out in all directions. Unlike the Battle of Immemorial City, there was no killing intent this time. It was still the time of the swords. Pathmaster Lu, instead of chasing me, why don't you find trouble with the spiritualized universe? They're about to enter the Mirage domain. Lu Yin turned around. The president, Bao Qi, had just entered the Mirage domain. The one true god was getting further and further away. Master, I'll leave it to you, Lu Yin shouted and turned towards the Mirage domain. In another direction, Mr. Mu walked out and headed towards the one true god. The one true god saw Mr. Mu and said slowly, "You should know that you can't keep me here. Tai Hong's power is not my match at all. Restraining me for this long is already his limit." A wooden flute appeared in Mr. Mu's hand. Without saying a word, the flute began to play. The one true god frowned. He raised the ancestor's sword and flicked it. The sword hummed softly, and the swords flew towards Mr. Mu, but they were all shattered by the flute. The same thing happened again. The shattered swords gave the one true god time to lead Forgotten Ruins god, Black Wuxian, and the others towards the Mirage domain. Although Mr. Mu was powerful and surpassed Lu Yin in terms of absolute power, he could not suppress the one true god in terms of the power of time. His tracing the past had cut off the river of time, so he could only watch as the one true god approached the Mirage domain using time fragments. At the front, the president and Bao Qi looked back and saw the one true god and the others rushing over. They looked at each other and sped towards the Mirage domain. Chu Yi, Lu Yuan, and the others followed closely behind. Lu Yin was approaching at a speed that was parallel to time. In another direction, Ancestor Qin and Ancestor Ku were chasing after him. Since Mr. Mu could not stop the one true god from entering the Mirage domain, he had to do it himself. He just had to ensure that the battle in the Mirage domain would not last long. Now, unless the second wave of reinforcements from the spiritualized universe arrived, the Tianyuan universe would be fine. The river of time flowed through the past and present, flowing through every period of time. It flickered in and out of existence in the parallel spacetime. The time in the bamboo forest, the wooden hut, and the mist gradually faded away. The president and Bao Qi were the first to enter the Mirage domain. They fell into the mist. The mist that lasted for an indeterminate amount of time posed no threat to them, but it had shocked Lu Yin in the past. Chu Yi, Lu Yuan, and the ancestor of the giants entered together. They were met with the president's sealed world, which had replaced his original body. Even the three of them were caught off guard by the sneak attack of the sealed world. The three of them appeared in the sealed world. The president used a golden brush to touch them gently, wanting to turn them golden. However, he had overestimated the power of the sealed world. Although the sealed world possessed tremendous amounts of sequence particles that could basically ignore the laws of the primordial realm and not approach them, it was very difficult for it to attack three primordial realm experts simultaneously. No matter what, they were three primordial realm experts, not progenitors. The ancestor of the giants punched out with absolute strength, dispersing the time in the mist and colliding with the sealed world. The president's golden brush touched the three of them, and hazy golden light appeared on their bodies. However, the golden light dispersed under the ancestor of the giant's punch. Bao Qi shook the cauldron bell. The silent power overturned the time in the mist, causing the river of time to surge. Not only did it knock away the ancestor of the giant's punch, but it even shattered space. It was like a cross-section had been added to the Mirage domain. Chu Yi hugged the heaven-supporting pillar and resisted the silent power with great difficulty. It was like the world was spinning in reverse. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3367. With his palm facing down, Lu Yuan casually threw out the Xidigarba needle. It pierced through the cross-section of the silent force and stabbed towards Bao Qi. Bao Qi grinned. With the help of the cauldron bell, the silent power skyrocketed again. It was as if there were endless sequence particles spreading. An even bigger cauldron bell appeared above his head, making a loud noise. Lu Yin, progenitor Qin, and ancestor Ku all entered at the same time. He saw the huge cauldron bell at first glance. Ancestor Qin and ancestor Ku struck out together. Even though they had not broken through to the primordial realm, their battle prowess was already extraordinary. They were the peak experts of an era. On the other hand, he could fight against any strong enemy with his consecutive palms. The other relied on things to move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme, and was almost immortal. The two of them would not be easier to deal with than primordial realm experts. Lu Yin turned around. The only true God come. The starry sky in his heart spread out and covered the mirage domain, continuously dispersing the sealed realm and the cauldron bell sequence particles. At the same time, Lu Yin's body withered and was covered by a blackish-purple substance. He wielded the earth spear as blackish-white gas spiraled around him. His strength constellation swept out in all directions. The mirage domain became more and more blurry. The one true God brought the god of forgotten ruins, Wang Xiaoyu and Black Wuxian closer. Behind them was Mr. Mu. Lu Yin raised his spear and pointed it at the only true God. The one true God met Lu Yin's gaze and instantly entered the mirage domain. At the same time, the god of forgotten ruins pointed out a finger, and the lantern behind him shattered. This represented Lu Yin's true god freedom technique from the god of forgotten ruins. Lu Yin felt as if an invisible force was trying to shatter his body. This feeling was similar to Papercut but also different. Papercut used the long river of time to cover against the current, forming great waves. As for the true god's freedom technique, it used one's past thoughts to sever one's emotions, thoughts, desires, and wishes. When the god of oblivion severed the lantern, the person represented by the lantern would be conflicted because of his thoughts, desires, and desires. Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood, and Black God's eyes spun as the line shot towards Lu Yin. The one true God knocked on the sword once again. Sword shadows flew out, boundless time. Lu Yin suddenly raised his head, gripped his spear tightly and stabbed out. The spear pierced towards the only true God, shattering the sword shadows along the way. Lu Yin himself took a step backwards and raised his palm to strike out. His palm was like a vortex that sucked in everything around him. The god of forgotten ruins was shocked. He was not injured. How could this be? The true god's freedom law was ineffective? In front of only true God's eyes, the spear continued to stab at him, and the sword shadows were completely unobstructed. Beside him, the forgotten ruins god condensed meditative ruins to block the attacks, but he was also pierced through by the spear. This attack contained the power of Lu Yin's biological limit, as well as the mortal realm's soil. The only true God suddenly retreated. He faced the long spear and retreated from the mirage domain. Mr. Mu arrived just in time. The wooden flute turned and pointed at the void. The heavenly hound suddenly appeared and stood between the only true deity and Mr. Mu. After being hit by Mu Xiao, it howled in pain as its body was almost pierced through and smashed towards the only true deity. Wang Xiaoyu caught the heavenly hound, and the remaining force injured Wang Xiaoyu. The one true God glanced at Mr. Mu before heading off in another direction. The god of forgotten ruins grabbed Wang Xiaoyu and dragged the heavenly hound away, waving goodbye to Lu Yin. Lu Yin had not expected the sole true God to suddenly retreat. Did he not care about the mirage anymore? Blacklist God also wanted to retreat, but Lu Yin subconsciously stopped himself. Blacklist God was a gift left for the only true God, and it would be a waste to kill him in the mirage domain. At this moment, the mirage suddenly disappeared from Huha spacetime. He Wuxian looked at the sky of the mirage domain. He could no longer see the starry sky of Huha spacetime. His heart sank as he was trapped in the mirage domain. Lu Yin looked at Blacklist God. Blacklist God also looked at Lu Yin. They both stopped fighting. Blacklist God only wanted to escape, and Lu Yin hoped that he would as well, but they could not make it too obvious. Blacklist God himself did not know that he had been schemed against, and if they made it too obvious, he would become suspicious. Back then, deity Xiaoyin had been schemed against by the Grand Empyreans. In order to prevent deity Xiaoyin from being suspected, Lu Yin had forced a war and asked senior brother Woodcutter and the others to cooperate and force deity Xiaoyin to go to the Black Mother Tree. However, an accident had still occurred, and deity Xiaoyin had discovered them midway. If not for Huiwu, the scheme might not have succeeded. At this moment, if Blacklist God discovered that he had been schemed against, it would be useless against the only true God. Blacklist God wanted to escape, but he guessed that it would not be that easy. Lu Yin hoped that Blacklist God would escape as he did not want to be discovered. They both stopped fighting and looked at each other. The scene was strange. "Don't even think about escaping," the ancestor of the giants roared as he grabbed at Blacklist God. Lu Yin was speechless. What was he supposed to do? Blacklist God's expression turned ugly. It would not be easy to escape. Blacklist God's eyes turned, and black lines appeared from the void, forming a bizarre prison that trapped Lu Yin and burned with black flames. At the same time, the black lines extended into the mirage domain, following the ancestor of the giant's arm. This was an innate gift, not a sequence law. The ancestor of the giants snorted and clenched his fist, using his strength to disperse the black lines. Just as he was about to continue attacking, his body suddenly froze. It was the sealed realm again. In the distance, the president used the sealed realm to restrain the ancestor of the giants. The direction of the golden pen was constantly approaching Chu Yi. Bao Qi frantically shook his cauldron bell, causing the mirage domain to boil. The mirage domain was not impossible to leave as one could just tear through the void. However, they were unwilling to leave. This was the mirage domain, a place that the spiritualized universe had searched for countless years. It was a place where they could pry into the power of time. If they did not come into contact with the river of time, they would never reach a certain height. Spiritualized universes were too rare in this path. It could only be said that the primogenitors had gone too far, forcing the spiritualized universe's desire for the mirage domain and the river of time to reach the limit. Lu Yin grabbed the bizarre prison and tore it open. "Senior, I'll leave Blacklist God to you." He then headed towards Bao Qi. If he also attacked Blacklist God would definitely die. Although the ancestor of the giants was a primordial realm powerhouse and could suppress Blacklist God, Lu Yin did not forget that Blacklist God was a life form of the consciousness universe. Blacklist God's consciousness belonged to the celestial realm, which corresponded to the primordial realm. If he really went all out, the ancestor of the giants might not be able to do anything to him. The ancestor of the giants' battle prowess was too monotonous, and he had no advantage over Blacklist God. Lu Yin charged towards Bao Qi, but he was met with a silent power. Bao Qi cultivated the sequence law of sound, obtained the spiritualized innate gift of mimicry, and obtained the sequence foundation cauldron bell. The combination of the three had created Xianxia. He was the only person who could achieve Xianxia without crossing the bitter adversity. He was invincible on the border battlefield of the Xuanhuan universe. If the crazy headmaster had not used the path of red dust to force him into the bitter adversity realm, the border war would not have ended up like that. After entering the bitter adversity, Bao Qi's personality changed drastically. He was no longer Zhang and had become introverted. Although his strength did not increase by much, this sudden change in personality made others uneasy. Fortunately, it was temporarily beneficial to the Tianyuan universe, which was equivalent to crippling Xianxia. However, that was under normal circumstances. Now that he was surrounded, no matter how his personality changed, he would not seek death. Bao Qi used the cauldron bell to unleash terrifying strength. The silent power dyed the mirage domain black like ink, forcefully repelling the fog. The cauldron bell turned Bao Qi's voice into an unparalleled killing weapon that spread out in all directions. Lu Yin raised his hand and stabbed out with a spear of earth, but it was all shattered by the silent power. He threw out a punch, but even the strength of a living being was unable to penetrate the silent power that dyed the void black. Bao Qi opened his mouth and coldness and savagery filled the depths of his eyes. The bitter adversity was constantly suppressing his nature, but he was releasing it in this battle. If he completely released his nature, he might fall from the primordial realm and be unable to set foot in the bitter adversity for the rest of his life. He would not be able to achieve eternal life just like Meng Sang. However, the primordial realm Bao Qi was still Xianxia and possessed terrifying strength. Using the cauldron bell, Bao Qi enveloped the surroundings with a silent power. Nothing could penetrate it, making him undefeatable. The main president was also protected by a silent power. He had rejoiced many times that Bao Qi had come to the heaven origin universe. The power of sound seemed ordinary, but once it was fully unleashed, it was terrifying. This was also why the spiritualized universe had to create the cauldron bell. No one had been able to use the cauldron bell for countless years, but it was still one of the foundations of the 10 great sequences. Lu Yin looked at the main president and Bao Qi, who were protected by the silent power. He aimed at them and waved his hand. Kanyang, Kanyang, Kanyang. Sunset. Afterglow. Burn your martial arts. It's an intent battle technique. Be careful, the main president warned as his golden brush hovered in the air. Lu Yin stared at the brush, completely infatuated. This was his bitter adversity. Xianxia could burn martial arts, which was to burn everything that came with cultivation. However, bitter adversity was the exact opposite. Everything that people experienced at the beginning of cultivation was bitter adversity. The main president used bitter adversity to resist Xianxia. Not only did he ignore Xianxia, but he even caused Xianxia's afterglow to reappear and devour Lu Yin. Lu Yin vomited blood and looked at the president in surprise. The head guild master smiled with a round face. "Junior, how long has this old man cultivated? You want to erase this old man's path with just a concept battle skill? You underestimate the bitter disaster realm too much." Lu Yin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had indeed underestimated these old men. Xianxia had always been successful against Palace Mistress Yao, but he had been defeated by the president. This was how strong a bitter adversity realm powerhouse was. Lu Yin thought that he was invincible in the Heaven Origin universe, and only a few people could surpass him. However, he had forgotten that the president, Bao Qi, was also in the bitter adversity realm and could surpass him. Bao Qi faced Lu Yin and opened his mouth, sending a silent blade of darkness towards him. Lu Yuan blocked in front of Lu Yin and shattered the blade. "Are you alright, little seven?" Lu Yin shook his head. "I underestimated them." Lu Yuan laughed. "That's a good thing. That old man only caused you to suffer a backlash. It's not that serious. It's just a reminder. After all, the bitter adversity realm is not that easy to reach." Lu Yin looked at Lu Yuan's back. "Ancestor, you can also ignore my Xianxia." Lu Yuan nodded. "Yes." Lu Yin exhaled. "Intents are extremely effective in the primordial realm. It made me forget the difference between me and the bitter adversity realm. However, Xianxia can still be strengthened." "Aha, of course. Intents are more important than one's realm. The stronger your intent, the deeper your understanding of the battle technique, the more powerful it will be," Lu Yuan said. Lu Yin looked at the president and Bao Qi. They didn't want to give up on the mirage, but they didn't want to either. What was Wei Nu thinking? When a person looked at another person, if they saw both the front and the side of the person at the same time, the impression would be different. Only with the accumulation of time would the different impression disappear. The sealed world was the same. The impression sequence originated from the cultivator. If Chu Yi and the others split into two at the same time, one from the front and one from the side, the impression would be different for the sealed world. Although the sealed world did not have a limit to the number of impressions and could reverse heaven and man at the same time, allowing the president to injure them, there would always be a front and back. If the president attacked the front, Chu Yi and the others would attack from the side. If the president attacked from the side, Chu Yi and the others would attack from the front. This was the drawback of the sealed world. Actually, it was not considered a drawback. If Chu Yi and the others were not strong enough, the president could easily injure or even kill all of their impressions. The reason why it was a drawback was that both sides were basically equal in strength. Seeing Chu Yi and the others rapidly splitting into more and more faces, the president's heart sank and he hurriedly attacked. However, Chu Yi, Lu Yuan, and the others were all in the primordial realm. Even Ancestor Chen and Ancestor Ku could not be easily injured. How could the president deal with it alone? Everyone's attacks landed on the soundless force. Bao Qi's pressure suddenly increased. He could only increase the power of the cauldron bell, which rapidly increased his consumption. "What's going on?" Bao Qi growled. The president gritted his teeth. Someone betrayed the spiritualized universe. The drawback of the sealed world has been discovered. Oh. The president gritted his teeth and stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's confidence was the reason why he was certain that someone had betrayed the spiritualized universe. Actually, this drawback could be discovered and there was no need for someone to reveal it. However, Lu Yin's smile just now made the president certain that someone had betrayed the spiritualized universe. Oh. Who would betray the spiritualized universe? Palace Mistress Yao? Impossible. She did not know about the drawback of the sealed world. Tianxi? Impossible. He did not know about it either. Aside from them, who else could it be? Suddenly, a name flashed through his mind. Origin. The president looked at Lu Yin. Origin is in your hands. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Yes. The president gritted his teeth. It's Origin. He betrayed the spiritualized universe. Bao Qi was surprised. Why Origin? Because Origin once controlled the sealed world. He knows about the drawbacks of the sealed world. Moreover, we have been in the Xuanhuan universe for so long, but Origin has not appeared. Even the Eternals do not know where he is. He was captured by the Above Heaven sect and betrayed the spiritualized universe. After that he looked at Lu Yin. What about Zhan Yan? Where is the Jiangshan state painting? Why? Are you not going to use the impression rotation? Lu Yin asked. The president's face sank. You even know about the impression rotation? That traitor must have told you. He whispered to Bao Qi, if you can't do it then leave. The pressure from noiseless force suddenly increased and Lu Yin took action. He used the reverse step and multiple figures appeared, preventing the president from attacking them all at once. Lu Yin waved his hand, and earth spears pierced towards the noiseless force like raindrops. A terrifying force enveloped the mortal ancestor's world and forced Bao Qi to retreat. Bao Qi's face fell and his lips curled up even more. He pressed his hands on the cauldron bell while the president drew out an endless amount of sequence particles from the sealed world. The next moment, two majestic sequence particles appeared like dragons soaring into the sky. They covered the sky and turned into a canopy. Lu Yin and the others' expressions changed. They had never seen such majestic sequence particles before. They had already covered the entire mirage domain like a sky made of sequence particles. These were the sequence particles contained within the sequence foundations. The sealed world had been condensed by 359 cultivators of the sequence principles since ancient times, while the cauldron bell had been condensed by 105 cultivators of the sequence principles. The two sequence foundations added up to more than 400 sequence principle experts. What a frightening number this was. How many sequence principle experts had appeared in the Battle of Immemorial City since ancient times? There were far fewer. The first time Lu Yin saw such majestic sequence particles was at the Grand Celestial Tea Party, but the sequence particles there were too small compared to the sequence particles that appeared now. The number of light wheels was the most Lu Yin had ever seen. The sealed world and the cauldron bell completely erupted with sequence particles, covering the entire mirage domain and pressing towards Lu Yin and the others. At this moment, anyone would be shocked by the majestic sequence particles. As Bao Qi roared, the cauldron bell vibrated, and the sequence particles pressed down like a canopy. Darkness replaced the day, and everyone resisted with their own sequence principles. Only two figures crossed the canopy-like sequence particles and rushed towards the president and Bao Qi. They were Lu Yin and Progenitor Qin. The two of them skipped time and crossed the majestic sequence particles, which made the president and Bao Qi's expressions change drastically. The two of them struck out at the same time. The sequence particles around them turned into a vortex and were pulled in. Under the two vortexes they struck out at the same time. Bao Qi pushed the cauldron bell towards the two of them. Clang. There was a loud sound and Bao Qi spat out blood as he was sent flying. Even the cauldron bell was sent flying. From the side, the president's sealed world enveloped the area and pointed his golden brush at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's forehead was boiling hot, and around him, a small boat of flowing light shuttled back and forth. It reversed for a second, and his body moved away from his original position. He struck out with a finger using the Tao of Tianyi. The finger struck the president and his body shattered. Lu Yin's gaze trembled. This was impression rotation. Impression reversal was the sealed realm's ability. Impression reversal could be the impression that the owner of the sealed realm had of others, or it could be the impression that the owner of the sealed realm had of himself. Impression reversal was similar to external avatars, and there was no limit to the distance. It was one of the best sneak attacks, and it was also one of the techniques that Origin had specifically reminded Lu Yin of. If used well, this move could reverse the situation. Fortunately, Lu Yin had always been on guard. In the distance, even the ancestor of giants was afraid of such a majestic attack. He punched out at the sequence particles that were pressing down on him. Blacklist God took the opportunity to escape, but the ancestor of giants grabbed him. Blacklist God turned around, but the ancestor of giants did not see him do anything. The ancestor of giants only felt that Blacklist God was clearly very close, but also very far away. This was Blacklist God's power that had once prevented Lu Yin and the others from finding Immemorial City, Endless Path. Endless Path did not represent Blacklist God's strength in the Tianyuan universe, but rather his ability as a life form in the consciousness universe. It corresponded to the bitter calamity realm, especially the power of consciousness. In the entire Tianyuan universe, even the ruins who had once possessed the strongest consciousness could not reach such a level. In the end, Blacklist God still managed to escape. He did not miss the mirage domain at all. The ancestor of giants was furious. He was unwilling to let Blacklist God escape, and he had lost face. He did not know how to explain this to Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not have the time to care about the ancestor of giants. A white pointy-faced mask appeared behind the president, and it was called the Grim Reaper's Divine Reflection. It stabbed at Ancestor Chen with a spear. Compared to Lu Yin, Ancestor Chen was much easier to defeat. However, he had underestimated Ancestor Chen. As a peak expert of an era, even if Ancestor Chen had not broken through to the primordial realm, he only lacked the laws to not get close to him. When Lu Yin used the void in his heart to help Ancestor Chen's laws to not get close to him, the difference between Ancestor Chen and the bitter calamity realm was not that great. The spear stabbed over, and Ancestor Chen almost brushed past the tip of the spear. He stepped backwards, disrupting time. The divine reflection was formed from sequence particles, and it suddenly became blurry. The president's eyes widened. It was the power of time again. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3369. When it came to the power of time, the spiritualized universe was at a disadvantage. Progenitor Chen had mastered reverse time, which allowed him to parallel time, skip time, and even reverse time. This was especially true when it came to reversing time. Even he himself did not know how chaotic time would be. His palm struck the spear all, and flames began to rise from his hand. This was the sequence law that Progenitor Chen had comprehended several times: flames of war. The flames of war were inextinguishable and endless. The flames flickered. Due to the main guild leader's rule of not getting close to the main guild leader, it was unable to get close to the main guild leader. However, it managed to push back Kamisu's spear. Chaotic time and flames of war were able to forcefully resist the bitter disaster realm master's sequence method. Lu Yin wasn't worried about Progenitor Chen at all. No matter what, he could still skip through time. Since ancient times, the one who was most similar to Lu Yin was Progenitor Chen. Progenitor Chen had also cultivated various powers, but he had not merged all of his Daos into one. Instead, he had formed 9 clones and cultivated each power to great success. This was another path that had its limits, but Lu Yin's path had no limits. Lu Yin charged towards Bao Qi and raised his palm to suppress him. His strength reached its limit and transformed into a celestial phenomenon visible to the naked eye. It howled within the sky palace in his heart, causing Bao Qi to be unable to breathe. Bao Qi waved his hand and the cauldron bell flew towards him. Along the way, it was knocked away by the general appointment platform. Lu Yin and Progenitor Chen had forced Bao Qi back with their palms, breaking Ding Zhong's sequence technique. This allowed Chu Yi Luyuan and the others to join in as well. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth caved in. Bao Qi spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been suppressed by Lu Yin's palm, and half of his bones had been shattered. It was only at this moment that he realized how terrifying Lu Yin's strength was. Lu Yin reached out to grab Bao Qi. This was Sang Tian, and he was more valuable alive than dead. Bao Qi's eyes widened, and the savagery in his eyes completely erupted. He roared at the sky, and a soundless power transformed into darkness that blasted towards Lu Yin. Ripples rippled outwards and collided with the cauldron bell, causing a loud bang. Kuang Ancestor Chen and Lu Yin, who were the closest, paused for a moment. Lu Yuan's general appointment platform was blasted away by the sound. Chu Yi and Ancestor Ku were both restrained for a moment. The chief looked at Bao Qi. He had fallen. He had fallen from the bitter calamity realm to the primordial realm. He had still fallen at this critical moment. He would never be able to break through again. The eternal life realm was not fated with him. He felt an indescribable sense of sorrow. The spiritualized universe was clearly much stronger than the Tianyuan universe. They were the ones who invaded the Tianyuan universe and wanted to restart the universe. Why did things turn out this way? Everything that had happened since he had arrived in the Tianyuan universe flashed through the chief chairman's head. Everything made him feel powerless. The war in the Tianyuan universe was not as easy as he had imagined. This was the enemy's home ground. Even though he had entered the Mirage domain, he had fallen into another trap. Qianxia had been betrayed by the Eternals to the Above Heaven sect. Qianxia had found out the moment he entered the Mirage domain. Maiden had said that she would give them a chance to deal with Lu Yin, but it was clear that they were the ones being attacked. The Eternals had no intention of helping them. He experienced complete helplessness. Everyone here was an enemy. Bao Qi, let's go, the president growled. The sealed world once again erupted with vast amounts of sequence particles, blotting out the sky. Every explosion of sequence particles would damage the sequence foundation, especially in such a battle. The sealed world was clearly smaller than when he first arrived. But there was no other way. If the sequence particles did not erupt, they had no hope of escaping. Bao Qi grinned. He seemed to be a completely different person. He opened his mouth and multicolored light appeared, shooting straight at Lu Yin. In the first battle at the border of the Tianyuan universe, Bao Qi had used the multicolored light to shatter Voidmaster's turtle shell and suppress Do Sheng. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. A celestial lord. This light had the destructive power of a primordial realm expert, but it was much weaker than the power he had with the cauldron bell. Lu Yin casually dispersed the light. Just as he was about to continue attacking, the mirage domain suddenly changed. The fog that had been dispersed by the battle swept over from all directions as if it was controlled by someone. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold. Be careful. It's Maiden. Apart from them, the only one present who could attack was Maiden. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the chief chairman and Bao Qi tore through the void to leave. Lu Yin's palm shook. The stars around his heart shook. Serious art. Under serious art, it was impossible for them to escape. The torn void could not be stabilized. Around them, the fog of time flowed like mercury, surrounding them and connecting with the river of time. Everyone suddenly looked in one direction. There, a small boat appeared from the fog in the depths of the river of time and slowly approached them. Looking at the boat, Lu Yin thought of a word, ferryman. Was there a boat in the river of time? No one had seen it before and no one had thought about it. But as Maiden's identity was exposed, Lu Yin knew that there was a ferryman in the river of time. With a ferryman there would be a boat. The boat flowed down the river of time, connecting with the fog of time and slowly drifting over their heads. In the distance, the river of time poured down on them along with the fog of time. Lu Yin and the others paled. Seize the boat. Lu Yuan shouted. The river of time could not be touched directly. Otherwise it would be more painful than death. Back then, Fengbo would rather escape to the forbidden area than jump into the river of time. It seemed like a river, but it was actually time. Once one fell in, the pain of hovering between life and death was enough to make anyone collapse. As far as they knew, no one had experienced such pain before, but they all knew that it was instinctive. Lu Yin also knew that Big Sis had fallen into the river of time and lost her cultivation. She had gone from being the ancestor of the netherworld to Big Sis. She was unwilling to talk about what she had experienced as the pain was too deep. Seeing the river of time pour down, everyone rushed towards the boat. It looked at the president in front of it and saw the boat of light approaching. It also saw Lu Yin. Not good, it's this ruthless person. The star toad did not understand the situation at all. It let go of the pitchfork and threw the copper coin at the president. They were both in the bitter adversity realm, but the president was much stronger than the star toad. His golden pen easily knocked down the copper coin. The star toad's eyes widened. When did such a powerful expert appear? Toad, catch him or I'll skin you alive, Lu Yin's voice sounded. The star toad's eyes widened. They were not on the same side? Only an idiot would catch him. The president pressured the star toad, and it did not hesitate to escape in another direction. At this time, the boat of light had already reached the entrance of the forbidden area. Lu Yin stepped backwards and hit Bao Qi with a palm. Bao Qi spat out blood on the cauldron bell and slapped it with both palms. The bell shook and the soundless force permeated the surroundings. The desolate ancestor's withered body rushed into the soundless force, and his body recovered visibly. At the same time he kept approaching Bao Qi. Golden light scattered as the God-sealing catalog pressed down on the president. Chewie hugged the Optimus Prime and smashed it down. The president gritted his teeth. There was no escape. Bao Qi was kicked towards Lu Yin by the star toad. They were far from the forbidden area, and it was impossible for him to take Bao Qi away. Hateful toad. The president turned around and headed towards the forbidden area. Chewie and Lu Yuan quickly stopped. The forbidden area of the Mirage domain was extremely dangerous. Their master had warned them many times, and they could only watch as the president fled into the forbidden area. Bao Qi was suppressed by progenitor Qin and the desolate ancestor. End of chapter. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.